Chapter 11. Fen took a deep breath. "Well, it's this. The first time we had dinner, you apologised for Mandio, remember? You didn't need to, but it was right decent, and I told you I'd already left. And I had. I'd already lost my home. Reckon you ought to know why." "Oh?" "Aye." Fen closed his eyes and said in a bit of a rush, "Truth is, I went to prison. 2 years for stealing, and after that I couldn't stay on Mandio. Couldn't face the way people looked at me. My mum and dad were dead by then, so I went to the mainland, and I've been here ever since." Fen opened his eyes, waited, wincing slightly. "Ah," Morgram said. "Right." Fen waited some more, but nothing else was forthcoming. "That all you going to say? Ah, don't worry you none. Me being a thief, an ex-convict." "Fen, I already knew." Fen opened his mouth and closed it again, because of course Morgram had made inquiries, and Fen had wasted his time agonizing over that confession for weeks, like a right dolt. And he was relieved, of course, but there was also a small part of him that wished Morgram could have heard it from him first. "Yes," Morgram was saying, "I couldn't have you staying here, likely meeting Aramella, meeting Jasper, without knowing a bit more about you." "Right. Well, and since you haven't kicked me out, I'm guessing it don't worry you too much then? It was more than 20 years ago. You've not stolen anything since? Well, not and gone to prison for it?" "I haven't." "Well then, you're hardly a hardened criminal." Morgram glanced at him. "But I would like to know, because I can't imagine you stealing anything. Did you? Did you do it?" I did. Bottle of wine and a bottle of brandy. I took 'em, all right." "Oh." Morgram gave him a sharp look. "I thought there must have been some mistake." "No. No mistake," Fen said dully. "Was it because it was drink? Couldn't you help yourself?" "No, I just wanted them." "But Fen, why?" "Maybe I was just a thief, or an uppity servant what thought his master's property was his own. That was what the magistrate thought. Annoyed him, I did." "I don't think either of those things are true." Morgram took his hand again and squeezed it. "I should like to hear the circumstances." "You sure? When I told the magistrate, he got angry. Said I was trying to justify my behaviour." Fen could hear the old anger in his voice, and added, "And that was true, I expect." "Can I judge for myself?" "Aye, you've got a right, I reckon. What with having me in your house, and, you know, this." Fen removed his hand from Morgram's. He wasn't sure why, but he couldn't take any tender gestures just now. This was going to be hard enough. He had to hold on to himself. "Well, you know I was a groom on Mandio, but you asked if I ever worked for any ladies or gentlemen, and I said no. Didn't want you putting 2 and 2 together, see, and asking about me. Much good it did me, clearly. But the truth is, I worked for old Lord Ascento, and then for his son. Reckon you knew that too." "I did, actually." "Got no secrets, have I?" Fen had a sudden thought. It hadn't struck him before. "Maybe you knew them, though they didn't come often to court." "I didn't know them, but I'd heard of them. I knew the old lord was mad on horses." "That he was. Kept scores of 'em. Used 'em everywhere, Loved 'em. Didn't hold with crystals and velocipedes and horseless ploughs and the like. Old-fashioned, see? And I grew up there, on the estate. Went to work as a stable lad when I was 10, and found I had a way with horses. Loved 'em like I was born to be with 'em. Thought it was heaven. And the old lord was a real gent. He was more than that. He treated me like a son, almost. And the more I learned, and the older I got, the more he thought of me. Master of horse, he called me, on paper. Very fancy. I was head groom, really, by that time. But he liked me and wanted to do something nice, so he wrote that in his ledger and showed me it written there. I was 24 when he did that. And his son, the young lord, he liked me too, though not like a son, if you take my meaning. Especially one summer. It was just sex, really. But even when that stopped, we were friends. I don't mean I dined with him or anything. It wasn't like you and me. But I knew he'd always see me right. And he would have too. I still think that. Anyway, I was happy there. The horses were my life. I lived with 'em. I loved 'em all. Could still tell you all their names and how they liked their feed and all their ways. They were like family to me. Of course, I knew they weren't mine, and the old lord did sell one from time to time, or buy a new one, but that was, I don't know, just part of life. Anyway, I grew up there. Didn't realise somehow it was unusual. Other people on Mandio had horseless carriages and that, but for some reason I thought they were the odd ones. I imagine most of the world was like the estate, full of horses, with a boss who treated you like family. Well, I was naive, and that's a fact. And you know what happened, don't you? The old lord died, and we buried him and mourned him, but the young lord was set to carry on same as ever. He loved the horses as much as his da had. Fen sighed. And then he was killed. Maybe you remember. Tragedy it was. He got thrown riding home from a friend's house. A thunderstorm came on sudden and his horse spooked. And he'd no children, so the estate went to a distant relation. Lord Acento the Seventh he called himself. But he wasn't no lord to me. He came and poked around, and everything I loved was mucky to him, or shoddy, or quaint. He laughed at how we lived, called it an anachronism. I hadn't heard that word before, but I learned it that day. Gods, I hated him. But it wasn't my place to complain, was it? And he didn't want a grubby old pile in the middle of nowhere. And he didn't want a pack of useless hairy animals what stunk and ate a load of his money. So he parcelled it all up and sold it off. And I took charge of selling the horses. He wouldn't keep any, not even the old ones as was retired to grass. Fen had to break off to wipe his eyes on his shirt sleeve. Fen, I'm sorry. That was cruel of him. To make you sell them? Cruel? No, that was the only kindness he did me. He was for hiring a broker. I begged for the job. Wanted to see it done myself. Wanted to see them ferried over proper to the mainland. Wanted to see the people buying 'em. Tried to choose 'em as had kind faces, see? It was all I could do for 'em. And at the knackers. He had to break off again. Sorry, pains me to think of it. There was one horse, Philo, we called her, short for philosopher because she had such a considering look in her eye. She'd been the old lord's favourite for nigh on 30 years. She'd been the wheel horse for his carriage, right reliable, dependable, lovely horse. Followed him around like a great big dog, she did. Used to put her head in the breakfast-room window and eat crusts out of his hand. Anyway, Philo was too old for anyone to want her, I led her to the knackers, and she followed me like a lamb. I had peppermint, see, which she was partial to. She liked the chalky ones best. And I held her while the bloke took his gun and drove that great iron bolt into her head. I had to stay, because she was frightened, see? But I thought she might feel less frightened if I was there with a pile of peppermints in me hand. Fen had to wipe his eyes again, and his nose. He saw something move out of the corner of his eye, and realized Morgrim was offering him a handkerchief. A black one, of course. He took it and blew his nose, hard. He'd never told the full story to anyone before, and it was pouring out of him, all the details, all the pain like a torrent. If Morgrim had spoken a word, Fen might have been able to stop. But Morgrim was just sitting there in the hay, in silence, listening. "Thanks," Fen said, holding up the handkerchief. He held on to it, though, just in case. "Anyway, I did all that. I sold all the horses, or saw them put to death. And then I came home, to the estate. I wasn't going to be my home for much longer, but I had nowhere else to go. I was supposed to be out within the week. And as I walked up to the driveway, I saw one of the footmen, drinking out of a bottle. Nico, his name was, young bloke. I didn't know him well, because he was new. And he'd lost his job, and I'd lost everything. And he called me over and offered me a swig, and I took it. And I asked him no questions, and he asked me none. He knew where I'd been. Happen he could see in my face what it had done to me. And I said, 'What about another bottle?' And he said, 'In the cellar.' And I went and got one. It wasn't locked, but I knew it was stealing. I knew it, I did. But at that moment I didn't care. I don't know, it was almost like I wanted to be caught and punished for something because I was that miserable. And we drank that bottle too. Sat there under a tree, the meadows silent and empty around us, what should have been full of horses. And we finished it. And I said, 'What about another?' And he agreed, and I went a second time to the cellars. And this time I took a bottle of brandy. And they found us, of course. And the new lord had us arrested and charged. The magistrate was a friend of his. And anyway, I didn't deny it. I had stolen them bottles." Fen took a deep breath. "So I did my time. But I didn't get no letter of recommendation after that. I was 27 by then, and ashamed of myself. So I left Mandio. And that was when I got the worst shock of my life. Because although there were stables still on some of the big estates, they wouldn't look at me without a recommendation. And once, when they did take a chance, they dug a bit like what you did, and they found out I was a thief and maybe a drunkard, and I lost the job anyway. So I set to wandering, and I tried this and that, and I could have knuckled down to a farm job or a factory job or wherever. But somehow I couldn't. It was like I was haunted, because I knew what life could be like. It was as if I couldn't rest until I'd found another stables and another chance to be happy. Outside the rain came down heavy again. It roared on the slate roof and gurgled in the gutters. A few years back, I got a job as stable manager for the pack horses that used to do the Crielli Pass Run. I told you that. It was too steep, too narrow, too windy for velocipedes or carriages, so people had to ride or walk. and I was horrified when I took it on, because the horses were so thin, and some of 'em had sores, and they just weren't looked after right. And I soon realised why. He barely fed 'em, the bloke what owned 'em. I complained, but he wouldn't budge over his profits. I bought feed out of my own pay for years, because I couldn't bear to see him at the end of a long day without enough to eat. But I was always giving him the rough edge of my tongue about it, so he hated me. And when the tunnel went through, he sold 'em off or sent them for slaughter, and he wouldn't give me a recommendation either. Said I was too abrasive. That's what he called me, because I told him he was starving them horses when he was. Anyway, then I had what most folk would call a stroke of luck. I got friendly with a young fella what was in charge of building the tunnel. An engineer, he was, and he was a bit like you in that he was a clever bloke who liked his men rough, and he knew he'd done me out of a job with his tunnel, so he put in a word and got me a post as one of the toll-keepers. Ava for a carriage, brass for a velocipede, and a copper for foot traffic. And so I sat there, in my toll booth, with my elbow out the window, and I took the money and opened the gate 100 times a day. And the next day I did it all again. I had a room in the toll house as a perquisite, and gods, I tried so hard to be grateful. I knew I ought to think I was well off, with a steady job and a place to live. I knew I was lucky, I knew it. But all the same, I took to drinking my pay away at the end of every week, and that there toll booth felt every day more like a prison cell, or a coffin. And I thought back on some of the past jobs I could have stayed at, because I'd had some, see, where they never thought to ask about my background, and some of those jobs had an horse or two to look after. None of them big stables, not like I was used to. But I decided an outdoors job with one horse would be better than what I had. And then, one day, at the end of my shift, I went for a walk, and I never went back. Abandoned my post. Don't know why I did that. Wasn't right in the head, but I thought if I went back I'd die. Not on the outside, maybe. I'd still be breathing and talking and taking tolls. But inside, you know what I mean? I felt like there was just one little live spark inside me, and if I didn't give it air right away, it'd snuff out and I'd be dead. So I walked, and I took what work I could find, and I slept where I could. And I told myself it was better than living and dying inside that coffin, and I tried to believe that was true. But it was cruel hard sometimes, and I don't know how much longer I could have kept on. And then, of course, I went to that farm and got the Warple horse, and here I am. And that's what I reckon you ought to know. Fenn stopped. His mouth was dry, and his head was aching, and he felt useless and empty, and as if he'd ruined something good, talking at Morgram for so long. He hadn't meant to go on and on. Now he'd finished, he wasn't sure what had possessed him. Morgram was a gentleman, so he hadn't interrupted. But he must be bored stiff, listening to all Fenn's complaints and old woes. "Sorry," Fenn said dully. "Never told no one all that before. Don't reckon I've talked so much in all my life." Fenn looked up reluctantly. He felt as if he'd taken a beating and had no defences left. So many words had vomited out of him that he felt he had none left to respond to anything Morgram might say. But Morgram took his hand and kissed him, very soft on the lips. I'm sorry about all your beautiful horses. They weren't, never mind, Fen said. It was what he always said to himself, as if reminding himself of the fact he could somehow harden up and remove himself from the pain. Morgrim's brows came down in a gentler version of his terrifying frown. Of course they were yours, he said. Fen wanted to disagree, but the words wouldn't form in his mouth. And in any case, suddenly he knew that Morgrim was right. They had been his horses. All of them. Maybe not in law or in anyone else's eyes, but deep down in Fen's heart, they had all of them always belonged to him, as truly and as certainly as he had belonged to them. And maybe he felt even worse, because Morgrim was handing him back a whole lifetime of pain. But somehow he also felt stronger, because finally someone had seen him and understood, and was allowing him to be soft and hurt, and in anguish. Morgrim got to his feet and pulled Fen into the first stall, where the blanket lay at Squab's feet. The horse gave them a sleepy glance and twitched its ears. Fen lay down on the blanket, too worn out to speak or do anything else. Morgrim left the stall, and Fen thought that was it, that Morgrim would leave him there and go back to the tower to sleep in his bed. But Morgrim came back into the stall. He'd got the lantern and his robe. He put the robe on over his head, but left the buttons undone. He turned the lantern off, lay down next to Fen and put an arm around him. And they were still, surrounded by the scent of hay and horses, and the hiss of the rain. Morgrim was warm against him, demanding nothing, but creating with his presence a strong and subtle magic that was at once astounding and familiar. Fen closed his eyes, and the drip that sounded like footsteps became the crisp thud of horses' hooves, and he was riding Philo one more time, not taking her far because she wasn't a saddle horse, but she tolerated him on her back after all this time. And the air was golden with poplar fluff, and they were heading into the top field where he let her loose to eat the sweet grass and to stand with her companions in the cool of the evening, whisking their tails at the flies as the sun went down. Chapter 12. Fen woke with a start to find daylight coming in, a soldier dropping off a breakfast tray, and Morgrim gone. He sat in the stall doorway to eat, as he always did, watching the soldiers retreating back through the rain. The events of last night seemed impossible. Jasper climbing down the tower wall, Jasper's desperate desire for magic, and more, world-shakingly, Morgrim. Morgrim in the rain, hair bright with raindrops in the lantern light, Morgrim, biting his lip talking about magic. Morgrim fucking. Gods, and what a fuck. And then Fen had spilled his guts out, aye, and wept and all. And Morgrim had accepted everything, had said of Fen's lost horses, of course they were yours, as if it was so plain it barely needed saying. And afterwards, they had lain in the hay together, for all the world like lovers. Morgrim would surely not send him away now. Would he? Something throbbed in Fen's chest. Pain at the idea of leaving, mixed in with a deep desire to be with Morgrim again, to see him, to smell him, to hold him. Aye, and to fuck him again too. Ah, but there was food. Eat fast, then find Morgram. Quick. Fen sloshed out some hot chocolate, gulped half of it down, tore off a mouthful of bread. There came a rushing sound, like the wind, and yet not quite. It intensified, and a rumbling undertone shook Fen's hand, rippling the surface of the chocolate in his cup, as if the whole tower rock was shaking. Heavy droplets of rain splattered down from the underside of the gutter. Fen shot to his feet, staggering as a crash shook the stable yard. A scream pierced the air and went on, the same as the night he'd arrived. The intruder alarm. That crash. Could it have been a cannon? Were they under attack? He spat out the unchewed bread, dropped the cup, and ran from the shelter of the stables to check the tower. It seemed undamaged, but of course the upper parts were hidden in cloud. Impossible to tell what had happened. Whatever must get to Morgram. Fen tore across the stable yard, yanked open the courtyard door. The courtyard was empty, the gatehouse untouched. The portcullis was still down, the stone bridge to the city undamaged. Fen looked to the tower. Shit. Half a dozen vast, dark blocks of masonry were scattered at its foot, like a giant's game of knucklebones. The steps up to the door were broken, slabs tilted up at angles. Something had hit the tower. What the hell was going on? The library window on the second floor was a dark smudge in the cloud, but it was impossible to see higher because of all the damn cloud. The screaming went on, an endless assault on the ears. But the screaming was an intruder alert. So where was the intruder? Already in the tower? And Morgram? Fen raced across the courtyard and up the tower steps, leaping across fallen masonry. The door was locked, of course. He thumped it with a fist, but there was no response. He put his shoulder to it and shoved. It barely moved. Door was too strong. If Morgram had bolted it, which he always did, there'd be no breaking it down. This was pointless. And stupid. Because the horse was the answer. He'd fly up, get out of the cloud, see what was happening. Squab was at his elbow as usual. He was turning to mount when the rushing, rumbling roar came again, drowning out the screaming. Something moved above him. Swift, vast. He ducked, instinctively flattening himself against the door, protecting his head with his arms. Another deep boom, and the tower shuddered like a sapling on its foundations. A rain of grit fell onto Fen's head and hands. Must be a cannon. Some enemy must have taken the town or the palace. How else would cannon fire reach the tower? But what was that rushing noise? It was coming again, from above. He looked up, but what he saw made no sense. Something huge and white and sinuous was streaking across the tower. It had brown streaks and moved so fast it baffled the eye. A spray of wet stuff fell down from it onto Fen's upturned face, and even as he dashed it away, the thing was lost again in the mist. But what was it? A snake? Oh, gods! A huge, white, oozing snake. A dragon? Weren't those all dead? Must get up there, find Morgram. With limbs that felt like damp string, Fen turned to the Warple horse and launched himself onto its broad back. Even as he straightened, another almighty crash came from above. A cartload of masonry hurtled past and smashed into the centre of the courtyard. Fen ducked as the debris hit. Squab reared, snorting. "All right, easy, mate." Through the dust, several vast roofing beams lay smashed like matchsticks across the courtyard. There was a big pile of rubble. Near the foot of the steps lay a broken chair. The screaming stopped. So that meant Morgram had found the intruder. Surely that was good. Then, as the dust cleared, Fen noticed something black, flapping caught under a stone as big as a ton. A black robe. Time stopped, along with his heart. But the dust eddied away, and it was plain there was nobody there, no body, no Morgram, just one of his robes. Able to move again, Fen clapped his heels to the squab's sides. To fly, they first had to jump, so he put Squab down the steps, straight at one of the huge stone planters, where the ferns he'd put to try to please Morgram peeped over the top. No longer green, but black with stone dust. Squab took the jump and sailed through the air towards the gatehouse. There was no time to tack up, so he guided the horse with hands and legs and seat, turning it mid-air, back to the tower. They gained height, spiralling up the bulk of the tower into the mist. The vast white worm thing sped past again. It seemed stuck to the tower, the way a slug sticks to a cabbage stalk, but it was 50 yards long, bloated, featureless, and faster than a striking snake. No teeth or legs or wings. And there was something wrong about it. Its body seemed to lack integrity, as if its skin was always moving. And it felt nasty, as if it had ill will. Fen's flesh was creeping. If only he could understand what it was. He passed a huge hole in the tower wall. Inside, a stone staircase had been sheared off like butter and now led to nothing. Could Morgram be stuck in a damaged room? Fen circled, did another pass by the hole. But it was shadowy inside, and the cloud was like soup. To be certain Morgram wasn't in there, he'd have to fly inside. Risk falling masonry, risk being trapped inside by that thing. Maybe Morgram had already left the tower by now. Fen wouldn't have seen him leaving. Maybe Morgram had already run out the... Wait. Think. Morgram was the most powerful sorcerer in the land. He wouldn't be trying to get away. He'd be fighting. Not sparring with swords for exercise, but attacking properly, with magic. Those booms and crashes. Maybe they weren't all this worm thing making holes. Maybe they were Morgram, fighting it off. Fen's heart leapt with hope. Perhaps he and his ridiculous horse weren't needed. In fact, maybe he should get out of the way, give Morgram a clear field to do his stuff. But what if Morgram was hurt? What if he needed help? Another crash reverberated through the tower. Another spray of stones peppered Fen's head and shoulders. If the thing was attacking higher up, Fen had to go higher too. Perhaps Morgram had run to the top of the tower to attack from above. Made sense. It was easy to imagine him up there. Black robe whipping in the wind, staff thrust out before him, doing something impressive with blue lightning. Fen bent over the horse's neck and urged it up to the roof. He burst out of the cloud, to find the tower had no roof. The battlements were gone. There was nothing but a single broken stone reaching up out of the mist. No Morgram. Fear washed through Fen again, cold as a bolt from a knacker's gun. He glanced across to the palace and the city. The walls were swarming with activity. Palace guards marched across the bridge toward the tower, green and black shields above their heads, tortoise fashion. Reinforcements. Heartened, Fen sent Squab down into the cloud again. There was another crash, from the other side of the tower. How many hits was that? 5, 6. The white thing rushed past again. Was it slower? It was still nearly impossible to focus on. Its skin seemed to shift and change as if it were boiling. Like foam. Foam? Could it be water? A snake of water? Whatever it was still clinging to the tower. Maybe that meant something. Maybe it had crawled there. Maybe it couldn't fly. Morgram had said the power of flight was almost unheard of. Fine. If Morgram was trapped in the tower, maybe hurt, maybe unable to use magic, Fen was going to find him. He had to stop flapping about and look in every hole. Systematic-like. There was a hole. A big one. Fen slowed the horse, guided it inside to a great cavernous room, like the hall, but empty. The floor was partly smashed out, but the boards that remained were covered in complex patterns of multicolored paint. Not runes, but lines and swirls knotted together. Clearly magic. But no Morgram. Right, next hole. Squab swept out into the open. They turned left, spiraled around the tower until they found the next hole, stones still crumbling away from the raw edges of smashed masonry. This hole was smaller. Fen slowed the horse, forced to duck as they went in. And there was Morgram. He clung to a smashed beam, a nub of stone beneath one foot, a ruined stairway to his right. He had no staff. Perhaps he'd been on the stairs when a hole had been punched through beneath him. The stairs above were choked with rubble. He could move neither up nor down, so was trying to clamber sideways. He was drenched, robe clinging to his legs, hair in rat tails about his face. Fen shouted his name and put Squab towards him. Morgram glanced over his shoulder, his face a grey mask of stone dust. Fen reached him, got his wrist, tried to maneuver Squab closer. Morgram clasped Fen's forearm in a stinging grip, and Fen fought to save himself from being unseated. Then Morgram was on the horse, his arms about Fen's waist. "Go, go," he gasped in Fen's ear. Fen put Squab at the hole. They were nearly there, when the roaring came like a great rapid in a mountain river. The thing was in the room with them, above them. Squab put its ears back, snorting, eye rolling. Morgram gave a muffled shout, and there was a sharp tug as something grabbed him from behind. He was going to be dragged from the horse. Fen glanced round. A mass of white and brown water hung above them, as if a waterfall was stuck there. Water seethed over Morgram's head and shoulders. He was clinging to Fen's shirt. Fen tried to hit the water with a fist, but it was an impossible angle, and anyway it was like punching a river. Squab lowered its head. Fen knew what was coming a split second before it came. He leaned back and gripped tight as the horse bucked. Despite having no hooves, it made contact with something because they shot forwards through the hole, Fen struggling to find his balance, Morgram coughing and spluttering, but holding hard to Fen's waist again. Fen glanced behind again. A blunt, white, faceless lump was questing forwards through the cloud like a giant earthworm. It grazed Squab's tail, but then they were out of reach and out of sight, hurtling across open sky. Morgrim was leaning against him, gripping like a limpet. Fen put Squab at the first thing he saw, the needle of rock called the Lonely One. It was as tall as the Tower Rock, but to the south, away from the city across a strip of sea and a bare headland. They landed on top. There was nothing there but weathered rock and a few clumps of coarse, wind-whipped grass. The sea churned white around the base. Fen turned Squab so they could see the tower and the space between. The sky was clear. No pursuit. Yet. "You all right?" Fen tried to turn around, desperate to see Morgrim's face, to assess whether he was hurt, but Morgrim was clinging to him so tightly that all Fen could see was Morgrim's shoulder, robe torn to expose the flesh. Fen looked down at Morgrim's hands instead. They were clasped together in front of him, knuckles white and bloody. "Gods, Fen!" Morgrim's voice shook. "Safe enough here for now, I reckon. You hurt? Anything broken?" "No." "Good. That's good." Fen took a deep breath. "That thing, can it fly? Do you know?" Morgrim took a breath, and another. Fen could almost feel him willing himself to calm down. "No, don't think so," Morgrim said. "What is it?" "A hex. Hexed river water." "Can it get us here?" Morgrim took another gasping breath. "Maybe. It can't fly, but it can crawl. It can probably swim." Now they were out of that damn cloud. The Tower Rock was plain as day, though it was impossible to see clear to the bottom, because a fold of the headland was in the way. Fen scanned as much of the sea as he could. Nothing. The headland seemed empty too, but there were hummocks and shrubs, so the hex could be under cover. He cocked his head away from the wind. Nothing but Morgrim's laboured breathing, and the pounding of his own heart. "And will it follow?" Fen asked. "Don't know. Maybe." Morgrim took a deep breath, his chest swelling against Fen's back. He let it out. "But it's not alive. It can't think. Hexes are strong but simple. It was sent to get me. It failed, so it'll just stop. Probably." "Sent? By who?" Morgrim was silent. There was a flash of movement beneath them, and Fen's heart seemed to stop. But it was only a seagull soaring high over the restless ocean. "Couldn't say," Morgrim said eventually. It sounded so much like a lie that Fen tried to look at him again. It remained almost impossible. All he got was an impression of neat black beard, and everything else filthy dishevelment. "Oh, hi. Lots of people, are there, who might want to send one of those at you?" "A few." Morgrim's voice was quiet. "Gods, he means it." Fen took another deep breath himself. In person, Morgrim was so lovely, such a gentleman, so sweet, so courteous. It was too easy to forget who he was in the wider sense. The much-reviled court sorcerer who people might want to kill. Bloody oath. "Right. And might they send another?" Fen asked. Morgrim shuddered. "Maybe. And you can't magic 'em away?" It's possible, of course. It's not even that hard, usually. But I was taken unawares, and I... Don't matter. Just need to know. So, tower ain't safe. We get away then. Camp out, maybe. Find somewhere safe while you make a counter-X or whatever you call it. No, I have to get back. Fen twisted around, trying to look him in the face again. God's balls, but this was the last time he'd have a conversation with Morgram behind him on a horse. Like being a sitting duck, do you? Fen scoffed. I have to. The court sorcerer must be in the tower. Something about his tone made a wild suspicion flare inside Fen. He'd always thought Morgram seemed nervous and strangely sad and trapped, like a prisoner in that great, lonely tower. Why? You're not allowed to leave. Of course I'm allowed, but we're a small country with an important harbour. Plenty of people would like to take it off us. I can't look afraid. I have to go back, show myself, carry on. Fen shook his head. Don't like it. No, but it's what I have to do. Morgram was quaking. His wet robe was soaking through Fen's jacket, and his arms were like a vice around Fen's waist. You can let go a bit, Fen said. Horse knows its business. So do I. Won't let you fall. Let's go. Have you noticed how high up we are? And no stirrups? Gods, we're not all part horse. Fen put a hand on top of Morgram's. He was icy cold. You're freezing. I'm wet. It's windy. Aye. Fen had not left off scanning the sea and the ground. He'd checked behind them as well, just in case the thing had circled around through the sea. Morgram said it couldn't think, but maybe it was cunning enough for a trick like that. In a way, Fen hoped it was coming after them, because at least he'd know where it was. What if it was lurking in the ruined tower? You know where young Jasper is and all that? Fen asked. No. Gatehouse, probably. Aye. Hopefully. God's balls. You really have to go back? Yes. At least go somewhere else in the town. An inn or whatever. Tower ain't safe anyway. Took a lot of hits. Won't be weatherproof. It repairs itself. What? Yes. Handy. Morgram's voice held a weariness that Fen didn't like. Maybe he'd been hit harder than he was letting on. And that wind felt icy when all the person's clothes were wet. Better keep Morgram talking. Andy, Fen repeated. That what you call it? Blame great marvel, more like. Yes. How does that work, then? It's old magic, built in with the stones. That what the name means? The Unkit Tower? That it builds itself? Unkit's just an old dialect word. It means eerie, unnatural. Morgram sounded more normal already. It has its own ideas about what rooms you should have and where the windows and doors should be and so on. And sometimes it changes. You wake up one morning and the door ain't where you left it. Aye, I'd call that eerie. You get used to it. Place is bloody swarming with magic, ain't it? Yes, I love it. Even if I could leave, I wouldn't. Morgram's voice was so much stronger that Fen found himself saying, Look, you want to tell me what happened now? With this River X thing? Why couldn't you magic it away? Hit it with a lightning bolt or whatever it is you do? There was another long pause. Couldn't get the trick of it, Morgram said, finally. in the small, quenched voice of a boy admitting to breaking a window. Fen remembered him using a similar phrase about the balefire on Mandio. I and Morgrim still felt guilty about that. Clearly, Morgrim's magic did not always happen in an instant. Time to change the subject. "Think it's safe to go back yet?" Fen asked. "If it's coming for me, we should go from here soon anyway." "Fair point. Wait, what's that? Look!" A white thing was moving on the headland. The hex. From this distance it seemed weak and inconsequential, like a thread waving in the breeze. It must have slithered down the tower rock, crossed the narrow channel of sea at the bottom, and made it up the cliff on the other side. It was still trying to get to Morgrim. Fen thanked his stars he hadn't tried to hide somewhere in the city and led the blamed thing all through people's parlours. "We should go," Fen said. "Wait," Morgrim said. "Watch." The hex crawled a short distance, seemed to lose the way, and turned back towards the cliff it had just come up. It faltered, stopped. It appeared to grow, and Fen's heart leapt into his mouth, thinking it was getting stronger or gathering itself to leap into the air. Then it vanished, like a burst bubble, leaving only a wet stain on the rock. "Gone?" Fen said. "It has gone." Morgrim took in a huge breath and let it out. "Yes, gone. Used up its power." Fen took in a deep breath too, relief coursing through him like warm beer. "Right, best be getting back then. You ready? Won't ask you to hold tighter, because I prefer my ribs unbroken and I like to breathe now and then." He clicked his tongue and put his heels to squab sides. "Come up, lad." The horse gathered itself and launched off the edge, nice and smooth. He'd known it would. It was a different animal in the air. He patted its neck as they flew over the headland. "Good lad, Squab. Good horse." Morgrim said. "Fen, I haven't said thank you. You saved my life. You and your horse." "Ah, no matter." Morgrim gave a genteel snort into Fen's ear. "It matters to me." "Ah, well, to me and all. What I meant was, I don't need no thanks. Not letting a wet fucker like that get a gorgeous bloke like you, and that's on my own account. You understand? Last night meant a lot to me." Morgrim didn't say anything, but his vice-like grip about Fen's middle relaxed, just a fraction. Fen surprised himself by smiling into the wind as the tower grew closer. Chapter 13. They landed on the tower bridge to cheering from the city. People lined the walls. They stood on roofs, waved from windows and balconies and flagpoles. Clearly, while some folk loved to hate Morgrim, sometimes they plain loved him as well. Morgrim slipped off the horse, staggered, and grabbed hold of Fen's calf to stop himself falling. Fen steadied him by the shoulder. "Sorry," Morgrim muttered. "Leg's not working." "Give them a minute." Aramella ran up, not from the palace but from the tower. She wore leather armour that was too large and not properly buckled over a fine green velvet tunic. She grabbed Morgrim's arm and pulled him into an embrace. The cheers from the city exploded into thunderous applause. "Oh, gods! Morgrim! Morgrim!" she was saying. I'm fine. Morgrim patted her shoulder. She pulled away. "Has it gone?" "Yes." "All right. You're sure? All right. What now?" "Nothing. I stay here." She glanced at Fen, shook her head as if to say, "What are we going to do with him?" Fen shrugged. Aramella put her hands on her hips. "Morgrim, you can't." "I stay here. We walk up and down the bridge, let everyone see us, then you go back to the palace and I go back to the tower, and that's it."
"No, not any longer. I'm not standing for it. I'm not—"
"Mella, shut up."
"But you can't—"
"Don't you see? We've won a round." Morgrim patted Fen's knee. "Thanks to Fen and Squab. Now, shut up, because—" Aramella shot a puzzled look at Fen, and a disbelieving one at Morgrim. But Morgrim's cryptic remark clearly meant something to her.
"You mean you haven't?"
she said. "I haven't," Morgrim said tightly.
"But I thought—"
"Yes, that, but not that." What in blazes were they talking about? Fen looked from one to the other, all at sea.
"Oh, gods, Morgrim! Oh, gods!"
She ran a hand over her face in exasperation.
"But you can, you know. In fact, you should. Especially now."
All right. Maybe. Now, will you shut up, please?" Morgrim looked up at Fen. "Aramella and I need to stay out here for a while. Let everyone see I'm all right. You go on and give that horse all the upholstery it likes. Heaven knows it deserves it. And maybe you could find Fang. She hides under the sideboard when she's frightened, so I hope. All right, I'll be in shortly." He didn't wait for an answer. He turned to Aramella, saying, "Come on, let's walk. Just not too fast, or I'll fall over. And stop looking so worried. No problems here. Everything's fine. Smile. Got it?" Fen stared after their retreating backs. Morgrim had dismissed him. Nicely, but definitely. And Morgrim and Aramella had had one of those private conversations that people who know each other well can have, while still giving nothing away to Fen. So even after Fen had saved his life, there were still things Morgrim didn't want him to know. Well, that was just grand, wasn't it? Fen put his hands to Squab's sides. For once the portcullis was open. He rode through it into the rain. Across the courtyard, the tower door was open too, knocked off its hinges seemingly. Soldiers were everywhere. Some were collecting blocks of masonry from the centre of the courtyard and stacking them at the foot of the tower. Some were on guard, and others seemed to be running around just for the fun of it. Fen ignored everyone and headed Squab towards the mews. The order of things that had to happen was very clear in his mind. First, practical matters. See to Squab, find Jasper, find Fang, check Blaze. Second, get rid of everybody except Morgrim. Third, fuck Morgrim to within an inch of his life. Lastly, ask Morgrim what in blazes was going on. Good. He reached the mews and dismounted, then changed his mind and led Squab to the stables instead. He didn't want it interrupting him when he was involved in Priority 3, but all the same, shutting it away in the mews felt wrong. If something else attacked, he wanted it to be able to get to him. In the stall, he gave Squab 4 worn-out pillowcases, an old apron and a dozen old socks. He also gave it a rub-down and a hug, and whispered some complimentary things into one of its large, coarse, lily-shaped ears. Then he left it to its feast. On his way to find Jasper, he called into the tack-room for that bottle of linseed oil, because he was thinking ahead and there'd be no time for anything as fancy as thinking later on. Not if he had anything to do with it.
He put the bottle in his pocket. He found Jasper hovering at the postern door. The boy seemed physically unharmed, but was whey-faced and trembling. That needed tending to. Fenn went over to him.
"You all right, lad? Glad to see you upright."
Something about Jasper's pinched white face made Fenn open his arms. Somewhat to his surprise, Jasper walked into them and stood there, letting Fenn hug him.
"There, there," Fenn said, patting his back. "What's it to do? That give you as bad a scare as it did me? Right, give you the collywobbles, a thing like that, eh? But Morgram's all right, and I'm all right, and so are you now, eh?"
Yes, Jasper said, pulling back and wiping his eyes.
"Aye, course you are. You're grand, and my ugly old horse is stuffing its face with socks and reckoning all its birthdays have come at once. So, everything's getting back to normal, ain't it?"
Jasper managed a weak smile.
"Yes. Good man. Now, you ain't seen that kitten about, Fang?"
No, I haven't."
"Ain't seen her crossing the courtyard, or the bridge?"
"No, sir."
"Then she's likely still inside. Well, that's a relief. And what about Blaze? Seen her?"
"Oh, no. Should I?"
Grand idea. You go and check on her. I'll look for Fang. Meet you back here, eh?"
"All right." Jasper ran off, looking steadier.
Lad had just needed to be given something to do. Now, the cat. Fenn threaded his way through the soldiers and lumps of masonry in the courtyard, and went into the hall. Apart from the missing door, which someone had propped up against an inside wall, and some lumps of stone in the fireplace, the room was miraculously untouched. Fenn lay on his stomach in front of the sideboard and peered under. A pair of eyes caught the light, watched him, blinked. There was a rusty squeak, and a moment later Fang was rubbing her cheek against his knuckles. "And you're all right and all." Fenn scratched her under the chin and elicited a throaty purr that was all out of proportion to her size. So, Jasper was checking Blaze. Next step, get rid of all the soldiers. But when he got back to the door, this next step was already underway. The soldiers were filing out the postern door, and the portcullis was being lowered. Jasper appeared in the mustering ground gateway, looked around, spotted Fenn and gave a thumbs up. Blaze was all right. Fenn gave him a nod. Fang all right too. Morgram appeared, ducking under the portcullis at the last minute. He strode across the courtyard towards Fenn, robe flapping damply around his legs. Without glancing the lad's way, Morgram called, "Jasper, mind the gatehouse. No admittance to anyone. No approaching the tower unless I call you. Dangerous. Magic. Understand? Good. Go." Jasper scuttled across the courtyard, reaching the gatehouse as the last soldier vanished, and the portcullis clanged to the ground. He went in and closed the postern door behind him. Morgram sailed up the broken tower steps like a thundercloud on legs. He looked so grimly determined that it was clear Priority 3 would have to go off the boil for a bit. Morgram doubtless needed to get some magic done, make sure they were safe in case another hex thing came. Made sense, really. All the same. Damn. Morgram stopped short, just outside. "Where's the front door?" "Here, against the wall on the outside. Reckon they bashed it in." "Damn. Never mind. Come on." He swept past Fenn,
heading down the long side of the banqueting table, making for the other side of the room. Fen hurried after him. "Did you find Fang?" Morgrim asked. "Under the sideboard, like you said. Bit scared, but fine. Where we going?" "Blaze." "Fine. Jasper checked you. Where did you say we were going?" "Downstairs. I need a door. One that works." "A door? Right." Fen thought about this. "How do you do magic with a door?" "What?" "Thing is, been wondering how you do it, you know, whether it's spells or potions or whatever. Never thought of doors. Do you go through them, like, in some occult way and bring the magic back from some other place?" Morgrim stopped. "What are you talking about?" "Well, you. Magic. Doors." Morgrim gave him a full-bore frown. "I do not do magic with doors. I need a door because I need to close one." "Right, but—" "Fen, so we can fuck. On the other side of it, yes?" "Oh, aye. Aye." "Yes, because I don't want anyone watching and I don't trust Jasper not to snoop." "Got it. Anywhere, then. I got linseed oil in my pocket." Morgrim gave him a look that nearly made him spend right there, without a single touch exchanged, and breathed, "God, could you be any more perfect?" The word perfect left Fen silent and staring. Did Morgrim really think that? About him? Couldn't be. Must have been a sort of a joke. Morgrim gave a shaky inhalation, turned away and began walking again. Hadn't sounded like a joke, though. Hadn't sounded like one at all. Fen went after him. Morgrim was now threading his way through the collection of items that turned this part of the room into something like a dark second-hand furniture shop or a scrap merchant's yard. There were towering dressers, vast chests, immense settees and a series of solid benches. Also a pile of doors, lots of stacked casement windows, brass chandeliers in a many-armed pile, and some sort of instrument that gave a ghostly musical sigh as Morgrim swept past. And there, overshadowed by a towering wardrobe, an opening in the stone wall, and steps leading down. But Fen wasn't waiting any longer. Perfect. Morgrim had called him perfect. Fen was shaking with desire and reckless with it. He caught Morgrim's elbow and pulled him into an embrace chest to chest. "Far enough." "No door," Morgrim said, not pulling away. "Don't care." Fen got his hand under the hem of Morgrim's long robe. He fumbled for the buttons of Morgrim's waistband, undid them, took a moment to squeeze his cock through the damp fabric. Morgrim gasped, hardening in Fen's grip. Fen was hard too. Already. It was as if the fear and danger of the morning had been transformed into some elaborate foreplay that had gone on until he was at a breaking point. He was going to spend in a few moments, no matter what happened. "What about Jasper?" Morgrim said in his ear. "Won't come, guaranteed. And even if he did, too dark over here, too far away. Yes, but... And this is going to be the hardest, fastest fuck you ever had, so shut up and it'll be done and no one the wiser." Morgrim half laughed, half whimpered, and tore at the front of Fen's trousers. Fen tugged at Morgrim's trousers and drawers, yanking off one of Morgrim's boots, so he could get them down properly and off one leg. Morgrim's hands were everywhere, pulling at Fen's shoulders, at his hips. He was muttering in Fenn's ear. "Quick! Quick!" Fenn got his hands under Morgrim's arse, lifted him and took a couple of strides to some dark bit of furniture by the doorway. It had a front that sloped backwards, likely a writing desk. He wedged Morgrim against this, got the bottle out of his pocket with one hand, pulled the cork with his teeth, spat it away, and slopped some oil onto his fingers. Morgrim had dealt with his robe, bunching it up at the front. He was leaning back onto the dark wood, breathing fast, his eyes bright slits, half closed. His trousers trailed off one knee, and his legs were wrapped around Fenn's waist. The only downside was that Fenn now had his back to the main tower doorway. "Keep a lookout," he ordered. Morgrim made a noise that was part affirmative, part protest, part plea. Fenn gave his own cock a slathering of oil. Personally, he didn't much care if Jasper came in. It was only fucking, and Jasper had proved last night he was no prude for all he was young. Anyway, if the whole army came in with a general on a white horse at their head, Fenn would still want to get his cock home. Right now. He fumbled the bottle down somewhere, got an oily finger inside Morgrim's arse and pushed, slow. Morgrim writhed and made a keening noise that set Fenn's blood on fire. Fenn got a second finger in, preparing the way. Then he got both hands under Morgrim's arse again, lifting him to the right height, and pushed forward with his hips. The angle went wrong, and he cursed and spared a hand to guide the head of his cock inside. Morgrim hissed and threw his head back. Fenn pushed in part way, feeling the resistance, waiting. Then he thrust, slowly the first time, but it was so good, so sweet, so right that the second time he gave it everything. The back of Morgrim's head hit the wall, but he didn't seem to notice. Fenn thrust again and again, everything in him already screaming to come, everything black and red and furious. Faster and faster. Nothing but perfect rising bliss. Dimly, he felt Morgrim worm a hand down to grab his own cock. Then Morgrim gave a great shudder, and Fenn was gone himself, lost in a sensation sharp as a series of slaps, and sweet as 100 kisses. Fenn came back to himself, to find his face buried in Morgrim's neck, Morgrim's hair in his mouth and everything wet, meaning he drooled over the man like a dog over a roast chicken. Fenn straightened and wiped his mouth dry on the back of his hand. Morgrim still had his head thrown back, eyes closed, face slack. So much for keeping a lookout. Fenn glanced over his shoulder. Empty doorway, empty room. Good. He'd never thought Jasper would disobey orders today anyway. Lad had been too rattled. Although Fenn had forgotten that sex seemed to cause a dramatic abandonment in Morgrim, almost as if it were a drug. Well, he hadn't forgotten. He just hadn't really believed it would happen again. And he'd wanted Morgrim so badly that nothing else had felt important. Anyway, the whole thing had taken less than 5 minutes. 5 minutes that had been better than whole weeks with other men. Morgrim said, "Gods! Oh, my fucking gods! You magicked up again? Fuck yes! Thought you were worried about Jasper. Little sneak. I stopped caring when you put your hand up my robe. Huh, me and all. And don't call the boy that, ain't nice." Morgrim opened his eyes, looked past Fenn,
closed them again. Need to lie down. Everything jelly. Lie down here, on the floor.
Morgram had had a terrible shock and was wet through. Lying on the cold stone floor seemed the great-granddaddy of bad ideas.
Anywhere, Morgram murmured. Don't care. I'd lie on thorns. I'd just float. Give over. You'll catch your death.
Fenn spotted some rolled carpets by a dresser. A carpet was better than a stone floor. He lifted Morgram off the writing desk, made sure he wasn't going to fall over, and unrolled a carpet. It was black, with black tassels. Morgram sank down onto it, holding his trouser leg and boot in one hand. He sighed, stretching as if it was the finest feather bed. Fenn lay next to him, using one of the unrolled carpets as a pillow.
Alive, Morgram said. We're still alive. Can you believe it? Although, are we? Doesn't this feel like heaven? Maybe you didn't save me after all. There's this much dust in heaven?
Morgram smiled, that easy, unfocused smile that made him look so unfamiliar, and draped an arm and bare leg across Fenn. Fenn shifted to make him more comfortable. Despite his remark about the dust, he knew what Morgram meant. It was bliss to lie there together, and to simply be, while the rain rattled against the nearest window, and the kitten played with a loose thread at the foot of the old carpet. But after a while, Fenn remembered that he had questions, and he reckoned he had a right to some answers.
What were you and Aramella talking about, out there?
Nothing. Morgram's voice was a dismissive mumble. He sounded nearly asleep.
Sounded like there's something you ought to tell me.
Not now, Fenn. Please. Fenn drew in his breath to insist, considered the fact that Morgram had just nearly died, and let it out again, trying to send his frustration with it. Because perhaps peppering Morgram with questions right now was a bit harsh, especially when he'd have to get to work on some anti-hex magic any minute. Let the poor bloke take a moment. The floor became hard. Fenn shifted, and a number of aches and pains twinged, especially about the ribs. His clothes were still damp, and he was none too warm. Morgram couldn't exactly be toasty himself. Fenn glanced down at Morgram's hand, which rested on Fenn's chest. It was cleaner than he'd expected, but it was still all cuts and scratches, the fingernails broken and bloody.
Ought to get you cleaned up, Fenn said.
It's fine. I washed. They brought me water on the bridge.
Aye, but you want something on those cuts. Bitter aloes, that's the stuff.
Isn't that for horses?
Works on people, too. Used to use it on all the stable hands, and myself.
Can we not just lie here? Morgram sounded almost plaintive.
You'll get poorly. You should change. And then I'm putting summit on your hands before you get to work and no nonsense. Got it?
Morgram sighed.
Work, yes.
His tone was so dispirited, Fenn found himself saying,
Listen, no, I don't know nothing about anti-hex potions or whatever it is you're planning. I know that. But happen I could help you somehow.
Morgram tensed and slowly withdrew his arm and leg. He rolled away from Fenn to lie on his back. The silence grew heavy. Fenn's cheeks grew warm.
Don't mean to get in your way, but want you to know I'd do anything so we can make sure that wet bastard don't come back. Fetching and carrying for you, getting, I don't know what, eye of Tord, an ear of newt, whatever. I'm not a potions man."
Morgrim's tone was so flat and unfriendly that a spark of irritation lit inside Fen.
"Well, how the blazes should I know? You ain't told me nothing, ain't shown me nothing practical. It's all theories and ideas and magic this and magic that. If how you do spells is a secret, then say so, but I wish to the gods you'd let me help." "You can't help. It's kind of you to offer, but no one can help."
Morgrim sat up, putting his arms around his knees. Fen stared at the back of his robe. Patches of stone dust had dried on it, great grey blotches like blooms of lichen. There were several small tears across the shoulders. His pose was so defensive, so downcast. The urge to help him, to fix things, was impossible to resist.
"But how do you know I can't help?" Fen said. "For God's sake, I know. Stop pestering." "Pestering, is it?" Stung, Fen sat up. "You've said it yourself. You don't know anything about magic, so stop going on about it." "Well, that's me told." Fen got to his feet, irritation mounting. "Reckon I don't know anything about anything, do I?"
Morgrim glanced up.
"What do you mean? Ain't stupid. You think I ain't noticed there's something going on? You been jumpy as a cat the whole time I been here, but you won't tell me someone's out to kill you until a great big fucking river slug turns up and nearly does for you. And now there's still things you ain't telling me. Won't tell me about magic. Won't tell me what you and Aramella were talking about out there. Won't tell me 100 other things, I reckon. I'm not at liberty. Liberty bollocks. Ain't telling because you don't trust me. Fine. That's up to you. Keep your secrets. Keep your magic. You don't want my help. I'm leaving you to it."
Morgrim looked up again quickly.
"Where are you going?" "To the stables."
But the stables, with the Warple horse quietly eating its head off and the patter of raindrops sounding all the time like Morgrim's footsteps, was the last place Fen wanted to be.
"No,"
he said. A flash of alarm crossed Morgrim's face.
"But you're not going? Not for good?"
he asked, in so small a voice that Fen almost said, "Course not," just to see the relief in his face. But suddenly the idea of leaving seemed a possibility. Something wasn't right at the tower, and nobody would tell him what it was. The sense of being left out of things, of not being told the truth, was becoming unbearable, especially on top of the events of the morning. He'd got what he wanted. Morgrim the Sorcerer kneeling at his feet. But he'd also found a line he couldn't cross, and he felt a fool for trying. Because he didn't belong here. Not really. And likely never would. Ought to go somewhere he did belong. All the same, he felt no desire to hurt Morgrim needlessly. The bloke was infuriating, but no one deserved pain for the sake of it.
"Don't know what I'm doing," Fen said truthfully. "Ain't storming off, case that's what you're thinking. You'll see me again. But right now, I want a drink. In a pub."
Chapter 14. Fen chose the tower view because there were strains of music coming from the Green Gate, and he didn't think he could bear jollity or conversation. He wanted somewhere quiet and dimly lit, with a table by himself and a pint in his hand. Inside, the view was much fancier than he was used to. It was done out in the new style, all one big room with a serving area in the middle, surrounded by lots of little tables and dozens of mirrors and glowing crystals everywhere. It had a marvellous view of the broken tower, shrouded in its clouds, and despite the fact that it was only mid-morning, it was full of townsfolk, all eating and drinking and making a hubbub in a dozen different languages. It wasn't the murky bolt hole he'd wanted, but Fen was in no mood for delay. He wanted a drink, and he wanted it now. This would have to do. He found a stool at the corner of the bar, and the landlord poured him a pint with no unnecessary chat, and that was grand. Fen took a gulp, and the ale was good, and that was grand too, and the noise of the crowd was comforting in a way. It was certainly better than the silence and the pat, pat, pat of the rain dripping from the gutter. And if Squab blundered in to find him, and the other patrons laughed, then fuck them. The horse could bloody fly. It had done a fine morning's work. It had kicked a river hex right in its horrible watery neb. Poor old Squab might be as handful as a sack of potatoes, and troublesome as 10 goblins, but he was some horse. Fen would never be ashamed of him again. He took a long pull at his pint. Although Fen probably deserved to be laughed at for thinking he could help Morgrim with magic. Him, Fen Todd, helping the greatest sorcerer of the age. What a dolt. But no, that wasn't fair, because Morgrim had been stuck with that river hex thing, and Fen had helped. He'd more than helped. He'd saved Morgrim's life. And Morgrim still didn't trust him enough to tell him what was going on, or accept further assistance. That was partly what was so galling. Fen took another swallow. The ale went down easy. Wine at dinner was all very well, but there was nothing like a pint. And he had plenty of money. He could sit here until the sharp edges of things were blurred away and the day was gone. He thought of Morgrim, sitting there on the black carpet amongst a host of old furniture, watching him walk away. Fen didn't think of himself as a stubborn man, but he knew other people sometimes did. Perhaps he was in the wrong here. He didn't usually try to ferret personal information out of the men he fucked. Usually, because he didn't care whether they were honest with him or not. So perhaps he'd pressed Morgrim too hard. Perhaps he ought to go back and apologize, and not ask questions again. But what about Jasper, and the lad's desire to learn magic? Morgrim was too hard on the boy, and that was a fact. Fen took another gulp. Pint was nearly gone already. He put the tankard down and it made an audible click on the bar. Far too loud. Had he thumped it down harder than he'd meant? Was the ale stronger than it tasted? He froze. It had sounded so loud because the whole pub had gone silent. There was not a murmur. Not a giggle, not a rustle of cloth or a gurgle of drink. Fen had his back to the door, but he glanced up and took in the landlord's stunned expression. So, Squab had come. No surprise there, then. And in a moment the room would explode with laughter. Whatever. Fen was finishing his pint. Let them stare. Let them laugh. Sod them all. A voice said behind him, "Fen." Fen whirled and nearly fell off his stool. Morgrim stood there, grim and fierce as a fishing eagle, chin high, rigid with dignity. He had his staff in one hand, and he gave off waves of unapproachability so thick Fen could practically see them. Fen glanced about the room at all the open-mouthed faces, and remembered Morgrim saying, "I don't drink in public houses." And yet here he was, in one. And just after an assassination attempt, too.
"Now then,"
Fenn said, too surprised to think of anything more sensible. "May I join you?" Morgram sounded stiff and formal, and annoyed to be asking. But Fenn saw the uncertainty in his eyes and the tension in his jaw. Morgram genuinely half expected him to say, "No, fuck off."
"Aye, course."
Fenn looked along the bar. Somehow the people who'd been lining it had melted away. Fenn indicated the nearest stool and added, "Sit." Morgram pulled the stool a little closer and sat, gingerly, like a man unsure of the etiquette. Fenn lifted his hand to the gawking innkeeper and raised a couple of fingers. "Two more, thanks." The innkeeper hurried to bring the drinks, and it was as if the spell had been lifted from the other patrons. There was an explosion of whispering and smothered exclamations. "You wouldn't rather be alone? You've only to say," Morgram said. "No, I wouldn't." "You came to find me, then?" Fenn could hear the wonder in his own voice. "I came to apologize." Well, reckon I should do the same. Shouldn't have pressed you so hard." "No, your questions were fair. You saved my life, and I'm still lying to you. I'm the one in the wrong. I'm sorry." He looked so stricken that Fenn said, quickly, "Accepted. There, it's over. Hey, you all right? Wasn't going to run out on you." "I know. You said so." "Right, and I won't. Now, drink your pint." Morgram sipped the drink. He was wearing his black riding gloves, perhaps to hide his injured hands. "Good, eh?" Fenn said. There was a pleasant warm feeling in his gut, and it wasn't the beer. Morgram had come to find him, had apologized. If they'd been somewhere private, Fenn would have kissed him 12 times. "Not bad," Morgram said. "Do you good to try something different. Funny, you lived in that tower most of your life, and you never came in here. It's your local." "I don't care to make a spectacle of myself," Morgram said, a bit prim. "Huh, except when you do. All that parading around on the bridge." "That was necessary." "Aye, maybe. And the long black robe and painted fingernails? That necessary. Not but what it suits you." "It goes with the job." "No, it don't," Fenn said flatly. "I'm older than you, remember? I remember old Wirram Malevolent. Saw lots of pictures of her. She wore big colourful dresses and lots of beads and charms, and an orange turban because her ma was from Kavera, or one of those places. I mean, it's what Morgram the Sorcerer wears. You said something like that last night. I still don't get it." Morgram put his pint down. "Do you know where I'm from? A village in the Sirenetti Mountains. My parents kept goats. I had no shoes and one tunic, and they often couldn't afford to send me to school. But I had magic. A lot of it. And when I came here, you have no idea how afraid I was of all the fancy rich people with their long words and their way of looking down their noses. I needed something to protect me." He touched his chest, indicating his robe. "Armour, you see? But also a costume that would help people see what they needed to see. Madame Malevolent told me to pick something people would recognize easily, like she had those enormous dresses and all those beads and charms. I chose a black robe. Do you know why?" "No." Morgram smiled suddenly. "I thought it would be inconspicuous. Fen choked on his drink and gave a bark of laughter. Morgrim was watching him, smiling, but his eyes were sad.
"Bet you were sweet," Fen said. 13?
I was scared and lonely and overwhelmed.
Aye, and sweet, I dare say.
I was very rude. I barely spoke because I didn't want to risk saying something stupid by mistake. So I got a reputation for terrifying subtlety with a dash of arrogance. Quite useful, really. It's amazing how silence unnerves people if the person being silent is wearing a long black robe and is too nervous to smile.
Aye, and is the court sorcerer into the bargain?
Oh, well, yes, that too. Morgrim picked up his pint and sipped it again. Fen sipped his own drink. This was nice, this was. And not just nice. It felt important. He was learning facts that felt essential. And things felt different, as if Morgrim had dropped some internal armor, as well as explaining about the external kind.
"Been meaning to ask," Fen said. "Morgrim? That your real name?"
Morgrim quirked a surprised eyebrow, but all he said was,
"Yes." "Ah, and that's what you like in private?"
"Well, it's my name, so yes." He sounded puzzled.
"Thought it might be a surname, see? Been called Todd in my time. Don't mind it, but wouldn't want it in private."
"Oh, I see. Yes, Morgrim's my given name."
"And you ain't got no family name?"
"I have one. I don't use it professionally."
"Well, Morgrim's got quite a ring to it, eh? Sounds like a court sorcerer."
"It's not unfit."
"What's your family name, then?"
Fen grinned.
"Suppose it's Smith or Ferraro or something plain, eh? Or maybe something like Sweetin or Lovekin, eh?"
"It's Mauldeth." Fen blinked.
"Ah."
"Yes, so I could have gone with Master Mauldeth, but I thought Morgrim was more approachable." Fen couldn't help but smiling into his drink.
"Friendlier? Aye."
He glanced at Morgrim, who was hiding his own smile behind his tankard. They were both silent, drinking their ale. The pub noise had reached more normal levels, though Fen was very aware of being watched, and doubtless Morgrim felt the stares worse than he did. All the same, having Morgrim in the pub with him still felt unutterably precious. And soon, Morgrim would tell him the truth about whatever was going on at the tower. A cold trickle of dread ran through Fen, because it must be something bad. Something very bad if today's events were anything to go on. Fen stared at the rows of bottles behind the bar, and found himself wishing that Morgrim was not the court sorcerer, all mixed up in politics and violence and dangerous magics. If only Morgrim could have been something ordinary, a fisherman or a crystal fixer or something, and after a pint they could have gone home to an ordinary house and fucked in an ordinary bed, and then woken up tomorrow and gone to work, and then met here and done it all again. And the days would have stretched ahead of them, plain and good, glowing with ordinary delights. He turned to Morgrim, taking in the feel of him, the ink-dark sweep of his robe, the fall of his long black hair, the sharpness of his eyes. Ah, but Morgrim wouldn't be Morgrim if he wasn't hedged about with peril and magic and secrets. And moreover, there'd likely be no room for a flying warple horse in that ordinary pleasant life. No, he wouldn't want that. Fen drained his pint. "Reckon you've got some talking to do," he said gently. Morgrim put his drink down. It was still half full. "I know, but not here. I can't risk anyone overhearing. These really are state secrets." State secrets that made Morgrim look like a lad about to be beaten. In fact, he looked so haunted, Fen almost considered saying, "Forget it, change my mind, don't want to know." But of course, he didn't. "Ah, all right. The tower, then?" Back at the tower, Morgrim led him first to the library, and then to a staircase Fen had never noticed before, because the entrance to it was concealed behind a bookshelf. Fen had expected the stairwells up here to be choked with rubble, but it was possible to scramble up. Morgrim opened a door on the 3rd floor, shut it behind them, and barred it. They were in another dim, round, cavernous room. Swathes of dusty cobwebs hung from the high rafters that supported the floor of the room several yards above them. But the most noticeable feature was the mist, which had flowed in through the huge hole in the wall to the north. Rain had drifted in too, and darkened the wooden floorboards beneath the hole. But, as Morgrim had said, the tower was already repairing itself. Bits of mortar were rolling back into the hole's edges. A big black stone nestled itself into place, and another was nosing in from the outside in an inquisitive way a stone oughtn't to have. It was handy, all right, but it was blame uncanny. Morgrim turned from the hole and led Fen across to the southernmost curve of the room. Here, dwarfed by the room's giant proportions, stood a 4-poster bed that would have looked gigantic in any other setting. The bed was resplendent with black plumes and hangings of black silk. Toppling towers of books stood all about, and nearly engulfed a tall but overwhelmed bookshelf. There was a fireplace set into the wall, an easy-chair upholstered in more black silk, and a wardrobe and chest of drawers. Fang, the kitten, lay sprawled across a pair of Morgrim's red boots on the hearth. So, Fen had been admitted to Morgrim's bedroom. Shame Fen was too nervous to enjoy the fact. Morgrim stopped by one of the narrow windows. It should have overlooked the town and the palace, but as it was, it showed only grey streaks of rain and a lot of thick cloud. Morgrim propped his staff against the stone sill. He crossed his arms and bowed his head as if steeling himself for a beating. Fen perched on the edge of the black silk easy-chair, a sick feeling in his stomach. "Come on, then. What couldn't you tell me in the pub?" There was a pause. Fang stretched, then curled into a tighter ball. "Fen, for what it's worth, I'm not proud of any of this. But it was necessary." Fen stiffened. There was something chilling about Morgrim's tone and choice of words. "Necessary. That right. Get on, then." There was another long pause. Eventually, in a small, quenched voice, Morgrim said, "The main thing you need to know is, I have no magic. None. At all." Chapter 15. Fen felt as if the ground had vanished beneath him, chair and all. It was like that day on the mustering ground, only this time there was nothing holding him up either. "What?" he said. No magic. I have none. None, Fen echoed faintly. He still felt as if perhaps he hadn't understood. That's right. So wait, you're a fraud. Morgram twitched. No, but then he shrugged. Yes, sort of. I used to have it, but not anymore. I lost it 2 years ago. But the clouds! Fen gestured helplessly at the window, at the rain. They were the last thing I conjured. Well, nearly the last thing. But how can that happen? How can you lose magic? Morgram seemed to shrink into himself. I don't know, but I suppose I did too much. Thought I was more powerful than I was. I wanted to stop the drought. I experimented here, conjuring clouds. I thought it had worked because... He nodded at the amorphous grey mass outside. Well, you've seen them. So I went out into the countryside, to the north where the drought's worst, and I worked the magic again. Only this time, I gave it everything I had. Everything. Because I wanted enough rain to cover the whole area. I was alone. I always work alone. The magic was building. The cloud was gathering. It was raining. And then everything stopped. There was an emptiness, as if I was nothing, like a wound in the soul. And the magic just died. I tried again, lots of times, but nothing happened. I collapsed and I must have passed out for a bit, because when I woke up it was morning, and some people from the local castle where I was staying had come to find me. But the next day, there was still nothing. I tried to make a light. It was one of the first things I learned. And I couldn't do it. So I came home to the tower. The clouds were still here, and I couldn't send them away. I couldn't do anything. And at first I thought, never mind. I overextended myself. It's just exhaustion. But I rested, and rested. And then I tried, and I tried to do magic again, and I've tried everything, and it's been 2 years, and I still can't do anything. I can't send a hex away. I can't defend myself. I can't defend anyone. If someone attacks, I've got nothing. Morgram's voice wobbled. I still can't even make a light. Fen shook his head, trying to take it in. All this time he'd thought of Morgram as breathtakingly strong, so certain in his power and his position that nothing could touch him. But that wasn't the case at all. Morgram had nothing. This was why he hadn't dealt with the river hex. This was why he'd shown Fen no practical magic. This was why he'd shown Jasper none. This was why Morgram was so bloody jumpy and tense all the time. Someone was trying to kill him, and he was as defenseless as the kitten asleep on the hearth. Morgram was standing with his head down, shoulders drooping. He put his face in his hands, and Fen remembered the night he'd flown in, and seen him through the library window. Morgram despairing. Not about the drought, or not only about the drought, but about this, obviously. Morgram the Sorcerer, with no magic. God! Fen had only used magic for a few short weeks, but he could sense, a little, how awful losing it must be. So on top of someone trying to kill Morgram, he was also dealing with the devastating personal loss of magic. What a bloody terrible, awful situation. And while 1,000 ramifications to the situation were lurking in the back of Fenn's mind, the most immediate one was that Morgram was upset. As who wouldn't be? Fenn got up, put a hand on Morgram's arm. Gods, Morgram, I had no idea. That wasn't enough. Fenn put an arm around Morgram's hunched shoulders. Oh, Pestle, gods all this time, eh? And that hex thing? And you with nothing? Oh, gods! Morgram shook his head and tried to shrug Fenn away. He took his hands away from his face. Stop it! Morgram's voice broke. Stop being nice to me! Don't you understand? Don't you see? I've used you! This is why I invited you to stay. To keep up the charade that I still have power, because you've got a flying horse. It's staying at the tower. You're wearing my colours. You're using a saddle blanket with a tower's emblem on it. I made sure of both those things. So people see the horse and assume I made it. Fenn let his arm drop from Morgram's shoulders. He felt for a moment nothing. A terrible emptiness, as if he was caught in the eye of a storm. Like a wound in the soul indeed. Used. To sustain a lie. I let the horse go that day it came to you in the town, Morgram was saying. You were so reluctant to let people see it. Gods! I tried to persuade you to fly over the city 100 times, but you wouldn't. So I set it free. I knew it would fly to you. I knew what everyone would say. There was a strange hot churning in Fenn's gut, and maybe it was anger, or maybe it was something else. The humiliation from that day in the city street still stung, but it was nothing compared to the idea that Morgram had all this time been pretending, flattering Fenn like an insincere courtier. All this time, using him. Fenn took a step back. Part of him wanted to run downstairs, to fly off on squab and never have to look at Morgram or the inside of a cloud ever again. To forget all this. But he didn't run, because he'd have sworn Morgram had been sincere in the pub, and earlier when he'd called Fenn perfect, and last night too. There was something here that didn't add up. Fenn said slowly, You embarrassed me that day. Wasn't ready to show that horse in public. I know. I'm sorry. Fenn nodded. Not that Morgram saw it. He was standing with his head bowed. But the apology made some of the heat go out of Fenn. He said, evenly enough, So, why'd you do it, eh? So you could stay in the tower? Keep your position? What? Morgram gave him a blank look. It's not about my position. I told you earlier, we're a small country with a valuable harbour. I'm Morgram, the court sorcerer. What do you think would happen if it got about that I'd lost my power? Someone will try to kill you, Fenn said. Yes, that. Morgram waved an impatient hand, as though his own death was nothing but an inconvenience. But once I'm dead, or shown to be powerless, then what? You mean someone would try to take the harbour? The harbour? And the rest of the country? You mean invasion? A creeping dread was in Fenn's very marrow. War? You really think that? It happened on Mandio when Madame Malevolent was dying? It'll happen again. Morgram's voice was chillingly matter-of-fact. "The best I can hope for is to throw everyone off the scent for as long as I can. Give the government a chance to consolidate our position, secure allies, prepare troops. But we can't do much or someone will suspect there's something amiss. There are spies everywhere." "Spies?" Finn echoed the word in disbelief. Gods, it was like something out of an adventure story. But there was nothing exciting about any of it. And something clicked into place in Fenn's head. Something about the way Morgram was with Jasper. Something about Jasper himself. Jasper climbing out of the library window. Jasper begging Fenn not to tell Morgram what he'd seen. Jasper asking questions about magic and offering sex for information. Fenn added, reluctantly, "Jasper." He waited for Morgram to say, "Don't be ridiculous." But Morgram nodded. "Spying for the Lucians, who are in bed with Tulivo, Aramella's brother. Tulivo wants the throne at any cost, even as a Lucian vassal. But Jasper isn't the only spy." Fenn glanced across the misty expanse of the room to the bar door, as if he might catch a dozen masked figures peering around the edge of it. And to think, just an hour ago he'd been hugging Jasper, assuring the lad that Morgram was all right. All Fenn's assumptions about everyone had been wrong. In fact, everything seemed to be wrong. It felt as if the solid wooden floor of the tower had turned to air. He was falling, floundering. He seized upon the fact that seemed the most wrong, as if understanding that might help him understand the whole sorry mess. "You know about Jasper, and you don't get rid of him?" Morgram made an impatient gesture. "I chose Jasper, very carefully too, so it wouldn't seem suspicious I was letting him get close to me. I show him things I think Tulivo and the Lucians ought to know, such as that I can still do magic." Fenn took another step backwards and sat down heavily in the chair. Treachery, politics, war. He couldn't take it all in. And Morgram had used him. Morgram was the scheming, lying, double-crosser that people said. Fenn said dazedly, "But Jasper knows the horse ain't yours. He saw me fly in. Yes, he knows, but everyone else thinks it is, so at least we only have Tulivo and the Lucians to worry about just now. Believe me, that's an improvement on how the situation was a month ago. I caught Jasper climbing out the library window last night," Fenn said. "He told me he was desperate to learn magic, and you wouldn't teach him. Reckon that was a lie?" "A lie, yes. He climbs in to read my papers. I leave cryptic notes on my desk about spells." "Wait, you know, and you don't stop him? Gods, apart from everything else, you know how dangerous that climb is. That window's 15 yards up above stone." "I know." "Ain't just me then, is it? You're using Jasper and all." Morgram's face hardened. "If you like. Yes. He's just a boy." "Yes." "You should let him go. He's a boy, ain't right?" Fenn got to his feet again, as if standing up would somehow help matters. "I'm not holding him here." Morgram shot him an impatient look. "Jasper's the son of a Herregovian noble, Herregovia being now a vassal state of Lucia. His parents are dead. Tulivo's friends are holding his younger sister hostage. Jasper has to pass information or his sister dies. If I dismiss him, what do you suppose will happen?" Fenn felt as if he'd walked into a trap. He'd thought he had a pretty jaded view of humanity, but this was a new level of wickedness. because it was obvious what would happen. Jasper's sister would die. But still it was wrong. Fen stepped closer to Morgrim again, as if proximity could help persuade him, and tried again. But it needn't be Jasper's fault. You could promote him somewhere else. Fault! Morgrim almost spat the word out. They wouldn't care whose fault it was. If Jasper's useful, his sister lives. If Jasper's not useful... Morgrim shrugged. Anyway, one day he'll try to kill me. If I dismiss him, that day will come sooner. Jasper, not a spy, but an assassin. Bollocks! You don't know that. No, it's how I'd use him, if I were Tulliver's spy master. If Jasper's no more use, make him take one last risk, because it won't matter if he fails. Why do you suppose I have my food prepared in the palace and delivered by soldiers? We put it about that someone had tried to poison me, but actually it's more that Jasper might try. But it's all wrong. Why not try to rescue Jasper's sister? Why not? If the spy isn't Jasper, it'll be someone else. It's better that I know. It's... Fen had been going to say, it's horrible. It's dangerous. But even as he opened his mouth, the horror and the weight of that danger seemed to fall on him like a ton of bricks. War, invasion, murder, all held back by a tissue of lies. And Morgrim had been weaving his deception for 2 years. 2 years of pretending. 2 years of fear. 2 years of expecting discovery every single day. And the situation was awful. But Fen looked at Morgrim's tired, tense face, and felt a rush of unexpected tenderness. Because Morgrim had lied to him, it was true. Morgrim had used him. But only because he was trying to avoid a war. And gods, what 2 years of all this fear and horror would do to a man. And bearing the secret alone, too. For the most part. Although... Aramella knows, Fen said. About you. Yes. It was her hiding behind the skeleton screen the morning after you arrived. Just in case you turned out to be an assassin after all. God, the night you flew in, I thought you'd come to kill me, with Jasper and that ridiculous sword to help you. The image of Morgrim, as Fen had first seen him, was burned into his memory clear as day. Morgrim the Sorcerer, blazing with rage, staff thrust out before him. That night, Fen said slowly, you weren't angry. You were frightened. Morgrim gave him a thin smile. Terrified. Why'd you come outside then, if you thought I'd come to kill you? Why? Because I'd been waiting in this tower for 2 years for someone to come and kill me, and I couldn't stand it a moment longer. I thought, I'm going out to meet him. I'm going to die in the open, fighting, not hiding in some bloody wardrobe. Morgrim shivered, as if remembering, and added, But then, of course, you didn't attack. And you thought, I could use this bloke and his horse, just like that. Pretty much. That's why I told you you'd broken a boundary spell, to manipulate you into staying. Fen thought back. Ah, you did say that too. Never was no boundary spell, was there? No. No. Changed your tune next morning. Said you'd been mistaken. Asked me to stay as your guest instead. Did you think I'd work out that boundary spell was all gammon? Morgrim shrugged. No, it was more... He stopped, sighed. "Well?" Fen prompted. "You'd been having such a hard time of it, and I felt so guilty. I thought if I invited you to stay as my guest, at least you could have a rest. And I wouldn't feel quite so bad, because I wouldn't be making you work for me as well as lying to you. It was a risk, I suppose, but you hadn't anywhere else to go. It didn't seem a very big risk. I gave Aramella a shock, though, saying you were free to go, which was the complete opposite of what I'd told her I was going to say." "I see. So Aramella knows about you, and nobody else?" "The chief tier ministers know. We had to inform them. And some members of the high command in the army and the navy. And a couple of witches in the town who I consulted out of desperation. But no one else. I hope." Morgrim looked up. "Well, except you. Now you know. Everything." Fen stared at him, wordless, trying to adjust to the way the world had turned. Eventually, Morgrim glanced down and away, back to the rain. His voice, when he spoke, was resigned. So resigned, Fen's heart nearly broke. "I suppose you hate me now." Chapter 16. Fen looked at the top of Morgrim's bowed head, at the strands of white amongst the black of his hair. Hate. Did he hate Morgrim? He wasn't sure he could. He wasn't sure how he felt about any of this. Morgrim looked up, and Fen felt as if he was seeing him for the first time. His narrow face, haggard from sleepless nights and tension, his devilish beard and dark, clever eyes, currently dull, without hope, and the deep lines on his face drawn there by the years and the demands of his job. It felt as though there were two Morgrims, the terrifying double-crossing court sorcerer of legend, and the other, the one who lay with Fen in the hay and listened to him spill out his guts, the one who rode with him and lent him books and handkerchiefs, the one who liked kittens and wanted rough sex and was nearly too shy to say so. Only they were both real. "Funny," Fen heard himself saying. "Heard you were a schemer. Heard you played folk like counters in a game." Morgrim looked away again. "It's not a game." There was such anguish in his voice that Fen almost embraced him right there. "Aye, I get that. But you didn't let me finish. Because now I found out it's true. Turns out it don't matter to me in the way I thought it would. Because you only did it to try to hold back a war." Morgrim's eyes snapped wide. It doesn't matter. You don't hate me. Bit slow sometimes, aren't you, for a clever bloke? No, I don't hate you. Can't say I like this. Don't like that you use me. Don't like how you're using the lad. But I can't fault the reasons why you're doing it. War's a terrible thing. Reckon I'd take a lot worse to hold that back." Morgrim frowned, clearly not quite believing. "All the same, Fen, I'm sorry. Well, I am and all, about this whole situation. But what I don't understand is where all the other magicians are. In the country, I mean. Why aren't they flocking round to help? You know why. There aren't many these days, and nobody's sure why. Of course we're looking, but I'm only 43. We thought we'd have years to find me an apprentice. The crystal fixers are doing what they can, developing better cannon and so on. But anyone powerful enough to stop a magical attack, to defeat an army, to make a show of power so everyone leaves us alone? No. Gods. Well, I say no. Morgram took a deep breath. "Fen, I didn't want to lay all this on you. It's why I was sending you away. Because there is one man who might be powerful enough, but he's new to magic, new to his power. Doesn't know how to harness it yet." It took Fen a moment to understand. Me and my Warple horse? Saving the country from an invading army? Oh, my stars! Oh, gods! Having a laugh, are you? You've got magic pouring out of you. Meeting you has given me more hope than I've had for a long time. I know you're not ready. That's why you have to go away, somewhere safe where you can learn what you're capable of. You can't stay here. There'll be more attacks. But you won't come? Of course not. Morgram's frown was back. I have to stay. Keep up the charade. But you've bought us time, beating that hex. People will think I had a hand in that too. Even Jasper doesn't know the truth there. You've bought us weeks, I should think. Maybe months. He paused. But anyway, I'm sorry. For everything. Not just for using you, but for keeping you here so I could get your measure. Because I did that too. Aramella and I have been deciding whether we should train you up or whether we should just let you go. We knew it could be dangerous for you to stay, but we did it anyway. Compared to everything else, this seemed inconsequential, a minor peccadillo. Although it did cast a new light on all those conversations about statecraft and ethics. And you decided I'm all right, obviously, Fen said, a bit dryly. Oh, God! Morgram closed his eyes for a moment, as if in relief. There's no one we'd rather have on our side. You're not what we thought you'd be when you first arrived. You're open-minded, egalitarian, forward-thinking. You haven't a mean or venal bone in your body. In fact, I've never met a man Morgram glanced away, took in another deep breath. If you had a year or two to practice magic, you could take my place no trouble. Fen gaped at him. Me? Court sorcerer? What else? Of course you won't get a year, but I'll give you as long as I can. Fen's skin prickled, not pleasantly. No, mate. He found himself holding his hands out, as if to push the whole daft idea away. Morgram, I'm sorry. I can see you're desperate, but no. I've got a Warple horse. Gods, it's like you've never seen it. I know it can fly. Aye, and it gave that river hex a good one so we could get away. But what use is that against an army? It's a false hope. Look, I'll do what I can. Take messages, carry people places, help out, but I'm a groom, and that's all. I'm no court sorcerer, and never will be. You need to get your magic back. That's where the best hope lies, I'd say. I've been trying for 2 years. Well, happen you need to keep at it a wee bit longer. Maybe you're almost there. Morgram just looked at him. Such a desolate expression on his face that Fen nearly embraced him again. But there was still something stopping him. Suddenly, he realized what it was. So, when you came to the stables last night, why'd you do that, eh? Because I'd done my part. You'd got what you wanted and you'd found out what you needed. So, why'd you come? You didn't need to. Morgram was silent, staring out at the rain and the clouds, at the shades of grey moving and shifting, now darker, now lighter. Well? Fen prompted. Morgram's voice was small and defeated. You thought I was sending you away, and I couldn't bear. He straightened suddenly. I've no reason, no excuse. I just came.
Because you wanted to? Personally, like?
Yes. Morgram gave him a smile, sad and apologetic. I just wanted you. Wanted sex with you. I knew it was selfish to come last night. I knew it was a bad idea, that it would complicate things. But I came anyway. I'm sorry. I ain't. Last night and today, best I ever had. Oh, Morgram's face flushed. It was the best I've ever had, too. That right? Fenn murmured. Yes. Remember last night, when you said there'd be trouble if I moved? And then when you pulled my hair? Gods, I think that's the most exciting thing that's ever happened to me. That's what I always wanted. Someone masterful who'd treat me like that. Ordering me about, rough, yes, but sort of mean as well. Even though you're neither of those things, really. Morgram shook his head as if to clear it. And the worst of it is that you truly ought to go. Last night you asked if I wanted to send you away, and I said no. And I don't want to. It's the last thing I want. But it's not about what I want. You should go all the same. Fenn thought about all this. He was quivering with nerves, but there had been a raw honesty in Morgram's voice just now, and that meant something. About that, Fenn said slowly. I know this here tower is your place, and I'll go if you tell me to go. But, under the circumstances, don't think it's up to you to send me away. If you stay, you could be killed. Worked that out this morning, thanks. Or Squab could be destroyed. Don't you see? If you lose that horse, that could be the end of it for you. No more magic. Is that what you want, to be like me? Trust me, you don't want this. This did give Fenn pause. If he died, at least he would have died for a reason, and it would all be over. All the pain and struggle, and the hope and the disappointment and the fear, and the ache in his chest when he looked at the man standing opposite. But losing Squab, having to go on without magic, a feeling of flat, grey powerlessness swept through him. So awful, he clenched his fists as if to ready himself for battle. No. He couldn't lose Squab. He didn't want that at all. But he didn't want to leave Morgram either. Because despite everything, Morgram was a good man. A man who was trying to protect his country with nothing but his wits and a sorceress black robe and pointy beard to help him. But mostly because Morgram was himself, with his web of lies and his books, and his soft, desperate kisses. Well, it's true I don't want nothing to happen to Squab, Fenn said. I'd die rather than let that happen, and I understand all right. More ex-monsters arriving any day, and other things too, most like. But I ain't leaving you here to fight them with nothing. Like fuck I am. No. You teach me as much about magic as you can, and we'll face whatever comes together. Morgram was staring at him, his expression a mix of hope and reluctance. But Fenn, no more mithering. Fenn shook his head. Ain't your choice to make, see? Now, you tell me how you do magic. Spells, is it? That's what you said before. You write them down for Jasper to find. So it's magic words or patterns like what's painted on the floor upstairs? Words? No, that's just to give Jasper something to puzzle over. Morgram waved his hand in the air, like a man stroking the rump of an invisible horse. I use gesture, movement, dance. Fenn stared at him, awed and despite the circumstances. charmed. He'd never have thought of that in 100 years. Dance. You dance up some magic? I used to. Morgrim, dancing. Well, he certainly moved nice. Fen had never thought of it as a dancer's grace, but of course that's what it was. Now he knew. Fen could easily imagine it. Morgrim the Sorcerer, flinging himself through these huge empty rooms, filling them with power and grace, his hair floating behind him, his steps lighter than air. "Do you have musicians, or what?" Fen asked. "No. When it works, the dance makes the music. Together they become the magic." That sounded like a tortuous riddle that would make Fen's brain hurt for days. He said, "The room upstairs, with the painted lines, to guide the feet. Apprentice stuff, but I repainted them a few months ago. I was trying to start again from the basics. Much good it did me." "Dancing. Who'd have thought? Show me a few steps." "That would be pointless. That won't work for you. For you it's horses. Riding." No, I get that. I just want to see you dance. Do you do it in that robe?" "Sometimes. Sometimes I take it off." Fen blinked. "Ever dance naked?" "Perhaps." Fen grinned, in spite of everything. He couldn't help it. "Bet you look beautiful. Full of surprises, ain't you? Not what anyone thinks you are." Morgrim shook his head. I don't know. I don't know what I am anymore. I used to be a sorcerer. Now I'm just tired and scared and a fake." He looked down as if examining his black riding gloves, which he was still wearing. His voice was harsh, nothing like his usual silky tones. "You know why I didn't want to tell you all this downstairs, just before? Because I'm ashamed. Of things I've done, yes. Of using you, of lying to you. But not just that. Mostly I'm ashamed of losing my magic, of not being able to get it back. I feel as if it's all my fault, that if I were better or cleverer or faster or something, I'd get it back and this would all go away. I'm letting everyone down. The whole country is at stake because of me. And I hate that. And I didn't want to see your face when I told you. Because I like the way you look at me, and I thought, that's all going to stop. Give over. Ain't none of this your fault." Fen stepped closer. "Now, come here." Fen put an arm around him and tugged gently. This time Morgrim allowed the embrace. He slid his arms about Fen's waist and put his face into Fen's neck. And of course it wasn't the first time they'd held each other. But somehow, to Fen, it felt like it. "Fen?" Morgrim's voice was a furtive whisper, like something else bad was coming. Fen steeled himself for it. "Aye?" "I'm so tired of the rain." Fen cupped his hand about the back of Morgrim's head, pulling him closer. "Aye, you would be." "Do you hate it?" It sounded as though it mattered terribly, as though Morgrim was really asking, "Do you hate me?" or something very close to it. "Can't say I do," Fen said mildly. "I like the sound of rain. Hush, it's all right." The rain pattered on the window next to them, and on the floorboards on the other side of the room, where the hex had punched the hole in the wall. But after a while, Morgrim took several deep breaths and began to relax against him. Fen tightened his grip, and realized that despite everything, he was happy. and that all the awful revelations and threats didn't matter just now, because he had his man in his arms, and his horse downstairs in the stable, and those two things were all he'd ever wanted. "I can't believe you're still here," Morgrim murmured into his neck. "Oh, I thought you'd be 100 miles away by now." "Then you ain't a very good judge of character." "Actually, I am." Morgrim gave a slight shrug. "Well, it's true I tend to expect the worst of people. I have to. It goes with the job." He sighed and added, "Sorry." "That's all right." Fen moved his fingers in Morgrim's hair. It had dried and was very smooth, very soft. "Know what your problem is? You got too much on your mind. Too many worries." Morgrim shrugged again. "That's just how things are." "That what you think?" Fen ran his fingertips down Morgrim's spine. "That's where you're wrong. I know a few tricks to make you forget everything." Morgrim shivered. "What sort of tricks?" His breath tickled Fen's throat. "Could spank you." Fen reached Morgrim's arse, gave it a squeeze, causing Morgrim to push against him. "Ain't forgotten you like the sound of that. But do you deserve it? I ain't so sure. Don't think you've been wicked enough yet. No, reckon I got another plan for you." Morgrim grew tense in his arms, but in a good way. Fen smiled to himself. That was the approach with a bloke like Morgrim. Keep him guessing, keep him on his toes, get him thinking of nothing but what might come next. "What?" Morgrim's breath caught. "What plan?" "Well, you like it rough, I got that. You want me mean? I can do that too. Starting now." "You do that?" "Done it before. Plenty of blokes want that." "But is that what you like?" "I like it fine. I like you doing as you're told. I like you desperate and gagging for it. So, you want mean? I like it too. But we need some rules first." "Rules?" Morgrim repeated the word as though he enjoyed the sound of it. He looked up. His face was flushed, eyes already dark with arousal. "You mean for me?" "For both of us. Such as, I ain't drawing blood, see? Ain't choking you either. I don't like those things. Too much for me." Alarm crossed Morgrim's face. "I don't want those things either. I don't mind bites, or pain, or being a bit sore or uncomfortable afterwards. Everything last night was good. But I don't want anything extreme. Rough, but no lasting damage. Aye? And what about if I leave bruises? That allowed?" Morgrim blinked. "But not on my face or hands. It can't show." "Right." Fen extricated himself from Morgrim's arms, ran his hands down Morgrim's body, as if testing his weight. "I can hold you down?" "Gods, yes." "Even if you struggle?" Morgrim breathed hard out his nose like a restive horse, and Fen smiled internally, because he knew what that meant. "Yes," Morgrim said, a bit shakily. "What about me calling you names? You want that?" I don't know." Morgrim frowned, as if suddenly realizing what they were doing. "Do you do this with every man you have sex with? All these questions first?" "Aye, if they want me mean. Want you to enjoy it, see?"
I see. So, calling your names, Fen said a bit briskly. I still don't know. Yes? You can always say after, if it don't work and you don't want it again. All right then, yes. And I can have your arse if I want it. Fen gave the arse in question another squeeze. Morgram nodded, so Fen added, And suck you? Have you suck me? Morgram cleared his throat, as if he was already thinking about having something in his mouth. Yes, both those things. I can spend in your mouth. I like that. Right. Anything you want to say? I suppose, mostly, I just want to have you treat me like a plaything. You know, for you to order me around and make me do things that are a bit undignified. Right. Reckon that's enough to be getting on with. And listen, it goes anywhere you don't like. You just say, let's do something else. All right? And we will. Fen let go, leaving Morgram standing in front of him, and glanced over his shoulder at the bed. It looked grand, ridiculously wide, very comfortable, and all that black silk. He sat down on it and shuffled backwards, so he could lean on the pillows, propped up but at his ease. When Morgram made to follow him, Fen lifted a finger. No, you strip first. There, where I can see you. Morgram's face was a picture. Surprise, reluctance and shame all ending up with a look so hot. Fen was surprised he didn't burst into flames. He did have to adjust himself through his trousers, though he didn't undo them. Yet. Then a thought struck him. Hey, you ever told anyone what you wanted before? In bed, I mean. You ever told anyone what you just told me? Morgram fiddled with his gloves. Eventually, he said, Not as such. That mean no? How could I tell them? What if it had got about? Morgram the Sorcerer wants to be used and humiliated. I couldn't have that. I couldn't have people making fun. So I just picked men who looked the part and told them things like harder or faster. I never came out and said it. Said what? Morgram stared at him, blood rushing to his face. Said what? Fen repeated. I want to be a plaything. Your plaything. Ah, good. But that ain't it. You used the word earlier. Think back and tell me, what is it you want? To take whatever you want, for you to be rough, for you to hurt me and make me do anything you like. I will. But that ain't it either. You try not to admit it or something. That's sweet, but you ain't fooling me. Morgram's brows twitched. I don't know what it is you want me to say. No? You said you wanted someone masterful. So, you know what that means, don't you? You can repeat after me. What you want in the bedroom is a master. Morgram's breath caught at the word. His lips moved, but then he frowned, closed his mouth and shifted, nervily like a horse that smells thunder. Fen let the silence stretch out another moment or two, then came to his rescue. All right, you needn't admit it right now, but reckon I'll have you begging to call me that before too long. But only in ear, mind, and only when we both want to hear it. The rest of the time we go on as normal. Understand? Yes.
There was no question in Morgram's voice. All the same, Fenn added, "And none of this goes any further. You got that too, I hope? You think I'd have told you all this if I didn't know that? Good. Then strip. And while you do it, you can think on what you'll be calling me before too long. And it won't just be a word. You'll mean it. And it'll be true." Fenn put his arms behind his head and lay back. Morgram finished pulling off his gloves and started with a hidden button at the collar of his robe. He did it readily, but his hands looked sore. Perhaps it would be a good idea to immobilize them, so he couldn't use them even if he wanted. Fenn smiled at the idea, even while dismissing it. Tying Morgram up would be exciting, but he hadn't agreed to it, and it might be a step too far for a bloke who hadn't even been made to strip for someone before. And he could see that Morgram was, well, not exactly enjoying it, but that it was doing for him good and proper. His hands were shaking, and he was biting his lip. His robe fell to the ground, and he pulled off his boots, rather clumsily. He glanced at Fenn when he got to the waistband of his trousers. Fenn gave him a glare. Morgram undid the waistband and stepped out of them. Now he wore only his black silk drawers. Morgram glanced at him again, red-faced and trembling. "Come on," Fenn said. "Look slippy. The light's much better in here than the last 2 times. Want to see what I'm getting, don't I?" Morgram undid a button and let the drawers fall. "Hands by your sides," Fenn said quickly. Morgram was hard, as Fenn had expected him to be, cock rising above a very nice pair of balls. Fenn admired everything, letting his gaze linger before moving onto Morgram's flanks and thighs, then back up to his stomach, ribs, chest, nipples, neck, face. Morgram stood, waiting, but couldn't quite keep still. He was breathing fast, almost twitching under Fenn's appraisal. Morgram surely must have had lovers look at him in the past, but maybe not when he was standing naked and they were lying fully clothed on his bed, and certainly not when the clothed one had just announced that one day Morgram would be calling him master. Fenn crooked a finger. "Bit closer." Morgram stepped to the bed. "Good, far enough. Stop." Morgram's cock was now at eye level. Fenn smiled at it. Well, more of a leer. "Very pretty." Fenn reached out a lazy hand, noting how Morgram gasped and tensed. The bloke was desperate, that's what he was. Desperate for a fucking. Desperate to be taken, to not be the one in charge. To be nothing for a bit. At the last minute, Fenn let his hand drop. Instead of taking Morgram's cock, he ran a single finger up Morgram's thigh, stopping at his balls. Morgram shuddered, brow creased into a frown that was more anguished than frightening. Bloody hell! It was like the man was ready to burst. Again, and they'd just done it downstairs not a couple of hours since. Fenn was no better. It was like being 18 again. He felt as if he could do it 20 times in a row and still not get enough. And that frosty thread of magic was shooting through him, heightening everything. Fenn said, "Legs apart." Morgram obeyed. Fenn stroked the inside of his thigh. Very gentle. Morgram gasped. His nipples were hard nubs, standing proud. A drop of moisture appeared at the tip of his cock. Fenn fondled his balls. Morgram closed his eyes and clenched his teeth.
Fen took his hand away. Hey, no closing your eyes. Trying to pretend it ain't happening, are you? Well, it is. And you're going to keep your eyes open, understand? You're going to see everything that happens to you. Now, undo my fly and take my cock out. Morgram did it with shaking hands. Obviously he'd seen it before, but you'd think he'd never seen one in his life, to judge from his expression, which was eagerness and conjecture and apprehension all mixed into one. If he was pretending to be a plaything, he was pretending to be a naive one. Morgram glanced at Fen's face, then back at his cock, as if he didn't know where to look. Fen lay back and closed his eyes. You know, reckon I can feel you staring. You want to look at it, eh? Pretending you don't want to, but I know. Big, ain't it? Head's not so wide, but look a bit further down. That's good girth, that is. How do you suppose that's going to feel? Reckon I might make you squirm? Or squeal? What do you reckon? He opened his eyes. Morgram was still staring at his crotch in a daze. Beads of sweat had sprung out on Morgram's brow, and the drop of fluid was descending from the tip of his cock, slowly, as if one of the raindrops outside had been caught out of time. Well, Fen prompted, a bit sharpish, like he was getting angry. Morgram flinched. Yes. But which? Come on, pick one. Squirm or squeal? Probably both. Both? Greedy, ain't you? I don't mean to be. No? Just your nature, is it? I don't know. No. Don't reckon you do. Don't reckon you know who you are when you're naked in front of me. You'll learn, though, that you're mine. My little whore. Morgram was looking at him with such stunned intensity that Fen wondered if he'd gone a bit too far. Morgram might well be wondering what things would be like afterwards. Fen said quietly, Want to do something else? Morgram blinked and said in a tight voice, No. Sure? Right. Then I reckon you'd best get on the bed. I want you sucking my cock. And no hands, you hear? Mouth only. Morgram did as he was bid, settling himself between Fen's knees. He had clearly done this before, because he took Fen in the way a well-trained horse takes the bit. Easily, gently, no fuss or teeth at all. And he did it fervently, like Fen was the one doing him a favour. His long hair pulled and slithered against Fen's skin as he moved. Gods, Fen muttered. He looked up at the black silk canopy of the bed, not really seeing it, but also in the back of his mind delighting in the ridiculous grandeur of his surroundings. He was in the Black Tower, having his cock sucked by its master, who was hard for him and naked, and liked to do most anything Fen told him to do. It was bloody magic. Fen clenched his teeth and said, Stop, before it got too much. Morgram sat back on his heels and wiped his mouth on the back of his hand, eyes huge and black and uncertain. He looked so vulnerable, so adorable, that Fen was tempted to grab him and pin him down and bring him off, quick and hard and one-handed. And why the hell not? He lurched forwards, startling Morgram, who reared up onto his knees. Fen pulled him down sideways, so they shouldn't fall off the bed, pinning him chest to chest. He spat on his hand and grabbed Morgram's cock. Even without Fen's cock up his arse, Morgram did indeed squirm.
but his squeal was more of a whimper. Fen worked him fast and unmerciful, biting the meat of his neck as he did it. Just as Morgrim began to cry out, Fen pulled away. Morgrim made a noise of protest, almost a sob. And well he might. Fen reckoned he'd been just about to come. Anyway, Fen was going to give him something better. He shifted around to face Morgrim's feet. He pinned Morgrim to the bed by his hips and got Morgrim's cock in his mouth, at the same time plunging his own cock into Morgrim's mouth. Morgrim bucked under him, grabbing at Fen's hips and arse, and for a few moments it was like some magic mirror of sensation. Fen's cock surrounded by wet heat as Morgrim sucked him, Morgrim's cock in his own mouth. Then Fen was coming, and it was too intense to do anything but bare his teeth to the misty room and snarl as he emptied himself down Morgrim's throat. A few moments later, he had control of himself again. He bent to his task, sucking Morgrim hard, more like war than sex, and squeezing his balls, probably just on the wrong side of pain. Morgrim convulsed under him, spending into his mouth a sweet, salty offering, delivered with a strangled cry. Then Morgrim went limp. Fen got off him, turned around and lay down next to him. Morgrim's head was thrown back, neck exposed. Fen could see the new purple bruise where he'd bitten him. Lucky for dignified high-necked black robes. Fen put an arm over him and kissed the bite mark. "Oh, gods, that was good. You're lovely. Most beautiful bloke I ever had. That was good, eh?" Morgrim made a noise that was likely affirmative. "Wasn't too much. Reckon we both enjoyed ourselves." Morgrim opened his eyes. They were drugged, unfocused. He turned his head towards Fen and whispered, "I was thinking master the whole time." Fen felt as if his stomach had dropped out, to be replaced by a tender triumph that put a lump in his throat. And Morgrim said ridiculous things after sex. Fen knew he ought not to read anything into it. He knew that. And yet he hoped that it meant something good, and that Morgrim was giving him a glimpse of his soul. "Aye," Fen said. "I am. In here." He stroked Morgrim's shoulder. "Next, you need to learn what that word means, because it don't just mean you do as I say, and I get what I want. Also means I take care of you. See?" Morgrim didn't speak, but he sighed and closed his eyes again. All the tension drained out of him. It was so quiet Fen could hear his breathing, and the scrapes and clicks as the tower mended itself. After a while, Fen realized Morgrim was asleep, and likely getting cold. Fen pulled the black silk eider down over him. Morgrim didn't stir. Fen couldn't sleep. Too much had happened. There was too much to get used to. He stared up at the black silk canopy, and his thoughts spooled round and round for what felt like hours. Morgrim with no magic. Morgrim using him, but to hold back a war. Jasper a spy. Threats from all sides. Morgrim thinking that Fen might see off an army with a warple horse. That wasn't so much desperate as cockeyed balmy. And Morgrim, naked in his arms. Morgrim saying, "I never wanted you to go," and "I want to be your plaything." Fen turned his head to gaze at the marvel lying next to him, and found Morgrim looking back, eyes as sharp as ever, if a bit astonished. "I fell asleep," Morgram said uncertainly.
"Aye? Sorry. I'm usually a better host."
Fen tutted.
"Going all polite on me? Don't be daft. You needed it. Anyway, it's a compliment." "Well, yes. Aye. Because it was good, wasn't it? You still all right? With everything we did?"
Morgram hid his face in Fen's shoulder and muttered, "Yes." Bashful. It was sweet, charming.
"Embarrassed?"
"Yes, no, maybe."
"Ah, glad we cleared that up."
Morgram looked up and smiled, a bit shy, even more adorable. Then his expression grew defiant. "Maybe it is embarrassing. I don't care. Gods, I haven't time. We'll all probably die soon. I'm allowed to have what I want in a bedroom, aren't I? Just once or twice."
"Course you are."
"But what's with the once or twice?"
"I want you a lot more times than that. And not so much of the we're all going to die, if you don't mind. Ain't a foregone conclusion, is it?"
"Maybe not." Morgram lay back on the pillows again. "You know one of the best things about what we just did? You were just as rough. I thought you might be too gentle now that you know I've no magic and couldn't stop you even if I wanted to. I thought you might be able to help treating me as if I were more fragile. To be honest, I was dreading that, a bit. But it makes no difference to you, does it?" Fen looked at him in surprise. The thought of going easy hadn't crossed his mind. There was the power a man might have in himself, and there was the power he might choose to give away during sex. And they were two different things that should never be confused.
"No, it makes no odds,"
Fen said.
"You ain't changed, only your situation."
"I know," Morgram smiled. "But it's still wonderful that you know it too." Fen turned to him, propping himself up on one elbow. "Listen, been wondering. You say you lost your magic, but you can still make the gestures, can't you? You can still dance the steps." "Obviously, but the gestures are empty. I take the steps, but the magic doesn't come." Morgram lifted an arm, let it drop back in a gesture of futility. "I'm just a man waving his arms around or dancing alone in a room. I don't understand it either." "And you reckon it was because it was such a big piece of magic? Bringing rain to a whole area? Does sound a lot." "Maybe. Although I've worked larger magics. Maybe it would have happened anyway. Maybe I had it coming. Maybe I'd used it all up. Maybe it was chance it happened when it did in that bloody forest."
"That's where you were, then? In a forest?"
"Yes, in a clearing, at night. Best time for me. Hidden, dark, no one about to watch." Fen thought about this. "You don't let anyone watch?" "Not usually." Fen nodded. Morgram was, in many ways, a very private man. Fen had always thought of dancing as a public affair, something gay and noisy and good-natured that invited spectators. But clearly for Morgram, dancing was a very different kind of experience. That he should dance alone in a dark forest, to music that only he could hear, well, it seemed somehow fitting. Although, one day, maybe, he would let Fen watch.
"Lucky someone found you,"
Fen observed. "Oh, my host knew I was there. I was staying nearby, in Rolling Hill Castle, home of Lady Balavanto. I was in the castle forest. You know, I almost told her why I was there beforehand. That's one small mercy, I suppose. I hadn't told anyone what I was attempting, just that I was experimenting with new magic. Fen was starting to feel hungry, having missed breakfast and lunch too by now. Soon he'd suggest they got something to eat. He said, "Must be a brave woman, this Lady Ballavanto, taking on an experimenting sorcerer. Wait a minute. Rolling Hill Castle?" There was something about that name, something familiar. "That's funny." "Funny?" Morgram shrugged. "Not really. Rolling Hill's an old Northland name. The castle's been there for centuries." Ah, Fen had it. "No, I mean, funny coincidence. Because the farm I got the horse from, just remembered, it had the same name. Rolling Hill Farm." Morgram froze, then turned to look at him very slowly, as a man might turn to look at a snake he's discovered in his bed. "What did you say?" Morgram's voice held a tone of command, and something else as well, an edge, almost a threat. Fen stared at him in bewilderment. "Just the farm I got the squab from. It had the same name." Morgram sat up, gaze not leaving Fen's face. "You said it didn't have a name." "Well, I forgot. You saying it reminded me. North of Enno, you said." Morgram's steady gaze was becoming a glare. "Rolling Hill Farm isn't north of Enno." "Ain't it? Look, truth is, I'd been drinking the night before. A bit much, if you take my meaning." Morgram seemed not to hear. "It's not even a little bit north of Enno, it's southeast." "Is it? Right. Well, when you asked, it wasn't that I meant to lie, but I was ashamed. Being so maggoty I didn't know where I was. So—" "You lied," Morgram snapped. That was surely uncalled for. Fen took a deep breath to cool his irritation, and said, with what felt like admirable dignity, "All right, and maybe I did. Gods, try interviewing yourself one morning and see how you like it. You're right scary when you want to be, you know that. You got the horse from Rolling Hill Farm. Rolling Hill, you're sure?" Fen frowned. He felt as if something nasty was about to pounce. "Don't think it's a coincidence, do you?" Morgram leapt out of bed, eyes blazing, hair disordered. "Of course it's not a damned coincidence!" Fen sat up, reluctantly. He'd had enough drama for one day. He was hungry and his ribs hurt. "So there's a link. You reckon your magic had some effect on the horse?" But Morgram was staring hectically at the floor. "That's why you feel so familiar. That's why I can't bear the thought of you leaving. That's why I bloody told you things and said things and done things. And oh my gods, that's why!" A chill ran through Fen, nastier than the river hex. "What you on about?" Morgram fixed Fen with a glare, like he'd pin him to the bed with his gaze alone. "You've got my magic." "What? What you talking about? That a coincidence?" Morgram's tone was withering. He began to pace as if he couldn't keep still. He'd clearly forgotten he was naked. "Don't be a fool. Think. I lose my magic in Rolling Hill Forest. A couple of years later, you, a man of 46, who never before cast a single spell in his life, find a magical sackcloth horse that can fly at Rolling Hill Farm, not a 10-minute walk from the forest." He stopped. "That's not a coincidence. And then, as if that's not enough, the horse flies here, to me, understand? Because it's mine. And you, gods, the things I've told you, the things I've done, because you feel so right, so familiar, so magical. My gods, I've been wondering, why do I trust him so? Why am I behaving like this around him? And this is why. You've got my magic." He leapt onto the bed, grabbing at Fenn's hands. "Fen, you have to give it back!" Fen pulled back, scrambled off the bed, doing up his fly. "What do you mean, give it back? How do I do that? I can't. And anyway, it's a bit of a coincidence, but 2 years went by. 2 years. So, what do you reckon? That your magic was out there bobbing about in the forest like an apple in a barrel, until I happened by, and then quite by chance it somehow decides to get into the horse, and quite by chance I happen to get hold of it? That's not just balmy, that's mutton-headed. Then why did it bring you here?" Morgrim spat out. "Go on, answer me that." Fen rubbed his forehead. It was difficult to think. Morgrim suggesting he'd only had sex with Fen due to some awful magical confusion. Well, it hurt. And the whole thing had flared up out of nowhere. Fen had to slow things down to be given time to think. "I don't rightly know," Fen began, "but you don't know, or you don't want to know." Morgrim was climbing off the bed, advancing. "Come on, Fen. You're a clever man. You can see what I'm saying is true. You have to give it back to me." Fen shook his head, took a step backwards into the huge empty room behind him. He was being corralled. How could it be only a few minutes ago that Morgrim had been waking up next to him, all blushing and awkward and sweet? And now, this. "Don't have to do nothing," Fen said. He'd stick to the facts he was sure of. "It's my horse." "Damn the horse!" Morgrim flicked his hand as if he'd bat Fen's words away. "I don't care about the horse. I mean the magic, whatever's inside it, whatever's animating it, whatever's giving it the power of flight. You have to." Something snapped inside Fen. "Don't care about the horse, eh? Reckon that's true. But I do care, and it's my bloody horse." Fen jabbed his thumb at his own chest. "Mine. Did you dig that damn cesspit, eh? Did you carry off a pile of sacking over your shoulder while folk laughed at you for a gull?" Fen crossed his arms. There was no way he was giving squab to anyone. "Like hell you did." Morgrim took a deep breath. He raised both hands, palms outward in a gesture of appeasement. But his stance was that of a man readying for attack. "Fen, let's not fight. Listen, in exchange for that one horse, I'll give you 100 real horses. And Blaze, take Blaze. Your pick of the palace stables, estates to keep them on, everything you ever dreamed of." Fen could scarce believe his ears. "You trying to buy him off me? You think I give that?" He snapped his fingers. "For your money?" "I'm not trying to buy him." Morgrim's voice was tight. "I'm trying to be fair." Fen tilted his chin up. "Oh, aye? Sounds like you're trying to buy him to me. Maybe you got to accept that he ain't for sale." "For the God's sake, be reasonable!" Morgrim was almost shouting. "I'm not asking for myself. You know what's at stake. I need that magic. I can defend the country with it. You can't. You said so yourself. You're frittering it away." "Frittering? I like that. Who saved your life this morning, eh?" Morgrim said, through gritted teeth. "I apologize. That was uncalled for. But Fen, don't you see, you have to give me the horse. And what would you do with him if I did, eh?" Morgrim was silent, eyes glinting. "Eh?" Fen said aggressively, uncrossing his arms and stepping forward. "What would you do with him? Come on, out with it! Experiment on him? Cut him open? Hack him about, eh?" "I don't know," Morgrim grated. "And anyway, it's a horse, not even that. It's some sackcloth and stuffing. And we're talking about an invasion, war, people dying. Have you seen a burned-out village? Have you heard the children screaming? Because I have. We're talking about our country becoming a vassal state. Taxes to Lucia, tributes to fund their armies, to make them even stronger. Have you no conscience? I think you should give up the horse gladly if there's a chance I could get the magic out of it. Oh, you do you? Gladly, eh? And what if that don't work? What then? Will you hack me open to try and get the magic out of me? Will you? Don't be ridiculous. But Fen was no longer willing to listen. Gods, you've done nothing but use me and lie to me, and I... Fen almost choked on the words. It was all finally sinking in. Everything Morgrim had said, everything he'd done, the fact that Morgrim didn't give 2 coppers for Fen, but simply wanted his magic back at any price. All this time, I've been thinking what a prime bloke you are, how you sacrificed your life for the country, and you don't really give a toss for me, do you? Not really. Because soon as there's something of mine you want, you're all out to get it. Gods, you and your schemes and your lies. Fen heard his own words, and remembered briefly how wary he'd felt when he first arrived at the tower. Of Morgrim the schemer, Morgrim the liar, Morgrim the ruthless, power-hungry bastard. Morgrim advanced a stealthy step. He was naked, and powerless, and beautiful, and terrible, and Fen couldn't bear to be in the same room as him. Gods! Fen was quivering with something that felt like horror. But suddenly he was cold as well. You are who people say. He backed away and into Squab's shoulder. Fen hadn't seen the horse arrive, but of course it had come, through that hole in the wall. Because Fen needed it. Morgrim said softly, Fen, don't do anything stupid. I won't, which is why I ain't staying. Give him to me, you say, like it's nothing. Well, it ain't nothing. I know you've been through a lot. 2 years of hell, I know it. But do you know what I've been through? You know how hard it's been. You know how much I longed and longed for an horse. Don't reckon you can even conceive of it. But this here is my horse. First I ever had. Earned him fair and square, and he's mine, aye, and his magic and all. Fen flung himself over Squab's back, clapped his heels to its sides, and they were gone through the hole in the wall. Morgrim's "Wait!" ringing in his ears. Chapter 17. Fen gave the horse its head, and it streaked away from the tower, away from the city, over the sunlit countryside. He must get away, put as much distance as he could between himself and Morgrim. Because how dare Morgrim make assumptions and demands? How dare he say that Fen had as good as stolen his magic, when the horse was clearly not Morgrim's? And where did Morgrim get off saying Fen was frittering the magic away? What about the idea that Fen should go somewhere safe, learn to use it? Well, that was what he'd do. Find somewhere to stay. Give himself a week or two. Really concentrate on Squab and the magic, and stop spending so much bloody time thinking about bloody Morgrim and how to get him into bed. Because look how well that had turned out. What a dolt Fen had been, thinking a liaison like that could lead anywhere but disaster. The afternoon countryside passed beneath them, and the wind began to cool his face. He realized that even if Squab did belong to him, even if the magic really was his, likely it wasn't just Morgrim who'd want him to give it up. Because Aramella might be a decent young woman, but she was also a queen with a country to look after. And Fen was nothing, really, whereas Morgrim was Aramella's friend, her confidant and adviser, her not-so-secret weapon. an experienced magician who'd saved the country before. Fenn's cheeks felt cold, and he realized he was weeping. He didn't want soldiers coming after him. He didn't want Morgrim or Aramella thinking him a selfish traitor. He was innocent. He'd endured 20 years of misery before happening across this horse, and now he was expected to give it up again, to live without magic when he'd only just found it. It wasn't his fault the world was a mess. In fact, he'd always tried to do the right thing, to be as charitable as he could. And Squab was his. He'd a perfect right to fly away and find somewhere quiet to live, and not get involved in the troubles of sorcerers and queens. Anyway, where was he going? Where was Squab taking him this time? It was obvious. Rolling Hill Farm. Because Fenn wanted proof. It wasn't that he didn't believe Morgrim's story, he did. But there were important details that neither of them knew, such as when exactly Squab had come to life. Had it been 4 weeks ago, when a penniless vagrant had been cheated into accepting it? Or had it been 2 years ago, on a dark and unexpectedly rainy night, when the court sorcerer was lying passed out cold in a forest clearing, a short walk from the farm? Fenn wiped his cheeks with his sleeve, but more tears followed the first. Ridiculous. Situation was awful, but no point bawling. Wouldn't help no one. But the tears wouldn't stop, and it came to him, after a while, that he wasn't crying for Squab, or the fear of having to give up the magic. He was crying for Morgrim, because Fenn had been falling in love with him since the moment they'd met. Everything Morgrim had said he'd felt. The feeling of familiarity, of trust, of being able to say anything. Fenn had felt it too. But it hadn't been real. It had just been some nasty, mysterious magic trick. And Fenn hadn't known how lonely he'd been until he'd met Morgrim. But he had been lonely. Painfully, desperately, dismally lonely. So lonely that even now he was crying out for Morgrim, body and soul. But Fenn couldn't see how they could ever be together again, because either he gave Squab to Morgrim and lost his own magic and watched Morgrim lose interest, or Fenn kept Squab and never saw Morgrim again, because Morgrim wouldn't give up searching for his own magic until he was dead. Squab flew on through the sunny afternoon, and Fenn's tears flew too, straight down, to land on parched fields and dried-up riverbeds, salty and useless, a cruel substitute for rain. Rolling Hill Farm was closed up for the evening when Fenn landed in the yard, but there was light in the farmhouse windows. Fenn dismounted and banged on the front door with his fist. "Who's there? What do you want?" called a suspicious voice. A man, older, likely the farmer himself. "Fenn Todd's my name. I've come from the capital, from the Unkit Tower. Sorry to disturb you so late, but I need to talk to you." "Who did you say?" "Fenn Todd. Don't know you." "I know that, but I need to talk. Urgently." Fenn racked his brain and added, "Or do I need to go over to the castle and have words with Lady Balavanto and get her to ask you to open the door?" There was a stunned silence. Then the bolt shot, and the door opened. The farmer with the greying hair and the shrewd eyes stood there, the one who'd offered Fenn 2 coppers and a meal for the digging of the hole. He held a blunderbuss. 5 or 6 younger men and women clustered about him. They had mattocks and sticks. The farmer's face changed when he saw Fenn's good-quality clothes. He lowered the blunderbuss. Then he glanced over Fenn's shoulder, and his face filled with alarm, his stringy neck working. The horse! The farmer tried to back away, but his sons and daughters were crowding around him, peering out the door. The farmer took another look at Fenn, recognition and fear flashing across his face. You're the tramp came asking for work. Me. Don't want no trouble. That horse, weren't my idea to give it to you. The farmer's gaze darted to the horse again. Wait, how'd you get it to stand up like that? He frowned. How do you know her ladyship? Friend of a friend, Fenn said, because it was true. For his part, he'd been Morgrim's friend. De Morgrim? The sorcerer? Course I've... The farmer's eyes widened, then narrowed. You know him? Said, didn't I? Come from the Unket Tower. You're Morgrim's man now? Fenn ignored the twist of pain in his chest at the man's turn of phrase. Gods, I wish I was his man. He gave the answer that seemed best. I am. And I got questions concerning this here horse. Can pay for the information, too. Fenn put his hand in his pocket and pulled out a handful of coins. They gleamed in the lantern light that spilled out of the farmhouse doorway, silver and copper and bronze. The farmer glanced at the money and shook his head. All right, Mr. Todd, put your blunt away. I'll tell you whatever you want to know, and gladly. When I found out that my nephew had made you take that horse, well, I was furious, and that's a fact. Ashamed of him, I was. Aye, and of my household for going along with it. Glad I have a chance to apologise to you now. He looked at the horse curiously. Though the creature do seem a bit more useful now. That Morgrim's doing, is it, eh? Horse has done well for itself, hasn't it? Got right fat. Good grass down Paraven way, then? Ain't bad, Fenn said. It was the best grass he'd seen, but he wasn't going to say that to a farmer in the middle of a drought. More importantly, the farmer clearly thought the creature ate grass, and that was more useful now. These things seemed important clues. Fenn added, And I thank you for your apology. Wasn't too happy being lumbered with it myself at the beginning. But, well, reckon we'll see if your nephew did me a good turn or not. The farmer was nodding. Will you come in then, Mr. Todd, and have a bite and a sup while we talk? You can put the horse in the barn if you've a mind to. Fenn let the man show him the barn. There was a good clear area alongside the plough, and he gave Squab a rundown with a wisp of straw. Not that the sacking horse ever sweated, but it seemed to enjoy the attention. He also tossed a couple of empty feed sacks at its feet. It nosed them happily and began eating. Fenn stroked its rough flank. He wanted to say, It's you and me, lad. Forever. I'll never give you up. Never let anyone take you or your magic. But he couldn't promise that. So he rubbed its withers and told it how clever, how strong, how fleet, and, because tonight it felt true, how beautiful it was. Then he went indoors to sit at the farmer's table in the low-beamed, whitewashed kitchen. There was a rabbit stew with barley, bread to mop up, and sliced cucumber in vinegar on the side. The portions seemed small, and Fenn made himself eat slowly and appreciatively. Times were hard, and he'd become too used to Morgrim's table, where there was always enough. Everyone watched him eat, as they did in places like this. Privacy was for the rich. It was surprising how quick he'd got used to it. That was right good. Thank you, he said at the end.
especially to them as caught the meat and them as cooked it."
"You're welcome, Mr. Todd," said the farmer's wife. She was a young woman with a red headscarf, a broad, handsome face, and a kind, no-nonsense manner. She held a baby in her arms. Perhaps she'd given birth the day he'd come and dug the hole. Her babe looked about the right age. Fenn reckoned if she or the farmer had been about that day, their nephew would have never got away with his cruel prank.
"Need to ask about the horse," Fenn said. "It's mine now, see? So I want to know as much about it as I can." Everyone nodded. "Wondering where you got it from," Fenn added, because if it had arrived at the farm 2 years ago, then Morgram was right, and it belonged to him. "Always been here," said the farmer, and Fenn let out a breath he hadn't known he was holding. "Long as I can remember, and I'm 51 this New Year past. We used to keep it up in the rafters in the old barn, along with some bits of harness and lumber and such like. My da always kept odd things in there, things what wouldn't burn or that might come in handy, and his da before him. But don't know where it came from afore that." "Maybe the castle," said Fenn. He explained about Warple horses, how they'd once turned spits.
"There is a big hall in the castle,"
volunteered the farmer's wife,
"with a grand big fireplace. I used to be in service there."
"Then that'll be it, likely. Thanks, missus. But are you telling me the horse was kept up there on the rafters, all the time? It never moved, never walked, never followed nobody around or nothing until I came?" Well..."
The farmer leaned back, with the air of a raconteur beginning a lengthy story.
"That's not quite right. Everything changed a couple of years back, see?"
Fenn froze. A couple of years back. So it did have Morgram's magic inside it. But why hadn't it flown home along with Morgram back then? Why had it hung around here for 2 years?
"Aye, it was 2 years ago, I'd say," the farmer said. "And that there sacking horse came down off the rafters. Thought it had fallen, we did, because we found it in an heap on the floor. So we put it back up. But next time we went in, blow me down if it hadn't fallen off again. Then it started moving about. Thought it was the youngsters playing pranks at first, but they swore not, and they were scared of the thing. And it was right uncanny. Great lump of sackcloth turning up on the muck heap, or in the yard, or by the back door, or whatever. Didn't move like an horse, though, I don't think. Never saw it, anyhow. And there'd be marks in the dust like it had dragged itself there. Didn't move all the time, mind. Just now and then. Sometimes we left it where it was for months. But if it put itself somewhere inconvenient, we'd haul it out of the way. But it was a right nuisance. Unsettling, see? So, eventually, we got the fixer to come from town to take a look. Right clever lass. Jigs, ploughs mostly, but does lanterns too, and ovens. Proper reliable. Anyway, she said to burn the thing. So, we tried that. But it didn't work. I went to town to ask her to come again, only by the time I got back, you'd already left with it.
Fenn looked at the farmer's lined face, hope bursting in his chest. So Squab's magic wasn't down to Morgram. Maybe Morgram's magic had started something, but part, and perhaps the biggest part too, belonged to Fenn. Didn't that mean he had a right to keep it?
So, it didn't behave like an horse when you had it? Fenn asked. Not ever?
It whinnied sometimes, said the farmer's wife. In the night.
That it did, agreed the farmer. I'd forgotten about that. Right mournful, wasn't it, love? Like an horse what's lost a friend. But apart from that, no, I can't say it was anything but a creepy big bundle of sacking what turned up in strange places. Magic, though, ain't it?
Fenn nodded. But the hope that had warmed him was draining away as fast as it had come, because even if Squab's magic was mostly his, somehow the knowledge didn't change things as much as he'd thought it would. Because Morgram still had no magic. The country was still under threat of war. And how could Fen ride away from all that? How could he leave Morgram powerless and desperate? How could he leave villages to burn and people like the farmer and his family to suffer, just because he wanted a flying horse? He was going to have to give it up. Give up magic. Give up flying and acting the hero and saving handsome sorcerers from river hexes. Go back to being ordinary. Gods, it hurt to contemplate. And he was sure if he gave Squab to Morgram, that Morgram would behave as well as he could, because he was, underneath it all, a decent bloke. But he'd spent his whole life in the service of his country, and if rescuing it from war meant draining a sacking horse of magic, then he'd do it. Because what was a flying horse compared to the alternative? What was Fen's broken heart? The farmer's wife cleared her throat, and Fen looked up, aware he'd been sitting in pensive silence while they all watched him. "You'll be wanting a bed for the night, Mr. Todd?" she asked. Fen hesitated. He should fly back to the tower straight away, tell Morgram what he'd learned and give him the horse. But he was so tired. Couldn't he have just one more night? He could sleep in the barn, Squab at his side, pretend he was still in the stables at the tower, ignorant of all this trouble, falling asleep and thinking about Morgram and how tomorrow they'd ride together and dine together, and how there wasn't anywhere on earth he'd rather be. And maybe Squab was tired too, though it never showed any sign. No, one night couldn't hurt. He'd fly back to Morgram first thing in the morning, hand Squab over and take whatever pain was coming, as gracefully as he could. "Ah, that'd be grand, thanks. But I'll sleep in the barn, with yours." She opened her mouth to argue, and he added firmly, "I prefer it, see?" They lent him a mattress, bedding and a lantern, and gave him a bundle of rags that he'd asked for in case Squab was still hungry. He lay down at Squab's side, as he'd done every night since he'd got it. It stood there, hip-shot, with its flopping tongue and its wall eye, its mismatched legs and barrel sides, its gormless expression and its rough brown sacking coat. He spoke, and its ears flicked towards him. It nosed his hands and accepted a bit of sprigged muslin from the rag bundle, and he felt, as he'd done the night before taking Philo to the knackers, feeding her peppermints in her heartsick days, and regretting everything, everything, about a world that said his beautiful horse must die. He tried to pretend that Morgram might not have to kill Squab to get its magic, but that felt like a vain hope, because surely a Warple horse with no magic is simply a pile of old sacking, and the fact that it would be Morgram himself who would do the deed seemed somehow the unkindest twist of all. Fen closed his eyes, as if that would make the pain go away. Because, after, what would come then? When Squab was done, when Morgram had the magic and Fen had none, could Fen stand to live there, knowing what Morgram had done? Would Morgram even want him any more? Because, after all, it was the magic Morgram had been attracted to. Not Fen. Not really Fen. Or maybe Morgram would get the magic out of the horse, but still not be able to recover his power. Then they'd both be too busy fighting off an invading army to care about such niceties as love and heartache. and who a bit of magic had once belonged to. Fen tapped the lantern and lay in the dark. Chapter 18. Fen was awoken by the roar of velocipedes bucketing up the country lane, then slowing, wheels crunching on the stones of the yard. Someone banged on the farmhouse door, shouting to open up in the name of the monarch and the gods and the people of a swearer. Fen scrambled up, breaking into a cold sweat. Soldiers, come to take him back. Morgrim must have guessed he'd come here and gone straight to Aramella. Gods, they hadn't wasted any time. Would Morgrim ever believe that Fen had been going to fly back at first light to give up Squab voluntarily? Why, oh why, had Fen not gone back immediately? Cursing himself for a sentimental fool, Fen ran to the barn door. If he could escape while their attention was elsewhere, he could fly back, meet Morgrim man to man, and hand over the horse with dignity. All he needed was to gain the open sky. But as he reached the door, it burst open, the white glare of velocipede headlamps pinning him where he stood. He flung his hand up to shade his eyes, and a dark shape in the doorway said, "Fen, thank the nine." It was Aramella. She'd come, the queen herself. She wore brown velocipede leathers and a helmet with the visor pushed up. Her face was drawn and grim. She seemed to have aged 20 years. "I was going to come back," Fen began. "It's Morgrim," she said over the top of him. "He's been taken." It took Fen a moment to understand. When he did, his knees went weak with dread, and a regret so powerful it hurt. "Taken where? By what? Another hex?" "No, by a man." Her face hardened. "One of my own, a palace guard." "A spy?" "Must have been. Probably working with Jasper. He's gone too." "Gods! How? What happened?"
"He was on his way here. You had a fight, yes. He said he needed to talk to you and that you were probably here. He took his carriage. Her face hardened. Made him take an escort. 3 men, hand-picked. An hour later, a night fisher found the carriage at Padaya Bay. Pushed down a ravine. Pure chance she saw it. 2 of my men dead in the back. Shot." Her eyes widened. "Gods, I'm assuming you know. Did Morgrim tell you? He lost his magic. He can't defend him." Fen lifted a hand to stop her.
"He told me. So, Padaya Bay? Where's that? A bay means a boat, aye? Going where? North? To Lucia?"
"Probably, since Jasper's missing."
"And you think Morgrim's—" Fen's voice broke. He tried again. "You think he's still alive?"
"Don't know."
Her voice was tight, flat.
"But there's a chance. Because Morgrim's head on a spike is one thing. The man himself, paraded through the streets, shown to be powerless, executed in public. Well..."
She took a deep breath, let it out. A wave of repugnance crashed through Fen, worse than nausea, worse than fear. The idea of Morgrim humiliated in public, put to death. Fen's whole being revolted from it. It could not happen. "Where would they take him?" Fen asked.
"It's all guesswork, but probably to the summer palace at Hardera. The Lucian king's there, and my brother too. If they've realized Morgrim has no magic, they would both want to see that."
Hardera. It was just a name. A foreign city in another country. Sailors came from there sometimes. All the same, Fen was going there to get Morgrim back. "How will I know it?"
"It's the first big city on that coast north of the mountains. There's a river, a wide one with lots of twists and turns. A big white building on the riverside, lots of balconies, flying the Lucian flag. That's probably where they'll take him.
They'll be there now?
We think not yet. She shook her head. A boat was seen at Pattaya Bay that evening. None of the locals knew it. Small, single cabin, an ordinary trawler, but here's the thing. The crystal was hidden in a housing. Who does that with a fishing vessel? So we think it was to hide an expensive pink crystal. Anyway, a boat that size with a crystal that size. It'll be fast, but not that fast. So I've sent ships out. Not just to the north, but also south and west to the islands, just in case. But we sent the fastest north. Who knows if they can catch up? But if you leave now, I don't know how fast the horse can fly, but we're already halfway there. If you go northwest from here, you might catch them north of the point of Jaramel, just south of Hardera.
A trawler? Housing over the crystal? That all you know?
Rusty metal housing, grey hull, blue cabin, white trim.
It all sounded so flimsy. If he could find the right small boat along miles of coastline, if he could get there in time, if he could free Morgram. And all this not knowing for sure that Morgram was still alive. But of course he was going. He turned to Squab, but Aramella grabbed his arm.
Fen, if you can get to them before they get to Hardera.
She shook her head once.
Maybe they've passed no message about Morgram. They snatched him and ran. So, gods, I hate to ask you this, but I must as queen. If you think you can, it would be a good idea to keep them quiet.
Fen stared at her, uncomprehending. Then he twigged. The sick feeling was back. You saying what I think you're saying?
I know you're not a soldier, but you might have to kill them anyway, to get him back. They're not going to give him to you. And if they think you're going to rescue him, they'll kill him if they see you coming.
She was removing her belt, complete with pistols in holsters, ammunition, a knife and a small coil of rope.
Know how to handle a gun?
Now she was taking one of the pistols out, demonstrating how to cock it, how to eject the cylinder to reload. The basics, Fen said, but pot shots at rabbits and rock hens seemed hardly to count just now. Ain't no shot. She put the gun back in the holster, and he took the belt as if in a dream and buckled it around his waist. Could he kill a man? Even a man who'd kidnapped Morgram?
Aim for the torso,
Aramella was saying.
Don't try anything clever.
Don't know about this. His voice shook.
What they've done is an act of war.
Her voice was stern and full of certainty.
You understand? Whatever you might have to do, it's not a crime.
Aye, Fen said miserably. Rescuing someone was one thing. Taking a man's life was something else entirely. A realization struck him. So awful he had to close his eyes against it for a moment before he could speak. Jasper.
We don't know for sure he's with them. But if he is...
She looked him right in the eye.
Fen, if my brother gets Morgram, he'll show him no mercy. They always loathed each other. Tulliver will be...
She let out a long breath.
He'll be delighted to have Morgram, to humble him, to hurt him. Try to think of that, and then do what you must.
Fen closed his eyes again and turned his face to the sky. He'd do anything to prevent harm to Morgram. But all the same, just don't know if I could kill Jasper, he said, his voice raw. I know him. He's a boy, trying to protect his sister. Ain't that I don't see it might be necessary, but can't promise. See?
Fen,
she took his hands.
Do your best. This whole thing is a long shot. The country's been hanging by a thread for the last 2 years anyway. We were bound to be found out sometime. But the man who took Morgram, he is a soldier, a professional. He killed 2 men from his own regiment last night, and he won't hesitate to kill again. Understand?" She gave his hands an extra squeeze and let go. "Anyway, I wouldn't have come, but you know what Morgram says about you. He thinks, you're a real hope for the country, and he's awful at making friends and accepting help, but he likes you so much. I shouldn't speak out of turn, but under the circumstances I think you should know. It's more than liking. He has such respect for you, for your decency and kindness and your grit. He said he couldn't believe we'd be so lucky, that such a good man had found such strong magic. So there is a chance, you see, because they're ruthless and power-hungry. But we have you and your Warple horse."
Fen couldn't bring himself to speak, not only at hearing the things that Morgram had told her about him, but because likely everything had changed. He ought to tell her everything, that Squab's magic wasn't his, or not his alone, that he and Morgram had fought over it, that if Morgram had his way, soon Fen might have no magic at all. But it wanted an hour's talk or none, and there was no time. He glared at the ground and nodded.
"All right," she said. "And Fen, he told me once that magic has a way of finding a way. So have hope, and I'll be waiting for you at the tower. With or without him, with the men who took him dead or alive. Understand? But promise me you'll come back."
"Do my best," he muttered. She embraced him briefly, and he turned for his horse. One of her soldiers had tacked Squab up. They must have brought tack from the capital. Another handed Fen his leather jacket and helmet. Fen put them on. He glanced across the yard to see the farmer and his family, standing by their front door, watching in open-mouthed astonishment. He raised a hand in farewell. And he was up and off, over the yard wall and up into a cloudless sky of glowing eggshell blue. Dawn was on the way. He stroked Squab's coarse neck, put his heels to its sides and called aloud, a wordless, encouraging shout. And they were streaking through the sky like a shooting star, northwest towards the sea, towards the man who might save the country from war, and break Fen's heart at the same time. Chapter 19. But they only went like a shooting star for about 5 minutes. Squab began to veer left. Fen shortened his right rein, gave it a bit of leg. But a moment later Squab was doing it again. And again. And again. It simply did not want to go northwest. He let it have its head. It swung around almost to the opposite direction. Southwest. Back towards Paravenna. Fen thought he could guess why. "He ain't there, mate," he told it. He made it circle, forced it northwest again. It shook its head and whinnied, loud and mournful in the morning air. Like a horse what's lost a friend indeed. Then it tried to jib left again. "Oh, you blame thing! Get on!" It was almost as if Squab didn't want to go the way Aramella had told him. It was almost as if it knew something they didn't. But what if he gave the horse its head and found himself, in a couple of hours, back in Morgram's stables, with the master of the tower still missing, and Aramella asking how Fen had fared? Fen imagined himself saying, "The horse didn't want to go north, so I let it come back here. Thought I could trust it." Out of the question. But if they carried on like this, they'd be too late anyway, because maybe, just maybe, Fen could tackle one soldier and a 16-year-old boy on a boat in the open sea, even if they were trying to kill him. But if they got Morgrim to a city, well, then he was really fucked. Because a flying horse is no use if a man is locked in a dungeon. And there'd be more soldiers, with more guns. There'd be Lucian sorcerers, likely with an army of river hexes. Fen's shoulders were tense, his hands getting harder and harder as his anger and desperation mounted. The horse was jibbing in the air like a cork in a mill race. This was no way to be getting on. Squab was a horse, but not an ordinary one. At some point, Fen had to trust the magic. It was so difficult. He closed his eyes and clenched his teeth. Then he let the reins slip through his fingers. Squab spun in the air and hurtled southwest, faster than a velocipede, faster than the fastest carriage with the most expensive crystal. Fen bent low, keeping himself perfectly balanced, trying to hamper its movement as little as possible. Eventually, they passed over the coast and shot straight out to sea. Fen's heart leapt, though he could see no boat, because at least the horse hadn't just been trying to get back to its stable. It hadn't assumed Morgrim was in the tower. It knew something he didn't. He patted its neck. "That's my clever horse. You found him quick." Squab began to gain height. Fen leaned forward, shifting his weight to help it climb. The sea grew featureless beneath them. The great ocean swells nothing but wrinkles in a piece of blue cloth. Then they were coming down again, Fen's ears popping and cracking, and the sea was no longer empty, but sprinkled with small islands. Squab descended almost to sea level, scudding up to an island of rock and sea grass and scrub. They skimmed across it, so low Fen could have reached down and picked a handful of wind-bitten leaves. They landed neatly in a clearing, surrounded by tough, wind-knotted pines, myrtles and thorn bushes. The horse shook itself, and Fen dismounted and automatically ran up the stirrups. Squab moved off, wending its way through the trees more like a snake than a horse. Fen followed, as silent as he knew how, at one point pausing to double the reins over Squab's head so it couldn't get tangled. The sun beat down. The sea breeze didn't penetrate the thicket. It was stuffy, and impossible to see more than a few yards in any direction. He was sweating, his heart pounding. Squab stopped. Fen crept forwards and lay at its feet. They'd reached the north side of the island. Before him was a short drop, the water shadowed by a small natural harbour, with trees growing low across its mouth. But the harbour floor looked strange. There were white lines under the water that surely weren't natural. Fen peered closer, and suddenly saw that a small boat lay submerged under a few feet of clear water. The hull might be grey, and the white trim fair glowed through the water. He could see no crystal, and there was a dark blocky mass at the stern. Could be a rusty housing. This was it. Had they holed their boat trying to get ashore? Fen itched to rush down, but the boat was only a few yards from dry land, so surely all on board could have floundered to shore. They were likely on the island. Someone could be watching him now. He drew back into the thicket as fast as he dared. What if the boat had been scuppered deliberately to hide it? That meant they were waiting for another bigger boat to pick them up. But why come here? Why not go to Harderer? Well, maybe that was because that was the obvious thing to do. Aramella had sent most of her boats north. She'd sent a few to search the Western Isles, but they'd never searched them all, nor find one boat hidden beneath the sea. Fenn forced himself to lie still, to watch, to listen. Eventually, he heard voices. They were barely audible over the waves and the wind soughing in the pines, but they were coming from a low headland on the other side of the harbour. It'd have a fine view north, so perhaps Fenn's theory about them waiting for a bigger boat was correct. Why hadn't it come? Had something gone wrong? Had Aramella's ships detained it? Or had it always been the kidnappers' plan, to hide here on land while everyone looked for a small boat? Anyway, they were there, and he was almost certain they'd not have seen him. Squab had brought him from the south, so even if they were scanning the skies for a flying horse, they were looking in the wrong direction. But he ought to take action quick, in case a boat came with reinforcements. Fenn sat up and took out one of Aramella's pistols. It was about 7 inches long, a good weight in the hand. The metal had a brownish tinge that somehow made it feel more lethal than the blue-grey hunting pieces he remembered from the estate. The headland was only 20 yards away across the harbour. He could launch himself across it on Squab. But what if they saw him coming? The moment he lost the advantage of surprise, he was fucked, because whoever was over there was certainly a better shot. All right, he'd walk there, under cover, approach from behind. He'd shoot that soldier, then he'd rush out, shooting anyone who wasn't Morgrim. Mustn't think of Jasper, mustn't think of anything like that now. But his heart was hammering, his stomach twisting and roiling as if he'd swallowed a live eel. His hands were shaking. He couldn't kill anyone. He was going to die. So was Morgrim. What had Aramella said? Think of it as war. It was war. A whole country's freedom was at stake, and in wars, ordinary people had to do terrible things. He cocked the gun to check there was no trick to it. The k-click made him jump even though he'd been expecting it. He was a groom, not a soldier. He'd punched people, but only in self-defense. Should he fly back to the palace? Get someone who knew what they were doing, some crack-shot army assassin type who'd think nothing of it? But that would take hours. A boat could arrive to pick Morgrim up while he was gone. His palm was wet on the pistol grip, and he wiped it down his leg to dry it. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Morgrim was over there on that headland, maybe hurt, despairing, afraid. A spark of anger lit in Fenn's belly, a revulsion that anyone should be put through that, but especially that it should be done to Morgrim, who might be a ruthless schemer, but who used his power to protect ordinary people. And it wasn't just that. He pictured Morgrim that night in the stable yard, his hair glittering with rain, trying for dignity because he didn't want to be caught running away. And afterwards, Morgrim handing him a handkerchief without interrupting, and kissing him, and saying of all Fenn's lost horses, "Of course they were yours." He pictured, too, Morgrim sitting with him in the pub, stiff and awkward, apparently unsure of the etiquette of having a pint with a friend. And then afterwards, in that cavernous bedroom in the tower, Morgrim's battered hands, shaking on the hidden buttons of his robe. So beautiful, and so desperate for someone to take control and be his master for once. Something cold and grim washed through Fenn. Morgrim needed help. He needed magic. He needed Fen to be ruthless for him. Right. Fen would get Morgrim back, or die trying. He took another deep breath, opened his eyes, and stood up. Squab was gone. Fen felt a flash of panic, looked around wildly. Nothing but trees. He took several deep breaths. All right. Nothing bad could have happened to it. His immediate plan didn't call for it. It would come back when he needed it. Of course it would. He began to creep around the harbour. The breeze was weaker on this side of the island, and he daren't risk shaking a tree or snapping a fallen twig. A nasty feeling of being watched began to grow between his shoulder blades. It wasn't true. It was nerves. He was about halfway along the headland, by a low stand of twisted pines, when something made him look up. A big black shape was falling out of the sky like a stone. The horse. It was going to hit the ground like a ton of bricks. Fen ran, tearing through the undergrowth. He felt the horse land. There was a scream, and a thud, and a hideous crunch. He burst out into the clearing. Squab lay on its side on the ground. Jasper stood staring down at it, his back to Fen, a gun in his hand. Had Jasper shot Squab out of the sky? But there'd been no shot. Apart from Jasper, there was nobody else in sight. Fen dropped his gun and barreled into Jasper, throwing him down across Squab, grabbing Jasper's gun. Jasper must have pulled the trigger as he went down, because a shot rang out and the gun kicked in Fen's hand. But Fen was 3 times Jasper's size and much stronger. Fen wrestled the gun away easily and stumbled up. He risked a glance around and still saw nobody. Jasper lay sprawled across Squab's flank, gasping. Fen had winded him. Was Squab dead? Oh, God! There was a man under Squab. He lay on his front, hidden from the thighs up by the horse's bulk, but he wore black and green guardsman's breeches and black boots. Fen kicked one of his feet. No movement. Dead. Jasper managed to turn himself over. His face was white and horrified, and he closed his eyes as if he couldn't bear to look at Fen. Fen pointed the gun at him and risked another glance around. Still, no other men that he could see. There. Black robe. Morgrim. He lay at the foot of a tree, ankles bound, arms tied back, gagged. Blood and hair were all over his face, and his robe was mottled beige with dust. His eyes were wide with alarm and recognition. Alive. Anyone else here? Fen asked him. Nod if there is. Morgrim shook his head. No. Fen's legs felt as if they might give up on him there and then. But what if Jasper was faking surrender? What if the man under Squab was only stunned? And Squab? Oh, God! But what would they do if the fall had killed it? Nobody knew they were here but the enemy. Fen hauled Jasper up by the shoulder, dragged him to the nearest pine, pulled the lad's arms either side of the trunk and tied his wrists behind him. A rough job, but secure. Fen ought to shoot the boy, but his whole being shrank from the idea. Instead, he circled Squab, casting about for loose weapons amongst the carpet of russet pine needles. He found none, but Squab blinked at him in a surprised way and twitched its ears, and at least it wasn't dead. The man underneath it still hadn't moved. Didn't look as if he'd be getting up soon. Good enough for now. Fen ran to Morgrim, pulled the gag from his mouth. "Fen!" It came out as a croak. Fen wanted to embrace him, to hide his face in Morgrim's tangled hair and never let him go. Fen's hands were shaking, clumsy with urgency and nerves. Morgrim had indicated they were alone, but nonetheless Fen felt that at any moment enemy soldiers could come crashing through the trees, or that the man under the horse could recover and start shooting. Fen took the knife from Aramella's belt, started to saw through the ropes that bound Morgrim's hands. Morgrim kept trying to sit up, hampering Fen's efforts. "Lie still," Fen ordered. "You sure there's no one else here?" "I'm sure." Morgrim's voice was a husky whisper. "They're coming. Later. They get a message out? Do you know? Anyone else know about you?" "No. They were working alone. Meeting here." Fen cut the final strand of rope at Morgrim's wrists. Morgrim moved his arms, hissed with pain. Fen moved to Morgrim's feet and started sawing at the rope there, but Morgrim moved his feet away. He was trying to sit up. "Lie still," Fen said. Morgrim ignored him. "Fen, the horse. Don't know. Ain't dead. Give me that knife. See to squab." His tone was all business. Fen passed the knife, stood up. Jasper still sat hunched under the stunted pine that Fen had tied him to, unmoving, head bowed. Under another tree a battered leather knapsack lay in the curve of an exposed root, and next to that a leather flask. Fen tossed the flask to land near Morgrim. If he'd been gagged this whole time, he must be parched. As Fen turned to the horse, it flailed its legs and heaved itself up. Fen ran to it, put a steadying hand on its neck. It shook itself like a horse that's had a satisfying roll, and took a few steps away from the soldier who lay on his stomach in the dust. He was clearly dead, because nobody can remain alive with their neck at that angle. He had black hair, tousled as if in sleep. His face was half visible, stubble, dark eyelashes, eyes still reflecting the light, mouth open as if in surprise. Fen's stomach heaved. He looked away and the nausea passed. A weak sense of relief coursed through his veins, because he didn't have to point a gun at the man and pull the trigger. Oh, God. Like he ought to do with Jasper. Like he ought to do now. Because it wasn't going to get any easier, and he couldn't leave Jasper here for the enemy. Because Jasper would tell them that Morgrim the Sorcerer was powerless as a baby. Fen felt for the gun at his hip. It wasn't there, and he went cold all over. But he dropped it, just before tackling Jasper, and then somehow failed to notice it when he'd scanned the ground earlier. The inside of his head felt fractured, as if he wasn't seeing properly. He took a deep breath, spotted the gun half hidden under a small thorn bush, and picked it up. It was still cocked. It was only luck it hadn't gone off and shot Morgrim when Fen had dropped it. Fen closed his eyes. He was botching this whole thing. Should have shot Jasper when he had the chance. Jasper had been standing still, his back a broad target. Lad wouldn't have known. Now Fen had to kill him in cold blood. A nasty sensation was slithering up his leg, up his back, into his arms, as if his very bones had turned to hexed river water. Oh, gods! Mustn't think, mustn't pause. He opened his eyes, looked at Jasper. Jasper lifted his head, as if he'd felt Fen's gaze upon him, saw the gun and flinched. Jasper opened his mouth as if to plead, then shut it and closed his eyes tight. He looked like a child, hiding from monsters in the dark. Fen gritted his teeth. He couldn't do it. He had to do it. He walked over to Jasper on legs that weren't his own. Every fibre of his being was screaming at him to drop the gun, to run in the opposite direction. But that didn't matter. It was war. Jasper had to die. Fen's arm was trembling. Too much to trust. To be sure of doing the job properly, he'd have to touch the gun to Jasper's head. The muzzle of the gun just parted Jasper's fair hair. It was a little darker underneath, the colour of fresh hay. Sweat beaded the boy's pale forehead, and he was breathing in gasps through clenched teeth. Fen closed his own eyes. He couldn't look. One squeeze of the finger and Jasper would no longer be a problem. One death now might prevent thousands of deaths later on. Everything was at stake. Freedom, hope, life. All Fen had to do was move one single finger. One tiny movement, and it would be done. "Fen, give me the gun," Morgram said behind him. His voice was stronger, more normal. Fen turned, opening his eyes. Morgram was hobbling towards him, hand extended. Relief washed through Fen, so powerful he felt he'd collapse. Morgram was taking over. And how many men had he killed? Wasn't the sort of question Fen had asked at dinner. Should have, considering who Morgram was. But Morgram's face was set. Thousands, probably. Morgram took the gun, flicked the hammer to uncock it, and tossed it away. Behind Fen, Jasper gasped. For a moment, Fen couldn't believe what Morgram had done. Then he thought about what it meant, and grief and fury and relief washed through him. And at the end, he was left with fury. With Morgram for everything. For taking the gun, for not shooting Jasper, for losing his magic, for letting himself be kidnapped, for being who he was. "The fuck you doing?" Fen snarled. "Don't," Morgram said. "You going to do it, then?" "No." "Got to." Fen wanted to shake him. "He knows. So we got to. Won't get any easier." Morgram shook his head. He had a ripening black eye. His lips were cracked, and there were red marks on his cheeks where the gag had bitten. A cut on his cheek had bled all over his face. There were pine needles in his hair, startlingly orange against the black. A tear glistened in his lashes and fell, drawing a line on his dusty face. Fen reached out, and was holding him, and nothing else mattered. Not Jasper, and whether he should die. Not war or soldiers or the fact that Fen was going to have to give up the Warple horse. Not even the fact that Morgram likely didn't love him, or not in the way Fen wanted. None of these things were as important as the warmth of Morgram's body, and the shape and the size of him, and the fact that he was alive, still breathing and warm and present in the world. Morgram made a gasping noise in his ear. Maybe a sob. Maybe just struggling for breath. His arms were around Fen's waist, and he was leaning into the embrace as if he'd fall if it was taken away. Fen stroked his back, the way he'd soothe a frightened horse. "All right," Fen found himself saying. "All right, all right. Everything will be all right." He was saying it as much for his own benefit as for Morgram's. And it was so good to hold Morgram again and to know that whatever came next, They'd had this moment together, a moment that felt so essential that the knowledge that it could easily have not happened was like a yawning abyss at their feet that somehow, miraculously, they had managed to avoid. As if by some magic of unspoken mutual consent, they both shifted back at the same moment. Morgram wiped his face with the cuff of his robe and made himself look even filthier. "You came," Morgram said. "You knew I would?" "No, but I hoped. I shouldn't have left like that, storming off. Sorry." "Fen, you've nothing to apologize for. I'm the one who's sorry. Asking, no, demanding your horse. Gods, what was I thinking?" "No, you're right. You should have it." "What? Why? What did you find out? You went to Rolling Hill Farm, didn't you?" And reckon we both had a hand in it. 2 years ago the sacking started moving. Not like an horse, mind. Just dragging itself around, whinnying a bit, making a nuisance of itself. Then I turned up. But you started it. You lit the spark. I just fanned the flames like. Morgram gave him a sharp look. "Rubbish. It was dragging itself around. Now it's flying and finding people and... He waved in the direction of the dead man. "You didn't tell it to do that, did you?" "No." "Right. It's thinking for itself. Helping you. That's not my horse, or my magic. It never was. Why did it bring me to you, then? Eh? You answer me that." "Well, Morgram stopped, frowned. "Anyway, don't matter. I'm giving it to you. It's yours now, see? Your horse. To do with what you like. You can..." Fen took a deep breath. "Get the magic out of it. Do what you need. I got no clue how to stop this Tulliver bloke and his mates. You do. So, take the magic. Use it. Promise me." "You do that?" "Knew it almost the moment I left. Blame fool I was. I'm no magician." "Fen, oh my gods! You flew here on a Warple horse to rescue me. It knew how to find me. It just killed a man. Don't you understand? This is magic. It's life and death and love and pain and hope and don't you see? Of course you're a magician." Well, maybe. But that ain't the point. Point is, how can I fight an army with a Warple horse? Can't. But you get some magic back, and you can be stopping balefire and conjuring up storms and I don't know what else. Anyway, ain't discussing it. We're getting off this island before someone comes. And deciding what to do with this one." He jerked his head at Jasper, but couldn't bring himself to look at the lad. "They were expecting a ship at high tide," Morgram said. "Early evening." Fen glanced at the sky. It was maybe midday. "Right. So, I take you somewhere. Another island where you can hide. Leave you there safe. Come back here, pick up the lad. Take him back to the city where he can't do no more harm. Come back for you." Fen realized what he'd said. "Never was no need to kill him. Was there?" "You wouldn't have." Morgram's voice was steady, but Fen wasn't so sure. He'd been a whisker away from pulling that trigger, and in the end, he reckoned he'd have done it. To save Morgram and to try to stop a war. Though the act of killing a defenceless boy would have haunted him to the end of his days. "Happen I wouldn't," Fen replied, slowly, because the boy was listening, and somehow it felt important to protect him from the truth. But with his eyes, Fen said to Morgram, "Thank fuck you stopped me." Morgram gave him a grim little smile. and nodded. "Mr. Todd?" It was Jasper's voice. Fen looked at the boy's white, tear-stained face. "Well? You should kill me anyway." "Fuck off," Fen scoffed. "No, you should. Or give me the gun. I'll do it myself." "Give over? What kind of talk is that?" "I mean it. You don't know anything. I have a sister. My father told me before he died. Look after your sister. She's only 9, and I... Jasper's face crumpled. "If I'm no use to them, she dies." "Well, you ain't no use dead." "No, but maybe, if I died doing what they wanted, maybe they'd see I did all I could, and... The hope in Jasper's voice died as he spoke. He knew how thin it sounded. Fen looked away from the despair on the lad's face. So much desperation in the world. So little hope. Because some people were utterly ruthless in getting things they didn't need, and they dragged others along with them, even twisting something good like a boy's love for his sister into a tool of evil. It was so wrong it hurt. "She's dead already, isn't she?" Jasper said, his voice dull. "They probably did it the moment I left. The letters were probably faked. I've done all this for nothing. Lied and spied and plotted and tried to harm myself." He looked up at Morgram. "I was supposed to get into your bed and get you to tell me your secrets. Only you didn't. I mean, I'm sorry." Fen opened his mouth to say, "Your sister ain't dead, likely. Morgram had word." But Morgram shook his head almost imperceptibly, and Fen realized it was probably a kindness, because sometimes hope was crueler than despair. Fen wiped his eyes on the back of his hand instead, and looked through the scrubby pine trees to the restless blue of the sea, and above it, the endless blue of the sky. If only he could persuade the Warple horse to fall onto Tullivo. But, if he did, would it make any difference, or would another greedy, self-important, power-grubbing man simply rise to fill Tullivo's place? God, if only these fancy types would leave people the fuck alone. But they wouldn't, because they thought the world was theirs, and if an old horse or a whole country had to suffer, it was no odds to them. He became aware that Jasper was staring at something behind him, mouth agape, and that Morgram was pawing at him to get his attention, and that Morgram too was staring at something behind Fen, eyes wide. Fen whirled to see Squab, neck horizontal, dozing under a small pine tree like nothing was amiss. Next to Squab was something huge and pink. A prickle of alarm raised the hairs on the back of Fen's neck. He frowned and blinked hard. But when he opened them, the pink thing was still there, splashes of sunlight casting rosy patterns upon it. It was large and round, the colour of a dawn cloud, but solid-looking with a silky sheen. The pink thing moved, and he realized he was staring at the rump of a horse. A pink silk horse, with a tail as elegant as an empty sausage casing. A pink, silk, Warple horse. And the colour wasn't just any pink. It was the exact same shade as the eiderdown the sacking horse had eaten in Morgram's stables on their first night there. Fen's jaw dropped. He took a step, and the pink horse turned to goggle at him. It had a wall eye that could have been scrawled on in charcoal, and a long red tongue. Its mane was a ragged edge of ripped silk, and it stood next to the sacking horse, as ugly and unlikely and as gormless-looking as its mother, because that was the only possible explanation. And, of course, most foals weren't born because their mother had eaten an eiderdown, and, of course, the sacking horse had no parts for regeneration, and, besides, had not met a Warple stallion that Fen knew of. But he also knew he was dealing here with a different set of the facts of life. And he knew the truth. His Warple horse had never had any droppings. Instead, somehow, she turned that eiderdown into another horse. His Warple horse had had a baby. In a way, the strangest thing was that the pink silk horse looked nothing like a foal. It was perhaps a little unsteady on its legs, but apart from that, it was the same size as its dam. Fen clicked his tongue and held out his hand, and the pink horse walked over to sniff him and take an experimental bite of the cuff of his jacket. Fen told it no, and twisted his arm gently away, but firmly. He handled the horse's head, stroked its neck. It was wonderfully smooth, like petting an expensive divan. It licked his chest and mouthed the buttons of his shirt. And suddenly, he understood what it meant. He had 2 horses. 2. He could give this one to Morgrim, keep Squab for himself. His knees were weak, and he rested his forehead on the pink silk horse's nose, and looked down at its hooves. Not that it had hooves. The frayed ends of its unevenly shaped legs hovered just above the ground like its mother's. And he thought about what Morgrim might have to do to the pink horse to get its magic out, and somehow it was harder than ever, because Fen loved it already. And it was then that he realized. He didn't know how he knew, but he knew. The horse wasn't for Morgrim at all. It was for Jasper. Squab pushed her nose at his arm, perhaps thinking she was being left out of some treat. Fen stroked her, but that wasn't enough. He flung his arms around her neck and kissed her. "Ah, my clever darling, you're the best horse in the world, aren't you? Yes, you are. Wait a minute now. Reckon you deserve something nice." He tore off his jacket, removed his waistcoat and gave it to her. She nosed the red satin lining, took a bite, then let the pink horse dart in and snatch a mouthful while she chewed. So she had no milk for it, but she was letting it share her feed. Aye, she was the mother, all right. "Well," Morgrim said, in the tone of a man who had just worked out the answer to a particularly puzzling riddle. "Thought you said they were made," Fen said. "Sewn together with magic by sorcerers. Not born. They were made. Out of sacks. I don't think this has ever happened before." "Ah." Morgrim patted the pink horse's neck. "I wondered how you'd do magic next. I thought Squab might start talking, or that Blaze might grow wings, or 100 other things. But I should have known. This is much more you." Fen dragged himself from his contemplation of the pink horse, found the knife, and cut Jasper free. "You can ride, can't you, lad? Seen you helping exercise the palace horses." "You'll take me back with you?" Jasper said, rubbing his wrists. "On that?" "What? No. Ain't you twigged? This horse is for you, to go and get your sister." They were both staring at him. Fen added to Jasper, "She ain't dead. Morgrim had word. Now, I know a flying horse ain't much good if they're keeping her locked up, but they must let her out sometimes, surely. You swoop down, see, grab her, then you're away. But it's—" Jasper was still looking dazedly at the horse. "It's the eiderdown. The pink silk eiderdown. I brought it to you that night. It was from my bed. I wondered where it had gone." Fen nodded. He'd already known in his heart the pink horse was for Jasper. Now he knew why. "From your own bed, eh? And you brought it to me, a stranger from the street? Well, that was right kind. And now it's come back to you. Want a leg up?" Jasper turned to gawp at Fen instead. "You trust me? To fly off? To get my sister?" Morgrim made a jerky movement, as if he'd been about to speak, and forced himself to silence. Fen examined Jasper's earnest, anxious face. "I trust you. Don't let me down, eh? Good. Now, you know where to go? You know where she is?" "I don't know." Jasper knitted his brow. "But I always thought maybe Lyrian House. Because once she wrote about how she loved the thick plum jam with bits they gave her for breakfast. But she hates jam with bits, and we had that once at Lyrian House when we went there for a visit. She had to eat it to be polite, and was nearly sick in the carriage on the way home." Fen nodded, impressed. "Reckon you're right. That's a clue, that is. Must be right clever, this sister of yours." "Yes, she is." "Off you go there, then. No, wait. Take a gun. That's right. Shove it down the back of your trousers. What's in the knapsack? Food? Better take that too. You might have to hide somewhere until they let her out. Good luck, lad." Fen gave him a heave so he could mount. "You know how to get him to fly? Put him at a jump. He'll take it, see? But he won't come—" "Wait," Morgrim said. They both turned to him, and Fen was aware that what felt right and inevitable and magic to him might have a completely different complexion to Morgrim, who had good reason not to trust Jasper. "They moved her to Castle Platerson," Morgrim said. Jasper gave Morgrim a long look, but all he said was, "Platerson? In Terrabor? Why would they do that?" "She ran away from Lyrian House. You know the layout at Platerson. It's fortified with a moat, but has a huge garden in the middle. Likely they'll let her walk there. Or on the walls. You'll do it easily. With the horse." Jasper nodded. His face worked as if he was going to cry or speak. But all he said was, "Thank you." Then he was gone, up into the sky, until he and the horse were no bigger than a soap bubble, glistening pink, vanishing into the blue. Chapter 20. Fen turned away from the sky, to find Morgrim watching him, eyes narrowed. "What? You don't think I did the wrong thing?" Fen said. Morgrim gave him the kind of smile that lovers sometimes share. "I think you're on fire." It was true. A fluid, frosty heat was suffusing Fen's veins. Of course he'd done the right thing. Somehow he was sure Jasper would find his sister and get her away. And suddenly even war wasn't inevitable, because he'd rescued Morgrim and the enemy was none the wiser. And Fen had the feeling that their luck was about to turn, that things were looking up. "Ah," he said, "on fire. You're right. That's magic, ain't it?" "Yes." "Feels wonderful. Like flying, or fucking. Like I could take on the world." "I know. I can feel it coming off you." Morgrim sat down, rather suddenly, in a patch of the dappled sunlight that lay across the carpet of pine needles. He rubbed his wrists with his battered hands. His wrists were bruised, bloody in places, much worse than Jasper's wrists, which had barely shown marks. But then Fen had likely been more gentle, and Morgrim must have struggled more. Now Morgram's pose was defeated, though maybe it was exhaustion and relief that was slumping his shoulders and bowing his head. All the same, Fenn sobered, because there was no real reason to feel that things would work out. Weren't they back where they'd started in every way that mattered? Morgram still had no magic. The country was still in a state of drought and under threat. And on top of all that, Fenn had no idea where he stood with Morgram, who, after all, likely didn't fancy him at all, but was simply attracted to the magic. Fenn glanced over his shoulder. The body of the traitorous guardsman lay there in a patch of shade. Perhaps he should be covered for decency's sake, but Fenn had nothing to cover him with. Best to leave him. His friends would find him soon enough. A grisly mystery. They'd assume Morgram had killed him. Squab had finished the waistcoat and found a squashed and dusty black silk hat that had perhaps belonged to Jasper. She was licking it contemplatively, the way an ordinary horse might savour a block of salt. Fenn turned back to Morgram. All Fenn wanted to do was gather him in his arms and sit there for at least an hour, holding him, smelling him, marvelling at the fact he was alive. But holding him could lead to other things. And suddenly Fenn's legs felt none too steady. "I'd give it to you, if I could," Fenn said, sitting down himself rather heavily. It was good ground for sitting, dry and redolent with pine needles. "The magic?" Morgram glanced at him. "You are giving it to me. Not enough to work with, but enough to feel." He smiled and closed his eyes for a moment, like a man savouring a fine wine or giving himself up to a lover's touch. "It's lovely. So warm. It makes me feel alive. I never thought I'd feel it again until I met you." Fenn stared at him, heart aching. Half of him wanted to say, "I know it's just the magic makes you like me, but couldn't you give me a chance anyway?" But did he really want to be with Morgram, falling more and more in love with him every day, if that was how it was? A month ago he'd have answered yes, would have stayed at any price, to have somewhere to live and horses to mind and access to Morgram's body, if not his heart. But now something had changed. Perhaps it was because Morgram had helped him rediscover his self-respect. Perhaps it was because the horse and its magic had given him hope. Whatever. Half measures no longer felt enough. Fenn wanted more than a place to live. He wanted to be loved truly, to be loved for himself, not for what magic he might do. In fact, they were going to have it out, right now on this lonely island, and if it was only the magic Morgram liked about him, that would be an end to it. And if that made for an uncomfortable ride back to the tower, with the two of them squashed together on one horse, then so be it. But Fenn had to know. All the same, he felt a bit sick, and had to take a very deep breath before speaking. "Right, about that? You liking the feel of the magic, I mean. Well, reckon I understand now why you were so cautious about us having it away. Because it confuses things, don't it? Me having this magic. Makes you want me when you don't, really. You're like a bloke who drinks too much, and I'm the wine. You know you shouldn't, but it makes life bearable, so you do it anyway. But it won't help you, not in the end. In fact, it'll make everything worse. It's like that, ain't it?" "Oh, gods, Fenn, no, no!" Morgram grabbed at Fenn's knee. "I do want you, really you. I've never been so wrong in my life as I was last night. I'm so sorry for everything I said.
I was confused because I've never felt this about anyone before, and also I've never been without magic before. I've never been so vulnerable or desperate. But those things I said about the way I feel about you, the familiarity, the trust. Look, honestly, the magic's not why I feel that way about you.
Oh, Morgram's hand was on the warm of his knee, difficult to ignore.
But if you met me in the street a month ago, and me with no magic, you wouldn't have looked at me twice, would you, eh?
Morgram gave a laugh, or maybe it was a sort of sob.
You want to know what would have happened if I'd met you a month ago?
Morgram took his hand away, pushed his dusty hair back with it.
Gods, I'll tell you. I'd have noticed you immediately, and I'd have racked my brain to find an excuse to watch you dig a hole or whatever it was you were doing. But I wouldn't have been able to think of a good enough reason for Morgram the Sorcerer to stand and watch that, so I'd have stalked past without speaking. And then I'd have fantasized about you for weeks and wished I dared talk to you, and that I lived in a world where I could have told you what I wanted.
Fen blinked.
Oh, I did tell you. I wasn't lying. I've always preferred men like you. Rough.
Rough, yes.
Wide shoulders, huge hands, your forearms, God, you look as if you could break me in two. But Fen, it isn't just lust either. It's because you've always got a hoof-pick in your hand, or a rag, or a spade, or a brush. And
He frowned, not angrily, but as if realizing something as he spoke.
I love that. I love that you're always putting things to rights, like the ferns in the courtyard. Do you know how many times I'd looked out at those old dead plants and felt halfway dead myself? But it never occurred to me to do anything about it. I don't know why, because it seems so obvious now that you've done it, but there it is. And now I look out, and it's green and pleasant, and the courtyard looks cared for. And I wouldn't have thought such a little thing could help so much, but it does. And you don't make any fuss about it. I just turn around and something's been done. Do you have any conception of how wonderful that is? Honestly,
Morgram gave a short laugh.
Watching you fix a shelf in the library, or whatever it is, you've no idea, I'm sure. But it's devastating.
So Morgram had noticed everything, and hadn't taken any of it for granted. He thought it was wonderful. There was a peculiar breathless feeling in Fen's chest. Sweat was breaking out in his armpits and down his back, like something dangerous was about to happen.
It was all for you,
Fen said before he could lose his nerve.
All those things I did. Wanted you to realize I'd do anything for you. Can't write your poems or sing your songs or any of that romantic stuff. Ain't got it in me. But I can fix a shelf. Not romantic. You gave me Fang, who I didn't even know I needed. That's romantic. Anyway, I don't care about romantic trappings. I'd much rather have someone I enjoy being with. And you're marvelous company. You're interested in everything and you don't play games. You're just the opposite of the courtiers and politicians I have to deal with. Do you know what they're like with their weasel words and their subtle hints and their friendly suggestions? They won't come out and say things.
He raised one hand in an eloquent gesture of exasperation.
You say what you mean, so I never have to guess. And I've been falling for you since the moment I realized you weren't going to kill me, and I—
His eyes widened, and he looked momentarily terrified.
I love you. A lot. Probably more than is safe. I love you and all, Fen said.
The phrase in his own voice sounded strange. Dangerous. Fuck, no wonder Morgram looked terrified. They stared at each other. A patch of sunlight lay half over Morgram's dirty face, turning one of his eyes a deep mahogany brown, almost reddish, like the colour of a dark bay horse. His other eye, still in shadow, looked black and startled. Then Morgram smiled, that hesitant half-smile Fen had seen from him only once or twice before, and Fen could see the barefooted boy Morgram had once been, the boy from the Sireneti Mountains, who kept goats and had a single homespun tunic to his name. A tough, proud, graceful, open-hearted boy, who would never complain about a hardship nor turn away from a duty. And he was so brave and so beautiful that Fen longed to give him something else, to make him understand that, for Fen, something truly momentous had just occurred.
"I never said I love you to anyone before,"
Fen added. "Oh," Morgram blinked. "Not to anyone?"
"No."
Morgram smiled again, wonderingly, and just when Fen was starting to think they might be stuck there, staring at each other forever, Morgram asked, a teasing note in his voice, "You never said I love you to your mother?" Fen grinned and shook his head.
"Mum wasn't much for declarations. Knew she loved me. She knew I loved her. My da was the same."
"Of course," Morgram nodded. "My parents said it to me exactly once, when I left." There was affection in his voice and his eyes, but Fen knew it wasn't for the memory of saying goodbye to his parents, or not the memory alone, but more in recognition of his and Fen's shared experience of another time, when people had different expectations of life and a different way of being in the world. Morgram not only loved him, but understood him and where he'd come from, and accepted it all, because he was from there too. Then Morgram's expression changed. He lowered his gaze. "But Fen, do you forgive me? Really, for demanding you give me your horse?" Fen glanced at Squab. She'd licked most of the silk off the hat and was nosing the stiff felt interior. "Would you really have drained her magic?" Fen asked. Morgram seemed to shrink into himself. He picked up a pine needle and began snapping it into pieces. But when he spoke, his voice was firm. "Yes, as a last resort, if I'd been able to try and save us from war." "You'd have taken her from me, by force?" Fen asked, because he had to know. Morgram looked up fast. "No." He paused. "But I'd never have had to, because you just tried to give her to me freely. So I know you'd have sacrificed her for the greater good. Wouldn't you?" "Aye," Fen said heavily. Even now he didn't like to think of it. "Would have broken my heart, but I'd have done it." He took a deep breath. "And you'd have sacrificed your magic, wouldn't you, if it had been the other way around?" "Yes. Even if it broke your heart? Even if it meant you'd be without magic forever?" "Of course." There was no hesitation in Morgram's voice. "Aye," Fen nodded. "You would. That's why I can forgive you. Didn't ask me to do anything you wouldn't have done yourself, did you?" "No." Morgram's gaze met his, as if he were making a promise. "And I never would." "Aye, you're an hard bastard sometimes, but you're no hypocrite." Morgram nodded once, and cocked his head slightly. Was that almost a compliment? Fen grinned. "It was." He paused. Something was stirring in the back of his mind, a slow realization of something important. He didn't quite have it, but it was coming. He added, "Well, we're here. I got something else to say. Don't go giving up on your magic, eh? Because you'll get it back." Morgram picked up another pine needle, stared at it. "I don't think so. It's been 2 years." 2 years. His tone was bleak. Fen took the pine needle from him and tossed it away. It suddenly seemed very important to hold Morgram's hand. "Listen, Petal. You say you like plain speaking, so I'll give it to you plain. You're giving up too easy. No, you listen to me. I don't doubt you've been trying as hard as you can to get it back. In fact, you've probably been trying too hard. How many breaks you give yourself, eh? How often do you go riding if I'm not there and Aramella don't make you? I know what's been at stake, but you can't bully yourself into getting it back. Now, me? I searched, well, didn't know it was magic I was looking for. Didn't know it was you. All this time I thought it was horses, but I searched more than 20 years, and I know our situations are different. A whole country ain't relying on me. But what I'm saying is I know it ain't easy. It's a hard, boring, bitter struggle, and it grinds you down something cruel. But 2 years is nothing, really. Not in the grand scheme of things. You know what I'm saying?" "You put me to shame, Fen. That ain't what I meant. No, I'm agreeing." Morgan put his free hand on top of Fen's. "You did so much more than me. You took to the roads to search, did any job you could get. You went hungry, but you never stopped looking. You never gave up." Fen shook his head. "That's where you're wrong. I gave up plenty of times, despaired plenty of times, took work in a factory or a toll booth or wherever, because I was too tired to go on. Because you got to survive, and you got to rest, and have a bit of what you fancy if you can get it. In fact, you got to, so you can gather strength for the next bit of the search. I do tend to overwork, it's true, and I had despaired. I mustn't. No, you mustn't," Fen said absently. He'd been distracted by a flash of understanding so bright, it felt like a flare of magic. He added quickly, "Because I know for a fact you got a little bit of magic left. I just worked it out. But I haven't." Morgram took his hand from Fen's and made a graceful gesture that ended with his right arm held out to an odd angle in front of him. "That should have made a light. But nothing. It's like I'm going through the motions, but nothing happens. All the same, you still got magic. Want to know how I know?" "You can feel it." Fen paused, thinking back. "Reckon I have felt something, when we been getting down to it. But I ain't sure, because fucking you is magic too, in a different sort of way. It's hard to tell it apart from the regular sort. But no, the reason I know is the horse." "The horse? Ah, old Squab. You said I didn't come to you by chance, and you're right. I was brought, because you were calling. But I wasn't, says you." Morgram frowned. "If I'd tried to work a summoning, I'd tell you, but I didn't." "All right. So how did Squab know where to come? Why'd she bring me to you?" "Well, because a little bit of my magic went into her 2 years ago. That's true. But that wasn't enough for her to follow you home. How did she find the way to you when I turned up?" "I don't know. Your book says magic attracts magic. Maybe you can't do nothing, but you haven't stopped trying, have you? And I reckon it's the trying Squab could feel. Maybe you did make a light just now, only it was too weak to see. Come on, you know I've got the truth of it. You still got a little bit in there deep down. It'll just take time before you can do things with it." Morgram was looking at him with serious eyes, but hope was dawning in them. "But there's old magic at the tower. What if Squab was only attracted to that? My stars, then how'd I get here?" Oh, Morgram smiled. You're right. He sat straighter suddenly. My gods, yes, you're right. Course I am. But Fen, what if it takes 20 years? That's how long it took you. It won't, I'll wager. But if it does, I'll be with you. You need to feel a bit of magic. You come to me. Fen. Morgram brushed away a tear. But what about Tullivo and the Lucians? Don't know, Fen said honestly. But we got a breathing space. We'll think of summit. Morgram shivered suddenly. Do you know why they took me? Well, to kill you. Yes, but they were going to do it at the coronation. They were going to cut off my head, there, in front of everyone. In front of Aramella. Morgram put a hand to his face, as if to wipe the horror from his mind. Then Tullivo would have crowned himself in her place. Gods! Fen leaned forward, and finally took Morgram in his arms again. Fen buried his face in Morgram's neck. Morgram stank of dust and sweat and sour old desperation, a smell that Fen knew well. Well, that ain't happening. That's the opposite of what's happening. I know. I'm all right, really. Just a bit shaken. Course you're all right. You're grand. Best bloke I ever met. I'm the best court sorcerer. Fen disengaged gently. Now, bet you're hungry. He dug in his pocket and brought out a slightly stale roll and a few olives. You get yourself outside of that. Morgram took the food, examined it, and began picking things off the olives. Bit of cat hair, mainly, Fen reassured him. Clean dirt, that is. Morgram gave him another half-smile, and began to eat. Fen nodded in approval. That's it, get it down you. Then we'll get back to the tower. That girl of yours is worried sick. You mean the Queen? Morgram said, with his mouth full. Who else? Had enough? Good. Feel better, don't you? Ah, you'll do now. Come on, I'll give you a leg up. Chapter 21. Fen woke the next morning, with a silk pillow under his cheek, and Morgram's naked warmth pressed against his back. Fen stretched without opening his eyes. He was very comfortable. He'd slept for so long in stables and under hedges and in cheap, flea-ridden lodging-houses that he'd almost forgotten how good a proper bed could be. And a naked man in the bed and all. And not just any man, but Morgram himself, the master of the Uncut Tower, that clever, dutiful, ruthless, compassionate liar, who schemed for power so he could give it away, who was so hard on himself and so wise, and yet sometimes so foolish. A man who could personify grace and elegance, and then come over all stiff and awkward. A man who was not what anyone thought, and yet who had moulded himself into the perfect court sorcerer, and had remained so, despite having lost his magic. A man at once powerful and powerless. A man of marvellous contradictions and endless surprises. Fen's man. Morgram shifted. He was waking too. And all Fen had to do was turn over, and he'd have Morgram in his arms. The anticipation of that moment was so sweet that Fen delayed it, hovering in that space between sleep and waking, contentment and desire. Plus, if Morgram knew Fen was awake, he might say something about getting up. They were due at the palace this morning. Yesterday afternoon had been about Aramella hugging Morgram and weeping with relief and hugging him some more. She'd hugged Fen too, surprising him into freezing, though he'd managed to pat her back with one hand. And then it had been about eating and drinking and bathing and rest. And sex, though without any talk or play-acting or power games. For some reason, neither of them had felt they'd wanted that. So it had been ordinary, but fierce and tender for all that. But this morning, the government tier leaders wanted to meet Fenn, to talk strategy and diplomacy, and the role of magic in the coming war. Fenn wasn't sure he wanted to meet them, but Morgrim thought it was essential, and so did Aramella. Morgrim moved again, sending a whisper of cooler air down Fenn's back. Then Morgrim went still, and a moment later said, "Fenn? You should wake up." In a minute." "No, now." Morgrim shook him, not hard, but sharply. "You need to see this." Fenn rolled on his back and opened his eyes. The cavernous bedroom was jam-packed with Warple horses. There seemed at least 100, all colours, all types. A score or more were made of old sacking or tapestry material, and there were several in black silk. There was a black linen one with a dark green lace mane, identical to the remaining antimacassar on the chair in the hall downstairs. One was made from Fenn's old shirt, the one Jasper had taken away for washing that first morning. Fenn recognised a pattern of grey stains like dappling, and a scorch mark that had been on one of the arms. He recognised, too, a patched lilac petticoat from the second-hand clothes shop, and a cheerful rag of sprigged muslin, pink and green on white, from the farm, now both reborn as horses. There were several hairy knitted creatures in tough homespun that had probably started life as socks, and at the far side of the room he caught a flash of blood red that had been yesterday's waistcoat lining. Every single thing he'd fed his sackcloth horse had become another horse. Another Warple horse. Because they were all just as peculiar-looking as their mother. There was not a beauty among them. Not, that is, if Fenn was judging based on the regular points of the horse. If he was judging them as Warple horses, they were without peer, all ungainly and unlikely and unexpected, and all with a glimmer of magic. He glanced at Morgrim, who gaped back at him, eyes alight. Then Morgrim burst into laughter, so loud the nearest horses snorted and goggled at him like so many wall-eyed frogs. Fenn was grinning, caught between astonishment and wonderment and consternation, because there were just so many of them. But Morgrim was howling with laughter, and it was so infectious Fenn wanted to laugh too. He tried to resist, perhaps because he wasn't sure he held with horses in the bedroom. Or maybe it was more that giving in to laughter felt like giving in to hope. Unwise, probably dangerous, undignified, silly. But Morgrim, usually so poised, was lying back on the pillows and weeping with laughter. And Fenn could tell he wasn't laughing at the horses, nor at Fenn, but with delight, for joy. A great laugh exploded from Fenn, and the nearest horses flung up their heads and titupped away, and managed to look so pert and yet so confused that Morgrim howled afresh and clutched his belly and said, "Oh, gods, no! No, it hurts!" But still he could not stop laughing, and neither could Fenn, who laughed until his sides ached, and they were clutching each other and gasping, and tears were streaming down their faces. But eventually, the most violent paroxysms passed. Fenn got to his feet, still chuckling and giddy with mirth, and pushed through the throng of horses to see if he could persuade a few of them to leave. He found a new door standing open in the side of the tower, where yesterday there had been a hole made by the river hex. He chivied a black silk horse out of the opening into the cloud, then encouraged one of the hairy knitted beasts after it. The sprigged muslin horse plunged out after, and the rest seemed to catch on that the herd was leaving and started leaping out of the door of their own accord. Fen waited until they'd left, all but one, and shut the door behind them. The sackcloth horse stood near the window, closest to the bed, and took a pensive bite of black silk curtain. Fen went to pull her away, but Morgram said, "Let her. Doesn't she deserve it?" "Horses in the bedroom," Fen said, shaking his head, still slightly appalled. "Yes, but think what it means." "Blame big feed bill. Silk curtains indeed." "No, well, maybe, but no, it means a cavalry, a flying cavalry." Oh, Fen thought about this, and what it could mean. "Don't want them getting hurt, though." "I know, but the Lucians are listening to Tulliver because they think we're easy pickings, and a flying cavalry isn't just a show of force. It's a show of magic, lots of magic." "So, no need for a fire, you mean?" "Exactly." Morgram ran a hand through his disordered hair, and suddenly looked every inch the court sorcerer, despite being naked in a tangle of sheets. "The coronation celebrations start tomorrow. Tulliver will probably stay away now he doesn't have me anymore, but the Lucian ambassador and court sorcerer are still expected. So we need you everywhere, front and centre, horses in the sky. We'll get you on the welcoming committee. You can go down to the docks with Aramella. I'll hang back, but I'll be there. On show. Make sure you get really close to the sorcerer when you make him your bow. Find an excuse to touch him, if you can, solicitously, of course. Oh, I've just thought, even better. Offer them a ride up to the palace on horseback. Act as if it's an honour they can't refuse. The retainers can take the lifts or the palanquins, and we'll suggest a private audience between you and their sorcerer. They might decline, but it's— Hold up, just hold up a second. Yes, I don't want to meet these fancy folk. I don't know anything about gods, diplomacy, or anything like that. What if I say the wrong thing? I ain't some courtier. What do you mean, making my bow? I don't know how to bow, and I ain't sure I want to learn. And anyway, what would I wear? I ain't wearing no fancy court suit with oars and that, or a long black robe. I just ain't. I love you, and I'd do anything for you, but I ain't doing that. You won't have to wear—" Morgram's businesslike expression melted away, to be replaced with something much softer. "What?" Fen asked. "Nothing. You getting the on again?" "I could easily, but no. It's just that you said you love me." "Ah, I did too. Like that, do you? Hearing it said?" Morgram nodded. "I do. Did you really never say it to anyone else?" "Never. Never expected to, neither. Thought I'd be a lonely, grumpy old bastard till the end of my days. Funny how life can turn, ain't it?" "Yes, it is. But Fen, that never would have happened to you. You'd have met someone. It's wonderful that it was me, but if it hadn't been, thousands of men out there would want you, tens of thousands." "Sweet talking, eh? Reckon you have got the on." "Perhaps I have, but we're not doing anything about it." Morgram got out of bed and proved that he was indeed in a very fine state. He started getting dressed. "We should get to the palace, because they'll be tearing their hair out. But anyway, you'll wear whatever you like, of course. No hose, no robe, all right?" "All right. And while we're on the subject, I am not being introduced to some ambassador as court sorcerer. Got that?" "You have to be introduced as something." "Groom, then." Fen put his trousers on. "It's what I am." "What about master of the horse?" Fen rolled his eyes, pulled his shirt over his head. "Groom is better." "I like the one with the word master in it." Morgram gave him a sidelong glance. "Oh, aye? Want to say it in front of everyone, eh? And them none the wiser? Can I tell them that, then?" Cheeky bastard. The next few days passed in a whirl for Fen. There were an unnecessary lot of processions and speeches and events that involved a lot of standing around indoors. People's gazes seemed to glide over him a lot of the time, and he soon realized that despite his new black clothes, or because of them, at least half of the guests thought he was some kind of manservant to Morgram, something between groom and valet and retainer. This suited Fenn fine. He could stand at Morgram's elbow and watch and listen, and start to put names to faces and meaning to some of the dull conversations people seemed to want to have with Morgram. The Lucians were different. Fenn met them at the docks, and there caught Sorcerer, a handsome blue-eyed fellow named Warred, who carried a wand and wore a blue tunic with silver stars, had from the start watched Fenn the way horses watch their first velocipede, which is to say, with curiosity and fear, alongside horrified disbelief and barely concealed loathing. "Reckon he sent that river hex?" Fenn asked Morgram as soon as he could. "I couldn't say for sure. He feels the same, like something nasty from under a rock. We can't assume. Course we bloody can. Remember that our fixers want Lucian crystal, so we stay polite. I'll give him polite if he even breathes funny near you," Fenn grumbled. But he took to nodding at Warred whenever he caught him staring, which was quite often, pretending politeness, but also saying with his eyes, "I see you, mate. You touch an hair on his head, you got me to deal with." And after a few times, Warred shrank away and seemed to stare less. But not all the other court magicians were like that, and there were a lot of them, as many as there were delegations from other countries. Fenn liked the jolly Mahanath of Rabinda, who embraced him when they met and patted his cheek the way his mother had used to do sometimes, and gave him a tiny, beautifully carved wooden horse, which she had said had galloped to her in a dream, and which would bring him luck. In return, he offered her the red silk Warple horse to take home, at which she hugged him again. He also, to everyone's surprise, got on well with the silent, upright Vizier of Kuj, who people said could read minds. The Vizier was a tall, rake-thin, dignified old man, with a long beard dyed orange, coal-rimmed eyes, and a green parrot, who bit anyone who got too close. The parrot took a violent liking to Fenn, and bobbed and cooed like a dove when she met him. The Vizier favoured Fenn with a wintry smile, never before seen in a swearer, according to Aramella, and unbent so far as to let Fenn rub the parrot's feet and offer her almonds, which she took very gently from his fingertips. After that, Fenn gravitated to the Vizier if he found himself alone, because he liked the man's silence as a relief from all the chatter, and he liked the bird, and he was certain it wasn't his imagination, that the Vizier also seemed to gravitate to him, as if the man enjoyed their silences as much as Fenn did. The three queens of Kuj, seeing their Vizier on such good terms with the Assueran court sorcerer's man, made an offer to Aramella that Fenn didn't really understand. As far as he could tell, it was an agreement to talk to her, which they already did, but Aramella said it was an important honour, and that it would open the way for more trade and more comings and goings for the people of the two nations. Fenn offered the Vizier a pair of black silk Warple horses, which the old man declined so curtly that Fenn thought he was offended. But Morgram said it simply showed the Vizier was touched and honoured, and that Fenn must make the offer several more times, because eventually the Vizier could accept. And while all this was happening, the autumn rains came, not just to the tower, but to the whole country, including the dry, beleaguered north. They came softly at first, drifting in from the sea in a gossamer veil, but there were a couple of steady days of rain, too. A few days of rain were not enough to break the drought or make the farmers smile, and there was flooding in some areas, because the ground was too dry to admit the wet. The army had to be mobilized to help with sandbags and pumps and the like, But it was a good omen, and more rain than they'd had the same time the previous year, and people began, cautiously, to celebrate. On the final day of the coronation week, the Lucian ambassador and court magician agreed to a private meeting with Morgram and his mysterious new retainer. There was to be no sit-down discussion. The ambassador was far too busy and important for that. But he was able to take a few moments out of his schedule to cross the walkway from the palace to the tower with a few of his people and a delegation of Aramella's courtiers, take a glass of wine in the gatehouse, view the mustering ground and the Warple horses upon it from the shelter of the loggia, and then walk back to the palace. Fenn primed himself for tension and threats, and was struck by the mundanity of it all. The ambassador, a tall, florid man with a habit of dabbing at his mouth with a handkerchief, made a few mildly rude remarks. Fenn could tell Morgram was bristling from the rigidity of his shoulders and the extra polite tone he was taking. But Morgram made bland responses, and used his non-committal smile-shrug-bow to good effect. Only towards the end of the visit, when they were back in the gatehouse, did things escalate in a sudden and alarming way. They'd been talking about the architecture of the gatehouse, and the ambassador had asked Fenn if he'd read a particular book. "No," Fenn said. "No. What about On Architecture by De Coverley?" "Read that neither." "What a shame." The ambassador's tone was a master-class in condescension. "But perhaps you prefer fiction?" Fenn shrugged. "Not really. Ain't had time, see?" "You jest, Mr. Todd. You must have read The Golden Crystal at any rate. I'm sure every swearing subject has read that. Isn't it considered a classic in this country?" "Heard of it," Fenn said politely. "What did you think of it?"
"Heard of it? Good Lord, Mr. Todd, every Lucian schoolboy has read it. So much for the marvellous free swearing education system, eh?"
"It went free after I left it," Fenn explained. "Just missed out, see? I liked school, though, when I was there." Fenn was suddenly aware that Morgram was not attending to Warred any longer, but was listening in. Fenn was also aware that if Morgram had had a tail, like Fang, he would have been lashing it. Fenn must show that he was happy to keep up his end of the conversation. He added, "Did you like school then, sir?"
"Best years of my life," the ambassador said. "I went to Agravain, of course. Warred there went to the other place. Poor fellow, eh?"
Fenn had no idea what he was talking about. "You mean he worked?"
"Good gracious, no. The other place."
It sounded like a euphemism, something shameful. Perhaps Warred had spent time in prison. Fenn lowered his voice. "Well, school life is sometimes best, eh?" The ambassador gave him a pitying look and opened his mouth to reply when Morgram cut him off by swinging the door to the stone bridge open with unnecessary force. "Well, we mustn't keep you," Morgram said. "Goodness, it's still raining." And to Fenn's horror, Morgram picked up a sword that had been propped to the side of the door and handed it, hilt first, to the ambassador. "Here, ambassador, with my compliments. A gift from the tower to remember me by."
"A sword? How kind,"
the ambassador said, taking it. "In fact, it is not a sword," Morgram said. "It's a cunning illusion wrought by one of my predecessors. In fact, it's an umbrella."
"Oh, how amusing."
"I think so. Very amusing." Morgram smiled, not pleasantly. "Just step outside there into the rain and press the button on the base of the hilt." "Wait!" Fenn yelped. Everyone turned and stared at him. Fenn gave Morgram a "what the fuck you doing" look, because he was almost sure it was the sword umbrella, the one Jasper had brought out the night Fenn had arrived. The one Morgram had said had been made by someone with a very unusual sense of humour. The one that Jasper had, wisely, been too cautious to open. And now Morgram had given it to the Lucian ambassador. But Morgram wasn't taking the hint. He was regarding Fenn with mild interest, one eyebrow slightly raised. "Ain't it?" Fenn darted meaningful glances at the sword. "An umbrella? Yes." Morgram shot the ambassador the kind of glare that had surely given him his reputation for evil cunning, and Fenn realized exactly what had happened. The ambassador had been trying to make Fenn look and feel like an ignorant yokel for the entire visit. Fenn hadn't cared. All he'd wanted was to get the visit over so he could get Morgram into bed for a quick fuck before they had to go over to the palace for the final farewell dinner. But Morgram had snapped and wanted revenge, and this umbrella was it. But that was a terrible idea, because while it might signal to the Lucians that Morgram would defend slights to his counterpart with speedy reprisals, it could just as equally backfire in the direction of the Lucian crystal supply. Fenn said firmly, "You're forgetting, Morgram. That umbrella got ruined last time I used it. No good to anyone anymore, I'm afraid." Fenn advanced on the ambassador and snatched it out of the man's hand. "Morgram's awfully sorry, aren't you? Should think so and all, because we can't give the ambassador that old thing. Ain't worthy of a fella what went to Agravain, ain't worthy at all." There was a bit more bowing and apologizing, but eventually everyone filed out into the rain, and Morgram shut the gatehouse door behind them all and bolted it. "What an arrogant, insufferable, superior toad!" Morgram spat out. "That's as may be. What were you thinking? He was trying to make you look stupid the whole time, because you haven't read as many books as he has, and he doesn't believe in free schools. I know all that. You think I care what that great swollen bladder thinks of me? I care. How dare he speak to you like that, and in front of our people, too? He was trying to undermine you. You know what he called you, my henchman." "Give over." But in spite of himself, Fenn was touched, and obscurely relieved that he and Morgram were, in fact, on the same side. He hefted the sword umbrella. "What would this blame thing have done to him, anyway? Something bad, I bet." "Not that bad," Morgram said vaguely. "What?" Fenn insisted. "Nothing much. Anyway, I thought you'd probably stop him opening it." "Scared to tell me what it does, aren't you?" "It wouldn't have hurt him. It's just embarrassing. All right, it's a bit painful." "All right. So what if I made you open it?" "Well, Morgram narrowed his eyes. "You wouldn't." And just like that, the atmosphere in the gatehouse became charged with that heated, quivery potential that was so like magic, and yet not quite. Fenn tried the edge of the sword and found it no sharper than a butter knife. He flexed it, gave it a couple of experimental swishes. Morgram watched him, wide-eyed. "You," Fenn said, "been most unwise. Could have caused a diplomatic incident, you could. In fact, don't reckon it's going too far to say you." He peered along the sword as if checking the line. "Been a very wicked court sorcerer." A look of consternation crossed Morgram's face, as well it might. Of course Fenn was play-acting, but a part of him was in earnest too. Because what if the ambassador had opened the umbrella? What if Fenn hadn't noticed what was going on? Fenn let his gaze roam up and down Morgram's body, appreciatively, but speculatively, as if he was deciding what to do. Morgram made a jerky movement with his hand, and gripped the edge of the guardroom table for support. And Fenn suddenly knew exactly what he wanted to do, although he was still a bit curious about what this umbrella actually did. "However," Fen went on, "I'm in a good mood, because everyone's going home soon, and I'm going to have you to myself again, to do what I want with for weeks and weeks and weeks. So, I'm going to give you a choice. Ain't that generous of me, eh?" Morgram opened his mouth, but no sound came out. He swallowed. "Ah, you can choose between opening the umbrella or—" Fen paused, as if thinking. He knew exactly what he was going to say, and maybe so did Morgram, but the pleasure of having Morgram waiting breathlessly was too good to pass up. "Me giving you a right good spanking with the flat of this sword." Morgram bit his lip, flustered, but eventually he said, pick the second option." The length of time he'd taken to choose was interesting. Perhaps tomorrow Fen would get Morgram to open the umbrella, and no choice given. But all he said was, "Do you? And is that how you ask?" Morgram added, cautiously, "Please." "Better. But I want to hear it in a sentence, and no second options. What is it you want?" Morgram looked away from him. "A spanking. Please, call that a sentence, and look at me when you speak to me." Fen took a couple of swift paces to bring himself chest to chest with Morgram, shoving him against the edge of the table. He grabbed Morgram's cock through his clothes. Morgram gasped and grabbed at his shoulders. Fen ground against him, letting him feel that he was hard, and squeezing. Then he took his hand away and put it under Morgram's chin, lifting his head so they were eye to eye. "Well, say it." Morgram's voice wavered. "Want a spanking, please." He swallowed and added, "But Fen, maybe not too hard. I mean, I'm not sure. I've never done this before." "Just thought about it, eh?" "Yes. A lot. God, quite a lot, over the years, if you must know." "I must, because I'm going to find out everything about you. Everything that makes you squirm and twitch and plead and come." As he spoke, Fen was seeking out the concealed buttons of Morgram's robe, undoing them. "Going to ride you like I would an horse, and that don't necessarily mean hard and fast. Not to me, because I'm a groom, and you know what that means. Speed's nothing to me. What I want is control." Morgram whimpered, so Fen repeated the word. "Aye, control. Perfect control. That's what I want. Over the most beautiful man in the world. That's you, see? So don't worry. Ain't gonna spoil this with anything you can't take. You're too fine for that. I'll give you just enough so you know who's the master here. Got it?" "Yes." "Good. Now, get the rest of your clothes off. I'm going to get that oil. When I come back, I want you naked, bent over with your hands on the edge of this table. Understand? What if someone comes? Won't happen. Doors barred. Ain't nobody coming to help you. So you'd better hurry, because it won't take me but a second to get that oil from the tack room, and if you ain't how I want you when I get back, there'll be trouble." When Fen got back a couple of minutes later, the sight that greeted him was perfection. Morgram had followed his instructions to the letter, presenting his arse and legs and beautiful naked back. He was trembling and already breathing hard. Fen stepped close and could see that the wait had clearly been part of the fun. It had for Fen as well. He was aching with desire. The temptation to fuck Morgram right now was immense. And Fen could do that. Fuck Morgram. But not let him come, then spank him. Then... But better to keep it simple this first time. He said in Morgram's ear, "Very good. You look perfect like that. Suits you." Then Fen stood back and picked up the sword. Morgram flinched and winced and clutched at the edge of the table. Fen grinned, and instead ran the flat tip of the sword up the inside of Morgram's thigh. Morgram gave a stifled yelp, and started as violently as if Fen had actually hit him. "Oh, that's nice. Legs a bit more apart," Fen directed. Morgram obeyed, and Fen stepped back and ran the tip of the blade over Morgram's balls, which made him shudder. Fen played with him like this for a little longer, but it was time to get on with it. He'd have plenty of times in the future to toy with Morgram for as long as he liked. This time was an experiment. It could be that Morgram would find the fantasy of being spanked much better than the real thing. That could easily happen. Fen positioned himself correctly, brought the sword back and landed the flat of it on Morgram's arse, not too hard. Morgram twitched, but Fen felt it was more in surprise than anything else. Fen brought it down again, and then again 5 times. "Well, you want some more?" Fen asked. It's not... Want me to stop? I think it's not hard enough." Morgram's voice was a little muffled, but he sounded certain. "Oh, ain't it? Well, it's tricky to judge. Never spanked anyone with a sword umbrella before. Don't want to go all out. I'll give you it a bit harder. Can't you just use your hand?" "Ah, the old-fashioned way? You know how to judge that, don't you?" Know what I'm doing there?" Fen put the sword down, not without some regret. He reckoned he'd have got it right pretty fast, but he liked that Morgram had asked for something. That was to be encouraged. He squeezed Morgram's arse experimentally, then brought his hand down flat, quite hard, certainly hard enough to sting. Morgram jolted away and gave a gasping cry, quickly cut off. He said, Oh gods! Fuck yes! Right, 5 more. Fen delivered the blows in succession, waiting just long enough each time for the sting to subside. After the 5th slap, Morgram made a strangled humming sound and said, "Stop a minute. Hard enough. No, I don't know. I just want to feel how it feels." Fen brushed his hand against Morgram's reddening arse. "Should have put you over my knee. Next time?" "Aye," Fen said, nuzzling into Morgram's neck to smell him and kiss him. If Morgram was already thinking about next time, that was a right good sign. "Fen, do it some more. Take over again. You know." "Go on, then. Ask properly, like I taught you before." "Please do it again. Please." Morgram took a deep breath. "Spank me." This time Fen gave him 10, followed by an oily finger up the arse and an oily hand on his cock. Morgram made a keening, pleading noise that nearly made Fen come right there in his drawers. He took his hand away, opened his fly and oiled himself up. Then he gave Morgram another 10 good hard slaps, and followed up with a fucking. Morgram came with a cry, head and chest down on the table, arse in the air. Fen came too, hard and hot. They both collapsed onto the floor. "All right." Morgram nodded, and made a noise that might have been. Gods, yes. They lay there for a time, panting. Fen smoothed Morgram's hair away where it was tickling his neck. That did the trick all right. How you feel now? Morgram was gazing up at the hatchment, at the black tower on the red background. To be honest, it was a bit humiliating, having you do that. Having you know I want that. With anyone else, it would have been embarrassing. Tch, plenty of blokes like to dish it out. Be a sad world if there weren't none wanted to take it. It just feels a bit ridiculous. Ah, well, that's the human condition right there, ain't it? Lots of it feels a bit ridiculous. But it turns out sublime if you let it. True. Morgram turned to him, kissed his cheek. Gods, I love you, Fen. I love you and all. Fen frowned. Hey, you sound all sensible and normal. Morgram snorted. Thank you very much. No, I mean, you ain't gone funny. We had sex, and you're talking to me normal afterwards. Morgram cocked his head as if realizing. So I am. Losing the magic already, are we? Used to be like you were drunk after. Fen smiled, a little sadly. Of course he couldn't expect Morgram to feel the same fever pitch of excitement for him forever. We've not lost anything, Morgram said. No? Now I just feel it all the time. What? Horny? No, well, actually, but that's not what I mean. I still feel marvellous from the sex. There was still transference. I think the results are just less of a contrast now, because these days I feel the magic all the time. You mean your magic's coming back? I don't know about that. Morgram shrugged, as if it didn't matter. I mean, I feel happy, hopeful, in love, all the time. You know, Fen felt suddenly shy. There is a bit of magic I want to give you permanently like. Thing is, I've been giving Warple horses to all these other magicians. Hope you don't think I'd forgotten you. I kept the best black silk one by, thinking you might like him. He ran a strand of Morgram's long hair through his fingers. Bloke like you ought to have an horse of starlight, really, with diamonds for eyes. But it ain't in me to conjure up a horse like that. Don't know why it should be that some people can turn the sea into fire, and others can make an herd of Warple horses, but there it is. So, anyway, you want this one? He's yours. Morgram rolled on top of him. Then I'd love a black silk Warple horse. I'd much prefer it to one of starlight. Morgram kissed him, and when he pulled away, his eyes were wet with tears, and he smiled like a man who'd been given more than he'd ever dreamed. Now, I've something to tell you, Morgram said. The paperwork hasn't come through yet, but I can't wait any longer. Parliament's offering you a permanent position, Master of Horse of the Uncut Tower. If you agree, it'll mean you're as much the court sorcerer as I am. It's unorthodox to have two of us, but they've agreed. So you'll get a salary, 300 talents. Fen could scarce believe his ears. About any of it. He seized upon the last thing Morgram had said, as being perhaps the most remarkable. 300 talents. A year? That's right. My stars. That what they pay you? Well, they used to pay me 4, but they agreed to 600 for the two of us, to be split equally. And I told them they must pay you arrears for the month just gone, so that's 25 talents you can draw immediately, without signing anything. And I thought 5 silvers was a lot, Fen said weakly. There were 100 silvers in a talent. But the money's not all, because the tower comes with the job,
The state owns it, but you have right of abode. For your whole life, and that includes rights to the stables and the mustering ground. Yours, if you want it. The tower? Mine? Well, it would be ours. Ours, Fenn repeated, wonder in his voice. He might have given Morgram a horse, but Morgram was offering him a home. Not just a place to stay, but legally, with papers and all. Fenn would no longer be a guest in Morgram's house. It would be theirs. His and Morgram's. He could hardly believe it. He became aware that Morgram had stopped smiling and was saying, I didn't want to assume. If you'd rather live somewhere else, this is just an option. You needn't sign if you don't. Give over? Course I want it. 25 talents a month. Living here, with you. Half shares in a bloody grey enchanted tower with the best grazing I ever seen joined on. Fenn paused. Wait a minute. What's the downside? Is there one? Well, the job's not easy. You've had a taste of it. Aye, but the Lucians go home tomorrow, and that Tulliver bloke was too scared to even show his face. Don't have to worry about him any more, do we? Morgram was silent, and Fenn prompted, Do we? Morgram sighed. I won't lie to you. Tulliver will keep a low profile for a few years at least. So will our other enemies. I want peace. So does Aramella, and so do the tier leaders on the whole. But can I promise there'll be no more trouble, ever? He shook his head. The world is still the world. There are still bad people in it. For that matter, there are still good people who do terrible things out of fear or ignorance or superstition. Will we butt up against them sometimes? Of course. As our master of horse, you won't be able to avoid it. So yes, there's a downside. And if you don't want the job, nobody will judge you. It's a lot of responsibility. Fenn nodded. I see. Don't you want it, after all? No. Reckon I'm up for it. But what about you? You sure you want this petal? Me? In your house? Forever? Yes, it's quite an imposition, isn't it? However shall I cope? Fenn wiped his eyes and cleared his throat, and managed a grin. So this is what oil in a bolt and fixing the odd shelf gets me. And you call me Petal. That alone should earn you the deeds to the tower. And danger money. Get away with you. It suits you. Morgram grinned. It really doesn't. I'm not sure how you dare. I dare. I know you got claws, but reckon you're learning better than to use 'em on me, eh? Maybe. Morgram gave him an unreliable, sidelong look and stood up. I should get dressed. There's the farewell banquet tonight, and I was wondering if you'd do a quick job for me beforehand. A job? Aye? What is it? Well, I've acquired a new horse. Morgram was mopping up with a black silk handkerchief, pulling on his drawers, stepping into his trousers and boots. Have you now? Another Talarian, is it? Like Blaze? This one's white, Morgram said from inside his robe. A grey? You bought a grey? Sure you're feeling all right? That'll leave hair on your robe something shocking. Yes, Morgram was buttoning himself up. Will you come and see it? It's got a cracked hoof. What? Fenn sprang to his feet, doing up his fly. How do you let that happen? Don't bite my head off. I only got it today. It's in the stables. Morgram was opening the postern door, walking across the courtyard. He lifted his face to the rain, then rubbed his arse. Hit me quite hard, didn't you? Too hard? And there ain't no grey in the stables. I'd have seen it. No, I think I like it. It feels hot. Stings. Morgram shivered.
and added almost to himself, "I'll feel it, sitting at the banquet this evening, and nobody will know except me. And you." He shot Fen a self-satisfied, cat-like look from under his eyelashes, and added in a completely different tone, "I had the horse put in the last stall along, separate, in case it has anything, lice or worms or whatever." "Worms? Where'd you get it?" They crossed the stable yard, and Morgram opened the door of the stall at the far end. And sure enough, there was a white shape glowing in the gloom. But it wasn't a horse. It was a pony, a little dapple-grey gelding, barely 12 hands high. It would have been hard to find an animal more different to Blaze. The gelding was old and worn out, with a sway-back, knock-knees and a heavy head. His hip bones stuck out like walking-stick knobs. His ribs showed. His coat was dull and patchy. There were old chafe injuries either side of his withers, which someone had daubed with brown iodine. Fen moved in, murmuring in a low voice so as not to startle the poor creature. The pony gave him a tired glance, too exhausted to be curious, and lowered his head. Fen ran his hand down the flaccid neck and began checking the legs. Both front hooves were cracked, as Morgram had said, but not too bad. The animal's overall condition was far more concerning. Morgram was leaning against the stall door. "His name's Minnow. He's from Padaya Bay. Carried seaweed all his life. The old woman who owned him died recently, and he's been standing in a yard the last couple of weeks. They didn't mean to forget about him. Everyone thought someone else was taking him to the knackers." "Ah." Fen was examining the pony's teeth. "Worn, but sound. Poor little bastard. Yes, he's had a hard life." The pony had a strange lump above one eye, but it didn't seem sore or infected. Maybe just some old injury. He let Fen poke and prod it without even a shake of the head. Patient, uncomplaining. Fen glanced down. There was a bucket of water and a few fragrant wisps of meadow hay remaining in the hay net. "You fed him, then?" "Mr. Angela saw to it, as a favour. He put something on those sores too, I think." The animal wasn't in any pain. It had been fed and watered and given a bit of doctoring. It was a tad cold in here, though, for an animal so thin. Fen would find a rug next, quick smart. But first there was something else needed doing, because there was a quivery feeling in Fen's chest, and a prickling behind his eyes. It was plain who the pony was really for. Fen faced Morgram over its curved white spine. "The pony's for me, ain't it?" "Certainly not. He's mine, and I shall never sell him or give him away. But I suppose you might help me look after him." "Ah, go on with you. I know why you got him." "Fen, I can't give you Philo back, or any of your lost horses, but there are plenty of others who need someone. I thought maybe Minnow could be the first. There's room on the mustering ground for 100 horses. It's not as if the Warple horde eats grass." Fen wiped his eyes on the pony's scraggy mane. "Bloody hell. Does that mean, what a brilliant scheme, Morgram, you are marvellous sometimes?" Fen gave a short laugh and blew his nose on his handkerchief. He left off the pony and took Morgram in his arms. "No one ever did anything like this for me," Fen managed. "Never. To be fair, not everyone has a magical floating pasture at their disposal, so perhaps it's not their fault. Aye, you're still the sweetest bloke I ever met." "Me? Oh dear, I'm almost sorry for you." "No, you are. Thank you, Petal. It's a prime idea. And you are marvellous, aye." Morgram made a noise suspiciously like a purr. "Thank you. I know. Got a lifetime of your schemes to look forward to, don't I? Cunning schemes are what court sorcerers are for. Didn't you know?"
Reckon I did."
Fen kissed him, with the scent of horse all around, and with such love and hope in his heart, that he felt he could fly up to play in the clouds, as ridiculous and as joyful as a half-sized, grizzled Warple horse. That evening, as dessert was being served in the palace, a pink silk Warple horse with 2 riders was seen to alight briefly on the top of the Uncut Tower, and then to launch itself into the cloud below. Fen fair belted out of the dining room, through the palace, along the stone bridge and into the tower courtyard. Jasper was waiting under the loggia, with the horse, and a girl of about 9, who was the spit of him, only much shorter and very pale, as if she'd been kept a great deal indoors. Fen pounded across the courtyard and caught Jasper by the shoulders. He clapped the boy on the back and pulled him into a hug, and Jasper was saying, "I did it, Mr. Todd," and trying to explain how, and Fen was saying, "You did it, lad," and asking too many questions all at the same time. Morgram stalked into the courtyard, and they both went silent, because Morgram was staring at Jasper's little sister with a strange expression on his face, intent, wary, hopeful. And Fen looked at the girl too, who was staring back at Morgram like he was telling her something fascinating, and realized he could feel waves of images coming from her. Strange pictures burst into his mind, ivy-covered towers melting to the ground, glittering drifts of snow flowing upwards, a dry seabed with a rotting hulk of a ship sailing across it. And finally, a horse of embroidered brocade galloping through the sky, the most beautiful mare he'd ever seen, well-muscled and perfectly proportioned, with an arched neck and a kind, mild eye. The mare moved with an effortless, joyful action, long fringe of mane flying, a queen among Warple horses. And Fen realized it was magic coming from the girl, unformed, unfocused, boundless and strong. And he knew that this was Morgram's new apprentice. And then he thought, wonderingly, and maybe mine as well. Into the silence, Jasper bowed to Morgram and said, nervously, I'm sorry to intrude, master, but I had to return the horse, and...
We didn't know where else to go,
murmured his sister.
I know you never want to see me again, Jasper added. We won't stay.
Morgram lifted a finger. Manners, Jasper. Aren't you going to introduce me to your sister?
My name's Revelia Coranthian, sir,
she bowed.
But everyone calls me Villy. You're Master Morgram.
She turned to Fen and bowed again.
And Mr. Todd, thank you for lending Jasper the horse.
She squirmed under their gazes and added,
Sorry it took us so long to get back. I had a fever and we had to stop so I could get better. Don't be cross with Jasper. It wasn't his fault.
I'm not cross, Morgram said.
Course I ain't cross. Nobody's fault if they're ill, is it? But, lad, that horse weren't lent. Came off your bed, didn't he? Reckon I didn't make it plain on the island, but that horse were given. He's yours.
Oh, no, you don't have to.
Thanks,
Jasper said crossly, and burst into tears. Fen put an arm around him again and offered him his handkerchief. Morgram said, Villy, do you know anything about magic?
No, sir. I'm sorry, sir.
She bobbed forward in a half-bow. You need not call me sir.
No, sir.
Morgram put a hand to his mouth, perhaps to hide a smile. "Well, well, and how do you like the horse?"
"He kicked Lady Raymond into the lily pond."
Her tone was awed, subtly delighted. Fen could tell immediately that this Raymond woman had been a figure of terror. "Did he?" Morgram said.
"Because she wouldn't let go of my wrist, sir."
She glanced at the horse and added quickly,
"He's a very good horse. He wouldn't do anything like that normally."
"Did you know horses like him can kick magic away too? Mr. Todd's Warple horse once kicked a hex of river water, right on the nose, so we got away." She narrowed her eyes.
"How do you hex river water?"
"It's quite simple," Morgram said. "I can't show you just now, but I can explain. Would you like to learn? Only you have to learn when it's right to hex it as well, and that's much harder." She shrugged.
"I don't mind."
Morgram smiled. "Does that mean yes?"
"Willy, say yes, please,"
Jasper hissed.
"Yes, please, sir. But I'd rather learn how to make a flying horse."
"That's simple too," Fen said. "You got an old handkerchief? All right. But come on inside first and have a bite to eat. Then I'll take you over to the stables and show you what to do." Later that night, Fen went over to the gatehouse before bed to check Jasper and Villy had everything they needed. He found them both sleeping. Villy tucked up in Jasper's bedroom over the guardroom. Jasper passed out in an easy chair by the hearth. The horse stood at Jasper's shoulder, like a huge pink dog, the remains of a rag hearthrug scattered about its feet. Fen patted the horse's nose, put up the fire screen, and covered the boy with a blanket. Fen walked back to the tower through the courtyard. It was raining, of course, but somehow now it was raining everywhere else too. The rain felt welcome. Fen lifted his face to it and smiled. Then he went in through the front door and shot the bolt behind him, easy and silent. He left Morgram in their bedroom, with instructions to undress and await him, not in bed, but standing naked beside it. As Fen walked up the stairs, he was thinking so hard about what he might do to Morgram next, that at first he barely heard the music. It was very faint, just a handful of notes. Then it came again, a little stronger. Must be from a party in the town. Occasionally, if the wind was in the right direction, a few strains of music came across from the palace ballroom or the pubs. Perhaps tomorrow, Fen would suggest they all went to one. When he arrived at the bedroom, Morgram was standing by the bed as ordered, but he held his right arm at an odd angle in front of him, and just above his hand there flickered a light, feeble and wavering, casting shadows onto his bare skin, glimmering in his fierce eyes, shining like hope in the dark. This concludes Seducing the Sorcerer by Lee Welch, narrated by Joel Leslie. Copyright 2021 by Lee Welch. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Lee Welch and was produced in the year 2022 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.